Right. Greetings and salutations to all of y'all out there. It's your humble correspondent, El Jefe, Dave Duford. We're doing it live here on the Dave Duford channel. We're doing another all day long extravaganza training. We're so happy to have you back. I'm joined by none other than, as we call him around here, El Patron.
I am in the house, baby. In the house.
Luis is back. The man with no end to his energy. It's always good to have you back, Luis. Thanks so much for doing this. This is our Medicare open enrollment training where we're going to go do a deep dive on getting into the open enrollment phase. AEP is behind us. We all hope you had a successful one. And the purpose of this training is to really give everything that we know to help you be as successful as possible, whether you're just getting done with AEP and rolling into OEP, wondering what you're going to do, how you're going to make sales, or even if you're getting started right now selling Medicare. What you're going to find is that this training is going to give you everything that you need from sales training, from marketing training, and everything in between. So we're super excited to have everybody. Thank you, Good and Insured, Curtis, Gary, Susanna, David, and everybody else for being here. We appreciate you very much. So a couple of things we want to point out before we get started. Luis is going to talk about a giveaway that we're going to be doing here momentarily, and it's going to involve you going to a website to give you free stuff. We've got a new training site that we're going to talk about here momentarily, and we're going to spend a good bit of time too, a little bit later, having some special guests on to talk about the marketing side of Medicare, talking about Facebook marketing and even TikTok marketing. Believe it or not, seniors are on TikTok. So, and whenever you're talking about anything insurance sales, you got to have a conversation about marketing. So we're going to have more about that in a minute. So, Luis, in case the audience here is new to the channel, give us a brief overview about who you are, what you do. And then once you wrap that up, let's first start talking about the giveaway and kind of what everybody here listening is going to have to do and want to do in order to register for that.
Beautiful. Yes, David, I'm excited. It's Friday. You know, after this, I got game time, a little basketball with my daughter. It's going to be a good day. I think time is going to fly. And you guys out there in YouTube land, I think you're going to love this. Okay. I have been an agent since 1999. I know you're probably thinking there's no way that guy's in his 20s. He can't be that old. Yeah. I think I'm aging. Okay. All right. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing a lot of CrossFit, a lot of tennis, staying busy. But no, this whole training, everything I'm going to give you guys, I have been doing Medicare since 1999. I started out as a captive agent with Mutual of Omaha, selling med subs. That's it. I didn't even do PDPs. I didn't do MAs. I wasn't even certified. I didn't know anything about that. I had just gotten out of the military, and they're like, all right, what do you want to do? You want to go sell life insurance with those guys? Or do you want this office all by yourself and you're the only one that's going to do Medicare supplements? Because those guys don't. I'm like, I don't care. Just give me something. I got to make a living. So I started doing Medicare way back then. Loved it. Okay. I evolved and I opened up a PNC shop. I still got it. I got a great team that runs it. I just kind of hoover around. I just kind of put my foot up. You know what? When things go bad, I put out fires. But I got a team that handles my PNC business. And now, and it's been probably 15 years because that agency is on autopilot and doing well. I focus strictly on health insurance. So I was writing Medicare Advantage plans, doing great. I loved it. And then Obamacare started. I'm like 2014. So I was doing a little bit of health insurance and some group insurance, but then I dove, Obamacare was a beautiful thing. A lot of agents got out and I got in. It was a great thing. And so I've been doing a lot of Medicare and ACA since then, heavily as my primary business. Now, I want you guys to think about something, because there is a saying, David, those that can't do, teach.
What?
All right. So here's the deal. I still do, and I teach. Okay. Don't think that I failed at that business. So now I got to teach it. I've evolved. I love teaching. I used to be a teacher too. I was a coach. I have teaching in my blood. My mother's a teacher. My sisters are teachers. I love teaching, but I have that energy where I teach, I coach, I take care of agents, I train them, I support them. But I also close a lot of business. And so that's a little bit about me, guys. I'm still heavily in the game. So I'm just not going to give you strategies and concepts that are coming from a book that I may or may not work. No, I'm going to teach you what I do, what I know. And I'm in the field just like you guys.
So tell us a little bit about this. You and I were talking last night about, okay, what can we do to kind of spice up the energy and give some stuff away for free? Tell us a little bit about the giveaway contests that we're doing, if you don't mind, Luis, because we need to tie that in, of course, to what these guys out here need to do in order to enter.
Exactly. So one of the things that I did is in the field, there's only so much that you can retain up here. Okay. I mean, I always I'm a pilot. I mean, I fly for fun, single engine. But you look at these military pilots, you look at your airline pilots, take a look at the cockpit when they're sitting there. They have a book, they have their checklist. So they are going through that. I mean, those guys got thousands, 20, 30,000 hours of flight time. They probably don't need to, but nevertheless, they've got a checklist where they're going through all their procedures before they take off. Well, the same thing here, guys. So what I did, it might be a little hard to see. You know what? I'm going to share my screen, David, so I can show them what we're talking about.
You got it.
Okay. I have, in fact, I have 3 screens, guys. So I get easily confused. Let me move it to the correct screen. So I'm not doing a profile shot of you or of me. All right, here we go. All right. I created my very own, let me make this a little bit smaller, my very own smart book. Okay. I couldn't even think of a better name. So I just called it the Medicare Smart Book. Okay. So we're going to be giving away 2, maybe if I get excited, we'll give away 4 of them, and so I'm going to give this to you guys. All right. I'm going to be highlighting this through the training today, but I use this as the reference. All the agents that we train use this as a reference. It's got stuff on there that when you're out in the field, you're like, oh, how do I answer this? Or you're trying to look at some resources without you having to go to let me Google that, or let me search my drive. I've put everything into this book. Okay. And it's also a presentation book. You can present Medicare compliantly from this book. So we're going to be giving that away, guys. It is huge. It's on my desk. It's on my computer. I have one in my car. Whenever I do presentations, I have this book with me. Okay. So we're going to give those away. And David, what do they got to do to register? We're going to do a raffle.
Right. So here's how it works, guys. So I am also simultaneously promoting a new sales training and marketing website called the Insurance Sales Success website. There's no cost whatsoever to join this site. The purpose of it is to really give useful information and different niches in the insurance sales world available to you. There's over 30 plus hours of video training on Medicare, ACA, final expense, carrier and leads training. We do a once a week live open mic Q&A call where I personally host it. There's a forum you can communicate with other agents. We've enrolled well over 1,000 agents in just really the last month since it started. It's a hit, and we'd like to invite you to join. And what happens is when you go to the following website, we're going to put it in the chat here. It is going to be at https://www.daviddufour.com/ISS. When you go there, and then you go to the bottom and enter your email, you'll see an option to enter your email. You will be registered automatically for the drawing that Luis is discussing. So you just got to do that in order to get the opportunity to win one of these, of course. So all you have to do is just click that link. We'll be reminding you through the day to do this, but at the end of the day, You got to be around. And then once we announce the winner, then we will give you those free smart books and other things, maybe possibly too. And you'll also get access to this training site. If for some reason you're already on this site, by the way, just re-enter your email. We'll be able to capture it. We're creating a list as you guys fill this out. So no worries if you've already done it. So Luis,
and I got 2 more giveaways, David, because they may be like, just Luis's smart book. What else? Give me something else. All right. So we've got 2 individuals that are going to be joining our training today. One of them is a social media expert with Facebook and Instagram. And in fact, she helped me build out my ads, which contributed to me closing over 1,200 applications in 45 days. Now that's ACA. We did about 100 and change on the Medicare side, but all due to what she helped me do. She's going to give away, I'm going to read this because hers is a little more technical. It's going to be what she calls a marketing consult or an ad audit. 30 minutes with her directly. She, and she's not cheap. She's valuing this thing at $500. And what you're going to do there is it's just a one-on-one. She's going to visit with you. She's going to be on our call in about an hour, sharing her information, teaching you guys how to do Facebook and social media ads. And she's going to give you enough that you'll be able to implement. So she'll be on here doing that. We'll announce the winner on that one. And then you just got to sign up and you have this 30-minute consult with her. And then we have another guy who is another social media expert, but in a different platform. You're probably thinking, well, what else? If it's Facebook or Instagram, David, what else could it be?
It could only be one.
Only one. TikTok. Man, TikTok is huge. So he's going to be talking, which I don't do any TikTok. So I'm going to have my ear, on this, listening to him. He's also going to do a presentation, but he is going to give away, and this is pretty serious. Where is it? It is a 45-second, because on TikTok, everything I think has to be under a minute, a 45-second ad that you win it. He'll create the ad. You tell him what you want. He's got editors and processors, whatever they do for video stuff. And then he'll give you that ad. And then you can take that ad and implement it into your TikTok. And he'll talk more about that giveaway when he comes in. I have him scheduled, just so you guys can know. He's going to come in at 12 o'clock Central. Okay, so wherever you all across the country, the TikTok expert will be here at 12 o'clock. The Facebook and Instagram expert will be on at 10 o'clock. That is Central Time, guys.
And one thing I want to add here too, we want to especially thank Cigna for sponsoring this entire training that you're seeing today. They've put together some very engaging and informative material on their product lineup. You're going to see a couple of those videos play later today as well. So please make sure when you're writing Medicare, you think Cigna. They do a great job. They've always been very much in our corner to help us out and provide us with, underwrite our show here. So thank you, Cigna. So Luis, I think that kind of rounds it up. So I see the entries are rolling in as we speak here. Thank you very much to all you out there. Also, please consider hitting the like button on your on side of YouTube, just to make sure the algorithm shares this wonderful content across the nation to Medicare agents and aspiring Medicare agents everywhere. But Luis, I think you are up. We got everything out of the way. Again, that website's daviddufour.com/ISS to enter to win. And other than that, Luis, you're up. Take it away.
Let's make this happen. All right, guys. Awesome. So I'm glad to be here. This training that I'm going to share with you guys, it's not a watered down training. This is what I put our agents through. It's an 8-week course. I'm going to try to condense it all in so that you get it all in one day. And I am not holding back, guys. You are getting everything that I use to train our agents that are part of our organization. So let's start off first with a little bit, before I jump into that training, we're going to do a little bit of trivia. Okay. I cannot see your comments. So I'm sure they're on this feed. You'll see them. So I'm going to ask you, okay, here it is. Okay, before I share my screen, what do you think are the 15, I got 15 guys, mistakes that Medicare beneficiaries make? Okay, put them on the comments there. 15 mistakes that you think Medicare beneficiaries make. So right now, I can't see the chat, but you guys should be just plugging away. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time there. I'm going to find there we go. All right. Okay, so 15 mistakes that I see Medicare beneficiaries make. All right, so we're going to go with number one. Okay, this is my number one thing that I see a lot of beneficiaries make. Okay, meeting with before I even tell you this, guys, I want you to jot these down. Here's why. Okay, if you have Facebook, any kind of social media, or if you create newsletters, if you create blogs, if you communicate, however you communicate with your insureds or your prospects, you can use these as bullet points. This will give you content to put on your Facebook page. So write these down. Here you go. Number one, guys. And they're not, when I say number one, it's just one out of the 15. So it's not in order of any importance. But meeting with an agent who only offers one product or one carrier. I see that as a problem, guys. Okay. If you only sell one product, then the way you're promoting it, you're saying this is the best product. Take it or leave it. Okay. A captive agent versus an independent agent. Captive agent is they're only going to offer that product that they're tied to. And of course, they're going to promote it. They're going to say it's the best, which they're not supposed to, but that's all they got. So I do see that as a problem. The beauty of working with us or being a Medicare broker is that you really aren't tied to one carrier. Okay. You may have your lineup and your preference, but ultimately you're going to offer a product that is best for that insured. Okay. What's best for that insured? Well, it varies. There's a lot of factors that you're bringing in when you're trying to find that best product for that insured. One of them could be, the doctors, the provider list. The other one could be the formulary list. Beyond that, you're running into the actual medical benefits that might determine what's best for that insured, or maybe the additional benefits that they get. You never know. And I'm talking Medicare Advantage. And I'm not saying Medicare Advantage is the answer to everything, but what about MedSups? Okay. Back when I started in 99, I didn't know anything about Medicare Advantage. I mean, I was just selling MedSups. That's it. I was a one-man show. Here's a MedSup. I'm in and I'm out. So the MedSup is we work as what's a good way to say it? It's like offering a car or truck. That's my analogy that I use. What do you want? I don't know what's going to be best for you. So that's number one. We're going to move on to number two. See if you guys got this. All right. This is the big issue that I see with a lot of Medicare beneficiaries making. The network. You're like, what do you mean the network? All right. The network, I see it as being a big mistake that a lot of beneficiaries check or do. Guys, they don't know that they need to check the network. That is one problem that I see Medicare beneficiaries making. Okay. When they're enrolling and they self-enroll, and I do see a lot of enrollments happen where I'm talking to an insured. I'm like, well, when I signed up with this plan, I lost, this doctor or that doctor. They weren't taking this plan. So you've got to know that network is a huge problem for Medicare beneficiaries. They just don't know that they need to check it. Now, something tied with network, another issue that a lot of Medicare beneficiaries don't do, which is number 3, is they don't check the formulary. Okay, they probably don't even know that there's a formulary. They're thinking that they're hopping into Medicare, and they're thinking, man, I've been waiting 65 years to jump onto Medicare. This thing has got to be really, really good. And it is, but not every company covers every medication. So some companies cover this list of medications. Another company may cover this other list of medications. There is a lot of overlap, usually on the generics, but when you get into brand names, certain companies may or may not cover them. So you making sure that that formulary is checked is huge. That's number 3. This one happens a lot. Signing up for a plan based on a recommendation from a friend or a family member. Well, my best friend's got this company. My neighbor's got this company, so I'm just going to sign up. Well, is that a good thing or a bad thing? They can take it into consideration, but again, when you're enrolling in these plans, there's work that needs to be done, guys. Okay, just going based on the on what your friend has or your neighbor has is not a good thing. Okay, your health conditions may be different. Your doctors may be different. Your specialists may be different. There's a lot of things to consider. So just using your friend's recommendation is not going to be a good thing. That's the 4th mistake that I see beneficiaries making. Number 5. Okay, we're at number 5, guys. Y'all should be taking notes. Number 5 on here. Picking a plan based on the extra benefits. This is a mistake that I see quite a bit. Okay. Choosing a plan because it's got $3,000-$4,000 worth of dental. What about the other stuff? Okay. What about the medical side of this Medicare Advantage plan? What about the network, the formulary? You should not be, they should not be making they should not be enrolling into plans based on the extra benefits. Those are meant to enhance, give that senior those extra benefits, but it shouldn't be the reason why they enroll into a plan. Number 6. Okay, this one, it happens. Unfortunately, there's not much that we can do, but sometimes a lot of seniors wait too long to understand the options that are available to them, but also they don't enroll in a timely manner. Okay, the one thing that I see is a lot of seniors miss their enrollment window when they turn 65. Or possibly, well, I'll get into that one. That's going to be number 7. But they miss their window. They don't know that they have a 3-month window from the time they turn 65, 3 months before, the month of, and 3 months after to enroll. They don't realize that they're under a timeline. They're thinking, well, I'll just get it when I need it. And they go a couple of months, maybe years without getting on Medicare. And then all of a sudden they decide, well, you know what? I got a problem. I got a health condition. I need to get on Medicare. They try to get on Medicare. And depending on the time of year, they may or may not be able to get on Medicare. Okay. And if they get into Medicare, if they time it right, okay, and since I'll cover this later, but if they time this right, okay, which is the first quarter of the year, January, February, March, they can enroll into Medicare in those 3 months if they missed their enrollment window. Okay. Now, if they're in June and they want to enroll, no, they're out of luck. July, August, September, October, all those months are going to have to go without coverage. And then first quarter of the year, they can enroll in a plan or enroll into Medicare. So that's number 6, guys. Number 6 is not enrolling into Medicare when they're supposed to. Number 7. All right, here's another deal. I'm going to go back to number 6, and you guys should put this down. Okay, if they don't enroll when they're supposed to, and they enroll later, they're going to have to deal with enrollment penalties. And those are lifetime penalties that they're going to have to pay. Number 7, they don't take Part B. I see a lot of seniors enroll in Part A, and they don't want to take Part B. Why do you think they're not taking Part B? I wish I could see y'all's comments here. But right now you should be typing. The question is, why are they not taking Part B? And it's all about money. Okay. The majority of seniors, guys, unfortunately, didn't plan for retirement. They thought the government was going to take care of it. Okay. Well, they're getting their $1,200 check, and they got to live off that check and pay living expenses. And then they're going to hop onto Medicare Part B and pay $160-something premium. Man, that's going to be tough. So a lot of them think, I don't need that. I'll just take the A. Well, they don't realize that they have to have the B. Okay. It is super important. Usually for most seniors, they've worked 10 years, 40 quarters. Part A is free, and then they pay a premium for Part B. Okay. And most seniors do pay a premium for Part B. There are a few that don't. Who are the ones that don't? Should be typing that in there. Who are the ones that don't? Again, I wish I could see y'all's comments, but I know you guys are super smart. The ones that don't pay for a Part B premium are the ones that are on Medicaid. Okay. State Medicaid will pay for those premiums for those seniors. All right. We're halfway there, guys. Halfway there. Again, these are a lot of bullet points that you guys can use for marketing, for posting on your social media, for your blog, for a newsletter, however you want to take advantage of these bullet points. Number 8. Okay, this one I don't see often, but every now and then I'll see them. I'm like, why did you get on this? Well, they buy or enroll in the most expensive plan, thinking that because they're paying more money, they're getting a better plan. Okay, PDPs, I see this quite a bit. You'll have a lot of companies will have a 3 or maybe 2 offerings on their PDPs with 2 different price points. And a lot of times, just common knowledge, you think, well, I'm going to pay more, so it's probably better. Well, it may or may not be. Number 9. Okay, this one I do see. Okay, and I don't know how this happens, but meeting with an agent that doesn't speak their language. Kind of a problem, guys. All right. It happens quite a bit. I speak English and Spanish, but I've met with some seniors, and they enrolled with somebody who didn't speak any Spanish. They had no idea. They were just like, okay, they know enough, but they're not comprehending. So speaking with dealing with an agent that doesn't speak their language, kind of a tough one. Number 10. Number 10 here. Meeting with an agent that is not familiar with all the benefits of that state or county. Okay. I see this in the form of a call center issue. You think that guy that is calling you from some call center from who knows where knows the plans in your area? Okay, when I visit with a senior and they talk to somebody at a call center, I will tell them, look, what do you think that, do you even know? Let me tell you one thing. The odds of you speaking to that individual again are slim to none. Okay, it's a call center. All they care about is selling you. They make their money. They don't care. Beyond that, they're done with you. Okay, but do you think they know the plans in your area specifically? Now, I'm assuming they're seeing the summary benefits and they're reading off it, but do they really know the ins and outs of that plan for that one county? I don't think so. How strong is that network? How weak is the network? How strong is the formulary? How weak? I know my plans very, very well in my area. Outside of my area, it's a tough one. All right. Along this line too, guys, I have seen this, and I'm going to keep this in number 10, or maybe you can make another bullet point of this if you want. But what about not knowing your Medicaid limits for your state Every state, Medicaid is a state level benefit. So they're different for every state. And then not knowing LIS. Okay, I'll be talking about that later on in our training. LIS is low income subsidy. This is the extra help that seniors get on their prescription benefits if they qualify. Guys, it's so easy to get LIS. And when a senior gets LIS and they're on a lot of medications, this is life-changing for them. Okay. And I'll be discussing why it's life-changing for them. Okay. It saves them a ton of money. And usually those people that qualify for LIS are people with very low incomes and very little assets. Therefore, having this benefit is huge. Okay. And I'll be talking about that later. Number 11. Number 11. This is another scenario that I see our seniors making, another mistake. They do nothing. They turn 65, they do nothing. Okay. Why do you think, and I've seen this, okay, why do you think these seniors, they may enroll in Medicare, they have Medicare A and B, and they have nothing else? I refer to those seniors as running naked. Okay. Why are they running naked? They're 65. You don't want to see a 65-year-old running naked. All right. Why are they running naked? Why don't they have a supplement with a PDP plan, or maybe just a supplement? Okay. I see that a lot. They neglect to get a PDP because they don't know, or maybe they don't want to pay that additional premium, or they don't enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan. So they have A and B and they think they're good. So usually I see this error or this mistake happen because, number one, they don't know any better. They're thinking Medicare A and B has got them completely covered. Well, we know, or your new agents will know, that having Medicare A and B only is not a good thing. There's a ton of risk that they're subject to, and there's no prescription benefits with A and B, so not a good thing. Okay, so that's one thing they don't know. The other thing is they're afraid to enroll in the wrong plan. They're getting notices, and we'll talk about the levels of confusion that our seniors deal with. But what I see a lot, guys, is these seniors are getting hit on TV. They're getting mail. They're getting calls from agents. They're overwhelmed, and they're afraid to enroll in the wrong plan. They got too many choices, and there's no way for themselves to narrow these choices down. That's where we come in. We have all those choices to offer them. We're going to narrow it down for them based on the information that we gather. Okay. 12. This I have seen. Okay. They start off with Medicare A and B, and 6 months down the road, for whatever reason, they cancel Part B. And I'm like, why? Well, because I couldn't afford it. Geez, that's not a good thing. So they cancel Part B. You know, it's sad, but it happens. Number 13, they don't know, or they don't enroll in a Part D prescription drug plan. They have no idea. Okay. They may not enroll because they don't know, or they may not enroll because they don't want to pay the premium. Okay, it's another mistake that they make. I'm going to guess the PDP people or the people that are needing PDP and don't get it, or typically they just don't want to pay, or they, like I said, they just don't specifically know that they need to get that. They're thinking that Med Sup, because usually you pair it with a Med Sup, they're thinking that Med Sup has prescription benefits. All right, number 4. I don't take any medication, so I'm not going to get Part D. I don't need it. Okay, they know that they should get it, but they don't take it because they're not taking any medications. Okay, and then 4 or 5 years down the road, their health deteriorates, they start taking some medications, they enroll in an MA plan, on an MAPD, they enroll in a prescription drug plan, and now they're subject to penalties. Not a good thing. And the last one is meeting with an agent who is not well trained. Okay, I have seen agents enroll an individual that has Medicare and Medicaid into a regular plan. I'm like, why didn't you put them into a dual plan? And I asked, of course, I don't know the agent that did it, but I'm asking the insured, why didn't they put you over here? Well, I don't know. That's what he recommended. I'm like, you know, some agents just aren't well trained, and you know, it is what it is. All right, guys. So I just did a rundown of the 15 mistakes that I see agents making. And David, you know, I was saying, David, how are the comments? Were people chiming away?
Oh yeah, there's tons of them. I have to put in, of course, number 16, which is you know, they buy from Joe Namath and JJ Walker. I think that needs to be added to the list, right?
You know what? I have it open. I'm gonna
add it. You're gonna actually put it on there, right?
Yeah, I am.
I don't know. Did they play those ads this time around? I know with all the compliance change, I was wondering if they did or not. So,
you know what? I did see it. You know, I think they did.
Right. I know there was a particular response to some of the like TK said here, believing unscrupulous agents have their best interests at heart. You know, that's many are pure replacement artists. They never met anybody that was already in their best plan. So yeah, that's difficult.
These guys are good. They're good. You know, they're the reason why us agents, our field agents that are meeting with these seniors, having to do this call recording crap, is because of those guys. I blame them, the call centers. They're just, some of these guys are bad.
Well, you know, the one thing that I would suggest everybody to do, especially with open enrollment, right? Because you're going into a situation where you're replacing existing business. Remember that the name of the game here in Medicare is not just offense, it's defense too. This is one thing we've seen in our agency where we'll have very good, very active, final expense agents get into the Medicare space. And they know how to close, they know how to hustle, and all that stuff is awesome. But they have to learn what it's like to actually support and take care of their clients. Because the truth is that when you leave your client's house, I mean, they're going to be under a barrage of attacks from advertising, junk mail, calls, people showing up at the door, selling the next best thing when it comes to Medicare. So how do you prevent that? Well, you can't stop that from happening, but you have to have some systems in place. And Luis, feel free to speak on this, because I think this is important in OEP and beyond, to retain what you sold, because that's where the money's at.
Yep. And we're going to talk, you know, we just finished with AEP. AEP is the big annual enrollment season. It ended December the 7th. We're now into OEP. I'm going to get into OEP strategies, but now that AEP is over, the annual election period is over, you need to have some strategies to retain all that business. And that's what I'm going to hop into next, is what is your post-AEP game going to be like?
Right. 100%. And if you guys got questions, feel free to post them into the chat about anything that Luis had to say, or questions in general about OEP. Again, this is kind of just a little primer of what's to come throughout the afternoon. We want to give you guys an opportunity to maybe ask some questions, whether we answer them now or include them later. This is a great way to kind of, if you have questions and want some specific type of help when it comes to Medicare and OEP season, this would be a great opportunity to ask it. Also, friendly reminder, again, we're offering a bunch of freebies. We've got a social media audit package, a TikTok. What was it exactly, Luis? A TikTok video?
He's going to help in collaboration with the agent who wins this.
Yeah.
Our TikTok expert is going to make a 45-second video for you, give it to you so that you can post it. And it's just not going to be this, a little cheesy, let me record it on my phone kind of video. It's going to be a produced video that you're going to get.
Right. And then somewhere between 2 and 4 smart books, depending on how nice Luis is feeling. This is our giveaway contest that we're offering all of you who maybe missed this at the beginning but are joining now. The way that you enter it is very simple. We'll be drawing at the end of the day by email. You just need to go to daviddeford.com/ISS. Even if you don't win one of the prizes today, you will get free access to my no cost, very comprehensive sales training website that's free to any agent across the nation. You don't have to buy anything. We've got tons of training, scripts on final expense, Medicare, ACA, annuities. We've got a community that you can correspond with of new and aspiring agents, as well as a weekly Q&A call that's for members only that I host. So if you're interested in that, just go there. If you've already done it, re-enter your name again, and then you'll be put on the list. So we'll have that too. Lou asks,
David, before you go on, I want to mention something because this happened the last time we did this. Guys, if you're a agent who is thinking about getting into Medicare and aren't partnered up with somebody, what should they be doing, David?
Getting AHIP done, getting their license done, and then talking to us.
Exactly. Contracting, guys. Get with David on that. He's got his information out there. David can help you with getting, I'm a trainer, guys. That's what I do. I don't want to contract you. That's not my role. My role is once David contracts you, I'm going to train you and I'm going to support you. So if you need contracting, and we're also out of this blackout window. If you're an agent, there's a lot of organizations out there, David, that are great marketing, contracting organizations. They contract you and then it's kind of like, hey, good luck. See ya. When I started, David, I remember my very first sale. Okay. The very first one, I'm with an insured. I mean, I'm smart, but I was still stuck. I called my immediate upline. The guy got back with me 7 days later. Of course I lost the deal. And I'm like, you know what? No, we're not going to have that. Okay. So I make myself available as your trainer by cell phone. We have a platform for training and support. But if you're with an organization like that and you'd like to join us, get with David. We can help transfer those contracts over to us. Or if you're a new agent out there, you're like, you know what, I want to do Medicare. This is something that's hot. Get with David. I need to point the right way.
Yeah, a couple other things that somebody in the chat asked, and then I'll go to Lou Silva. You got a question? We'll hit that. 360's relationship. They see 360 Insurance Group behind your head and wondering like, well, David's DeFord Insurance Group. How does that all work? Well, the best way to think about what we do is kind of like a syndication. We're business partners. We run kind of a joint mutual business in the Medicare side of things. Luis is not a recruiter. He's a trainer. We're all associated with the 360 Insurance Group marketing organization, which is above me. And they're responsible for training Luis, my agents. So if you're interested in joining us, again, shameless plug. And for those who are curious, you would go through DeFord Insurance Group to then go eventually get contracted and then work with Luis. So that's how the whole, 6 degrees of separation works between Luis and myself. And then question in the chat, Lou, so outside of annual election period and open enrollment period, is the rest of the year centered around special election period? Or better yet, maybe a better way to ask it, what else can you do outside of OEP and AEP? Okay,
so our agents sell all year long. I mean, it is not a seasonal deal. Yes, AEP is a huge season, and it is. And then you have OEP, which can be a huge season. It's really not a season. It just gives you another election to utilize. That's all that it does. And it's a Medicare Advantage election. That's all. It doesn't allow people to get in that don't have it. But outside of that, we train you guys, and then we also focus on marketing, on getting in front of people that have a high probability that they're going to have this election, these couple of elections. So we focus a lot of our marketing, and we'll train you to do a lot of your marketing to deal with the low-income seniors. Why low income? Number one, those are the ones that are either going to have LIS, which is a election that you can utilize. They may have Medicaid, another election that you can utilize. Unfortunately, and this is a correlation, it doesn't really, that population also tends to be not as healthy. And so a lot of the seniors out there, a huge percentage, and what would you say, David, have diabetes?
Probably quarter, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, a
Easy.
huge portion. That's another election that you can utilize. Those are the three most common elections that we focus on outside of AEP, the OEP. We target those elections. And, this is one statistic that I found. This low income population of seniors, a good portion of them are already in LIS, which you can utilize. But there is a portion that doesn't have LIS. Why? When they enrolled in Medicare, they were sent a form. I mean, remember, they're getting pounded with mail and they don't fill it out. And if they don't fill out this application for LIS, they don't give it to them. Now, when you go in there and you do your analysis, you do your job and you gather data and you realize, man, this person qualifies for LIS. Why don't they have it? Okay, well, whatever the reason they don't have it, but now you can take care of it for them. Once they gain LIS, then you have an election that you can utilize. So that's the game plan for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, and the thing to be 100% clear here, and Luis has done a good job of it, is that Medicare is just not an annual election period at the end of the year. It's a year-round sales opportunity that, for those that know what to look for, there's plenty of business to be had. We also there's also the T65 market. So this is people who are turning 65. Well, that happens all year too as well. And that's a great market just because people have to make a decision on what they're going to do about Medicare. Are they going to buy a supplement, an advantage plan? They're probably confused, like most seniors are, which one's going to work best. And that's a definite opportunity year round as well. Point is, if you go looking for opportunities in the Medicare space, it definitely exists. It's out there. And you can stay as busy as you want to. I mean, we have agents that, I think our top agent last year wrote in excess of 800 policies for Medicare Advantage. And
that's outside of AEP, David.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I wanted to emphasize. And then another Evan, he did 600 as of, I believe, mid-September last year over that 12-month period of time. I don't even think he really worked that hard. He said during annual election period. So the business is out there, guys. It's a great opportunity. That's why we're putting this OEP training together, because you need to think out of the box and not just think about Medicare at the end of the year, but throughout the entirety of the year. Luis, anything you want to add on that?
What I'm gonna add on this, guys, is the typical Medicare agent came out of their cave or retirement during AEP. The majority of them, now that AEP is finished, the majority of them are going to go back to retirement, back to their cave, back to golfing or whatever they do. And they earned that right. They can do that. So a huge portion of agents go away. Okay. A few of them stay on for OEP, and then another chunk after OEP finishes at the end of the quarter, then they go away. And then it's pretty much, it kind of dies. And that's the typical agent. So for you guys, it's like the field kind of, it's wide open. You just got to get out there and get in front of those people throughout the year. And we target those people.
What are you seeing, Luis, as far as marketing goes, as being like the different routes that are working for Medicare agents these days?
So number one, and I think, David, me and you both agree on this, is direct mail is king. It is what it is, guys. And the direct mail people are usually your low income people, because you're targeting those zip codes. But direct mail is good, and direct mail also has the longest shelf life. Those leads last. Okay, so direct mail is huge. Now, what I like doing is the social media stuff. It's easy. It's a lazy man's. You don't have to door knock, and you can door knock, but you're not out in the field. You're doing a lot of stuff, Zoom, over the phone kind of stuff. So social media. I will tell you this. This is kind of branching away from Medicare, but I will tell you this. A lot of new agents get lured by these other FMOs because they promise them, David, this is funny. They promise them and it happened to me, the turning 65 list. All right, David, I don't know about you, man, but if you had that list, would you share it?
No.
No, they're easy. They're new to Medicare, and you're getting $600 and something commission. If you found that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, why would you be sharing it? Okay, so I'm going to tell you what a lot of FMOs get out there in the form of turning 65 leads. Okay, nobody has the marketing money that these carriers have. Millions of dollars. So what they do is they mass mail all these people that are turning 65. They get the responses. Guess who works those leads first? Not you, the internal captive agents. Okay, that's who works them. They pick, I mean, they go through them. They recycle those within the internal carriers. And then when they're done and you got crumbs left over, they give those crumbs to all the crumbs to all these FMOs. So they give them to those FMOs, and then those FMOs, hey, look, guys, we got this turning 65 list. Here you go. You come contract with us, and we'll share it with you. I'm like, really? I mean, it's like they might as well just give you the white pages. We don't have white pages anymore. But hey, it's crap. So,
right.
But now I'm going to contradict myself. There is a magical turning 65 list. Okay, your own magical turning 65 list. And David, where do you think, and I want you guys to type this in, where do you think this magical turning 65 list is that you can create for yourself? And David can help you get started on that. What do you think? Come on, what are they typing in there, David?
Nothing yet. There's that 20-second delay.
Okay. All right. Come on, guys. Somebody tell me, where can you create your own turning 65 list and make money while you're creating that list? 3 letters.
ACA.
ACA, baby. ACA. Okay. We're also in the ACA field. David can help you with those contracts, but ACA is a great way to make money, build up a book of business, and eventually that book of business is going to age into Medicare. And you're going to have a way to mine your own data there to grab those people and tell them, look, you're going to get pounded. You're going to get hit on by you're going to get mail, unsolicited phone calls. You're probably going to get door knocks. Okay. But I'm going to take care of you. I have all your information. I know your history. I know your doctors. I even got your tax return. So, and that's the ACA stuff. But guys, come to me. I'm going to take care of you. Those people, they're the easiest to work with. So if you're thinking, well, I also want to do ACA. I'm the ACA trainer. David can help you with contracts, and I will get you taken care of.
So, one of the things we've also seen a development of is more agents now in the Medicare space are using digital leads. They are generating their own leads on social platforms like Facebook, kind of leaving behind the direct mail world, I guess you could say, and doing pretty well. And in a moment, we're going to bring on Shauna, who is our first guest to talk about marketing on Facebook and a little bit about that. So, Luis, kind of give us some insight on that. And then if you don't mind, when you're ready, just we'll call Shauna in and have her do her talk.
Perfect. So, guys, one of the things I've always focused on grassroots marketing. I'm not much of a lead guy. So I was out at flea markets. I would go network with doctors and dentists. I was set up at a retail location during AEP and OEP. The typical grassroots marketing. I even did the senior centers where they hang out and I'd have a table with goodies. I'm like, it was hard work. Okay. But you get to a point where you don't want to work hard anymore. You want to work smarter. And so I started doing some social media ads. Now, most agents, that's not what we do. My stuff was all jacked up. It was working, but it was a little jacked up. I was paying quite a bit for my leads online. And so I found Shauna. So Shauna and I connected, and I'm like, Shauna, you take a look at what I'm doing. And she was like, I don't know how you're surviving with this crap. And I'm like, so she did an audit. She took my Facebook ad and she tweaked it out. Well, she got my lead cost cut down by approximately 75%, which means two things. I pay less for my leads, or I pay the same amount, but get a heck of a lot more leads. Okay. It was beautiful. And so she helped me out. I'm like, okay, I know what this is like. And I know a lot of agents out there don't know how to set up their Facebook, how to set up their social media to get leads. And so I asked Shauna, hey, Shauna, why don't we partner up and help create a course that's affordable and that can help agents market on social media? And she's like, sure. And so she started to put something together. So with that, I'm going to introduce Shauna and I'm going to let her take over. And Shauna, you can wow them now.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Luis. All right, so I am very excited about the information that I'm going to share with you today, because I'm going to share information you can start applying right now today to start strategically utilizing social media to generate leads for free, and then also set your account up for success in the event that you decide to start utilizing paid advertising. So let me share my screen with you guys. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. As Luis said, my name is Shauna. I am the CEO and founder of Social Waves Media, and I launched my digital marketing agency in 2017. And in that time period, my team and myself, we have focused on one thing, and that is generating leads through social media. I have worked with numerous different industries and across multiple different platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, and YouTube. And I first started working with Luis, like he said, last year in 2022. And within about a week of making certain changes, we were able to reduce his cost per lead by 70. And now he's saying it's down 75%, which is awesome. And I'm going to not only share exactly what I did in his account with you today, but I'm also going to share with you a strategic approach for you to get started generating leads for free. So when it comes to lead generation, you know, as an agent, that it is the fuel for your business, and you can't let that ever run on empty. So right now, as an agent, what are your options to start generating leads? Well, Luis already kind of touched on them. Of course, you can do networking. You can do some grassroots marketing. But the downside of that is it's very time intensive, and it's also not super predictable. You also can do direct mail or use online lead vendors. And I'm sure most of you know the cons of that already. Not only is it extremely expensive, but those leads are not exclusive to you. And oftentimes those leads don't even know why you're calling them. So whenever you get on the phone with them, finally, you're not just focusing on helping them, you're having to convince them that they can trust you before you can even start moving forward. So I want you to imagine looking at your calendar and seeing it booked out with leads that are not only interested in what you have to offer, but they already requested an appointment with you, or maybe they even set that appointment with you themselves. And now all you have to do is swoop in and be the superhero that you are. You're not a salesperson. Your industry is helping people with something that they need help with. So you get to step in already in that role. That is the power of social media marketing and social media lead generation. They already know you, they're interested in what you have to offer, and they're already willing to listen to you and trust you. Now, as I mentioned, I've worked across multiple different social media platforms for lead generation. And I'm here to tell you, there is one that is the best for insurance agents to use. And out of all of those, it is Meta, aka Facebook and Instagram. So in case you didn't know, Facebook and Instagram have joined forces. They are one company and they've rebranded as Meta. What I love about Facebook and Instagram is, especially when we're talking about Medicare, this is where your users are. You don't have time to be spending like all day on every single social media platform. So it's important for you to kind of get laser focused and then utilize that content across the board. This is where your users are. This also is an amazing platform that allows you to have a very professional storefront without being tech savvy. They give you the tools to look like you got all of your stuff together. You don't have to have a website. You don't have to be tech savvy. And that is one of the reasons that I believe that you should be focusing your time and energy on Meta or Facebook and Instagram for your lead generation. Now, I'm going to be sharing with you two different types of lead generation. We're going to talk about organic, which is a fancy word for free. Organic means strategically posting content on your social media platform that organically attracts people and makes them choose to become a lead. And we're also going to talk about paid advertising. Now, before we jump in, I'm going to be sharing a lot of information, and I don't have all day with you guys, so I can't go super, super in depth. But for that reason, I created a free guidebook that goes along with this talk. Okay, all you have to do is go to socialwavesmedia.com/leads, pop in your email address, and in about 15 to 20 minutes, I'm going to send you this free guidebook. It's going to have all of my talking points. It's going to have any links that I mention when I say you should take care of this. I'm going to have a link in there of how to do that. I'm also going to have some templates for you to download. So that way you can just sit back, relax, listen to the information, absorb it, and know that you have all of the talking points, screenshots even of the slides waiting for you in your inbox. All right, so let's jump in about the organic leads. The first thing that you need to do is you need to have an optimized profile on both Facebook and Instagram. So you need to go in, if you haven't already, and create a Facebook business page, and you need to create an Instagram account. Now, side note on Instagram, when you create that account, it's going to be considered a personal account, and you have to convert it over to a business account. If you go grab my free guide, I have a link in there that tells you how to convert a personal account into a business account. It's very easy if you just follow the step-by-step instructions. So let's take a look at a brief example of what an optimized Facebook business page looks like. And we're going to use Mr. Tony Robbins here. All right, so at the very top, he's got a customized URL. When users click over to your page, it makes you look much more professional when your URL is customized. Again, in that guidebook, if you go to socialwavesmedia.com/leads, I have the link of how to customize your URL once you create your business page. You need to have a nice professional looking profile and cover photo. I get asked from agents, should I be using my photo of myself or should I be using my company's logo? Most of the time, especially for you as an agent, it's best for you to use a photo of yourself because users want to connect with you, the individual, much more than they want to connect with a brand. And even like a big guy like Tony, of course, he's using his face there. Now look at his cover photo. You can see that it looks different on the screenshot on the left, which is desktop, versus the screenshot on the right, which is mobile. So your profile photo is going to move around based on which platform or which device the user's being on. So you can see right here where the profile photo is on mobile, tablet, and desktop. When you are creating your Facebook business page cover photo, the best thing that you can do is create an image that is like this. It's 1200 by 65 in Canva. And like I said, I know this is a lot of information, so I have these templates in that free guide for you to download. So all you have to do is download them. I have the link of how to sign up for Canva, which is a free tool that you can use to create posts for social media. Very simple, very easy to use. Luis uses it. Most of us use it. You can pop this template in and follow it to create your own business page cover photo. And then this is a very safe looking Facebook business page cover photo. You got your background image, you have a nice little white square in the middle, and then you just have a little bit of information about your business. You don't want to stress too much about getting your cover page to look perfect across all devices. I mean, you can even see Mr. Tony did not stress over it. So it's a little bit cut off. It's completely fine, but just the overall look and feel needs to be professional. Then, of course, you're going to have a call to action. His Learn More is going to take users to his website. You might choose to have on there text me, message me, or even a link to your scheduler, so that way leads can schedule an appointment with you. And then, of course, you want to fill in the description. Very similar thing for the Instagram page. You want to make sure you take advantage of that short description and that you have a call to action of what you want a user to do whenever they visit your profile. You can see here he has latest podcast episode. You could link to your scheduler there, so that way a lead could schedule with you. And then you can select how you would like them to be able to contact you. Even having text message. I don't know if Tony's actually goes to his text. It says that it does, but I'm not sure. All right, so that's the very first thing that you need to do. Create an optimized profile. Then we can get into what to post. When you're trying to decide what to post on your page, I like to use what's called the KLT factor. All right, so the KLT factor is know, like, and trust. You want any user that comes to your page to get to know you as an expert, to like you, and then to trust you. So here's just a couple of examples of what type of post you could be putting on your page. So you could one day decide to post a no one. So you want them to know you as an expert. So you might put the biggest mistake that individuals can make when enrolling in Medicare, or the 3 biggest changes in 2023 to Medicare, or don't make this one mistake, or here's 3 ways that an agent can help you. So you're giving them helpful, good information. Like, you can't be afraid of showcasing who you actually are. It's completely appropriate for you as an agent who's making personal connections with people to occasionally post pictures of your personal life, like your family. Maybe you've been on vacation, a pretty sunrise, an inspirational thing. You can definitely post some like things as long as you have a balance with all of these others, the know, like, and trust. And then finally, the trust one is one that I see a lot of people forget about. You want to build trust. And the way that you can do that is you can post, of course, testimonies are great, but if you can't get a testimony, you can always tell a story about how you helped someone. And then the user can see themselves in who you helped. So you could say, I had such a great day yesterday helping, put Mike in quotes so they know you're not using a real name. He was almost making this mistake. After spending 15 minutes with me, we discovered this path made more sense for him. And I was able to help him make the right decision for himself and his family. So if you have a balance of these 3 things, your social media is going to look very attractive to the right prospect. And you don't need to be overposting, stressing. I would say if you could post 3 times a week in the beginning just to get your page kind of built up. And the awesome thing about Meta or Facebook, Instagram is you can post on one platform. And I have this in my free guide, how to do this. You post on one platform and it'll cross post to the other. So you're not having to spend a lot of time on either. You just post on Instagram, it goes straight to your Facebook business page as well. So you want to have a balance of that, the KLT factor. And then the last, but probably most important type of post that you need to have to generate organic leads is you need to have true call to action posts. Now, a call to action post is literally asking the user to become a prospect, to become a lead for you. And so every call to action post that you put up is going to have these elements. You're going to address a pain point. You're going to talk about the transformation that you provide, how you can help, and then what their next steps are. So for example, choosing the right Medicare path doesn't have to be overwhelming or frustrating. In fact, it can be very simple. It can be a very simple process in under 30 minutes. My passion is helping individuals choose the right plan. If you would like a free no-cost consult, just put a thumbs up in the comment and I'll DM you, or DM me, or click the link in my bio and schedule an appointment. So a call to action post is literally saying, I want you now to take this next step. You can post a call to action post anywhere from, I would say, 2 to 4 times a month. If you're only posting a few times a week, you want there to be a balance of that. So you're not all call to action. But if you have this, if this is what your social media profile looks like, you got posts that show you're an expert. You've got a little bit of like personal touch to show your unique personality, and you're showing how people can trust you. And then you're asking them to convert. You have a very, very strong social media profile. And this is how you can strategically utilize Facebook and Instagram to generate organic leads. Now let's talk about paid advertising. But before we jump in, why, if you can generate leads for free, Why do you need to consider taking advantage of paid advertising? Well, there's three main reasons. First, they do play different roles in what your brand outreach is and your brand perception, right? Your lead generation ads would just be for trying to generate leads, but if one of them click over and take a look at your profile, they're getting to see all of these know, like, and trust posts as well. So they do play very different roles, and they really do influence each other. When you are posting organically, even if you're only getting like 10 people a day that check out your profile, it is teaching the algorithm what type of individuals are interested in you and your brand. So if and when you start running paid advertising, you're going to be able to quickly optimize a little bit more than someone that has never posted before, because Facebook's going to have a little bit more of an idea of what type of users interested in what you have to offer. And the fact is, when people look at this, you give them a call to action of like taking they're going to give you their information. A lot of people are going to click over and check out your profile, and they're going to say, who is this guy? Who is this girl? Let me see what they're about. And they're going to take a look at what your profile has to offer. And if it's blank, they're going to be like, no, thank you. And here's a fact. Organic reach is down. Okay, so according to Social Insider, right now, this year, Facebook is only at 5.3% organic reach, and Instagram is 13.2%. That's super low. I remember when Instagram, it was like 20% just like a year and a half ago. So why is that? Why are they limiting what your reach is? Well, it's because this platform, as all platforms' goals are a pay-to-play space. They want you to have to pay money as a business to get in front of the right users. And that is just the world that we live in. All social media starts with a very large, wide net of organic reach and whittles it down to as little as they can to keep businesses on the platform, but then to maximize their paid advertising. So before we talk about paid advertising, there's a few things that you need to know before you would consider it. So the biggest impact that disrupted my industry was the iOS update it was September of 2020, that there was this big update. Basically, what you need to know was it made it harder for websites to communicate to Facebook what users were on the website, because Facebook used to kind of know everything that was going on. So the old strategy used to involve doing all of these things, okay? You had to have a website, you had to install a pixel, you had to have standard events, custom conversions, blah, 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 all of these other things, okay? This is what the old strategy used to be that was working in Facebook. Now, specifically when we talk about generating leads, the new strategy is incredibly simple and straightforward, because we are keeping the user on the platform. And what that means for you as an insurance agent is you don't need a website, you don't need a landing page, you don't need to A/B test landing pages, you don't have to install pixels and all these other things. It's much more straightforward and very simple and streamlined if you know what you're doing. So let me show you what a lead generation ad is, just so you can visually see it. So the campaign part is what you would set up on the back end of your account. So you set up how you want Facebook to be serving these ads. The user is going to see an ad, and when they click on it, it's going to open a form on the platform. They're going to then submit it with their information and then see a thank you page. So let me show you what a real life lead generation ad looks like. So this is an example of one. So the user will see this. They can continue reading what the rest of the ad copy says. They click that learn more button. This little form is going to pop up right on the platform. It's going to automatically fill in their information for them, which is really convenient. They're going to click next. It's going to show a privacy policy. This is the one link that you need to be Facebook ad compliant. And I can show you how to generate one of these for free in under 2 minutes. So it's no big deal that we need that link. And then you're going to see a thank you page. So that is what a lead generation ad looks like. So you no longer have to implement all of these other techie, very in-depth things. You can actually have a very straightforward approach when it comes to your paid advertising. All right, so now we're going to get into sharing exactly what I did on Luis's account that made the biggest impact. And I'm going to tell you, put on your seatbelt, take a deep breath. We're going to get a little bit tech. We're going to be talking about some things that maybe you haven't ever heard of before. But even if you choose to just dabble in paid advertising, knowing these 3 things are going to save you so much money and prevent you from making massive mistakes that will just drain your bank account and get you not very many leads. All right, so the very first thing that you need to have happen is you need to set up the back end of your account properly. This is super important. You only have to do it one time. Now, if you already have a Facebook business page and an Instagram business page, you might have seen this right here. It's called the Meta Business Suite, and it's a really great tool for posting and managing comments. Now, on this page, you'll see this nice little guy that says ads. When you click on that, you feel like you're creating an ad because you can create a lead generation ad and you can get it to start serving in front of users. What you don't realize is this is the fast track shortcut to get you just to spend your money, and you don't get to take advantage of hardly any of Facebook advertising's tools. This is the Meta Business Settings /Manager. This is where you should be setting up the back end of your account. And a lot of people don't realize that. In fact, Luis was running all of his ads from the Meta Business Suite. He didn't even realize that there was this back end of a business manager where you're able to connect your assets, make the security on your account hack proof, which is super important because now Facebook is saying if your account gets hacked and your ad account is used, you still have to pay for it. So you need to make sure you have all of the security features turned on. And then in the Meta Business Settings, you've got a little hamburger menu there, and you've got access to all of these different tools. One of them being the actual ads manager. And when you're managing ads from the ads manager versus just the little bit of information you're seeing on the Meta Business Suite, you're able to know exactly what changes you need to make in order to continuously bring your cost per lead down. Whether it's the audience targeting, the ad creative, you're able to look at the data metric points whenever you know exactly which 4 to be looking at, and you're able to make a decision on which elements you should be changing to always be optimizing your ads. All right, so set up the back end. The second thing is you need to have the correct campaign structure. All right, so all Facebook ad campaigns, if you are on the back end and you're in the ads manager and you're taking advantage of all of Facebook's tools that they have to offer, this is what it looks like. And we've got these 3 little tabs: campaign, ad set, and ads. Now, I like to explain things in as simple and visual manner that I possibly can. So I always teach people that the campaign is kind of like a tree. The tree trunk of the campaign is what dictates what the goal of the campaign is. So we want to get leads. Then the branches are what's called ad sets. In other words, that is the audience that you're actually targeting. It's also got a few other things in there, like maybe you want to put budget there or the placement and all of these other things, but that is basically the audience that you're serving the ads to. And then the actual ad, which is the leaves, are the creatives that the individuals are actually going to see. Now, Facebook allows you to create, I don't know what the limit is. I mean, so you could do 1 ad set, you could probably do 100. I should probably see what the limit is on ad sets. I know you can at least do multiple ad sets. So you might decide to create 20 ad sets. Then in each ad set, you can create multiple different ad creatives. And the way that you decide to structure your tree makes a huge impact on how your ads are being served. And a lot of people don't realize that. When you set it up the way in the Meta Business Suite, it's 1 campaign, 1 ad set, 1 ad. And that structure is not going to get you optimal results. And the third and final thing I want to share with you is you must have multiple ad creatives. Okay. What I mean by that is here's an ad, and then there's certain different elements that go into the ad creative. Okay. We've got the copy at the top, the image, and the headline. And the thing is, Meta really, really cares about the content that's being served to their users. And it's not for warm and fuzzy reasons, okay? They want to keep the user addicted to being on the platform. They want you to keep scrolling and looking at photos and getting their ads served to you. Using only 1 ad creative will drive your cost up. And that's the structure that you set up in the Meta Business Suite. If you're doing it the simple way, you're only giving them 1 ad creative. And when you give Facebook 1 ad creative, and if that ad creative, people are not interacting with it, they're getting off the platform after it's being served, they'll probably continue serving it, but they're going to charge you a premium to get that ad in front of people. So what is the best approach is for each ad set. So the audience that we're targeting in the campaign, you need to have 2. Sometimes it makes sense to have 4 or even more ad creatives. So that way Facebook can actually utilize the algorithm and pick and choose which ad it's going to serve to its users. Now, I like to take things to the next level because it's not that complicated if you know what you're doing, and run what's called a dynamic ad. So a dynamic ad is where you upload multiple different text options, image options, and headlines options. And then the algorithm mixes and matches them to serve them in front of the individuals that they think are going to respond the best to them. This will drive your costs down alone because now you're giving Facebook control over what they are serving their users. And they like to have the control over what they're serving their users. And on top of that, you're able to see how your ad creative performed and make a decision on what changes you possibly need to make. And once you get an ad up and running that's going really well, you got a campaign that's doing great, you can manage your campaigns in as little as 30 minutes every other week, because once they're on autopilot, they just keep going. So if you apply these 3 things, it is possible for you to get results like this. This is all that same type of ad, the lead generation ad. Now, if you are feeling overwhelmed because it's a lot of information, you're not alone. It is overwhelming and it is hard to know exactly what steps to take. And that is why 90% of agents that are listening to this right now, maybe even 95, are never going to try to utilize paid advertising because it's just too much, or they did it once and they got bad results and it didn't work. But if you're sitting there and you do want to take advantage of this, you want to be able to know what your conversion rate is, how much you're paying for your cost per lead, sitting in your pajamas, drinking coffee whenever you're managing your campaigns. If you're interested in that, you've got 3 different options. All right, so first, of course, you can learn on your own and stay up to date on Meta's algorithm changes. The information to run your own ads is out there, but then you have to filter through and find the information that's only relevant to your line of business for running lead generation ads. And then on top of that, you have to stay up to date on what strategy is working and what strategies are not. Number 2, you could hire someone. You could totally hire an ads manager. The going rate for an ads manager is around $2,000 to $3,000 a month retainer. And that does not include the ad fee that you're actually paying to serve the ads. You might find someone that's qualified for $1,500 a month, but if someone is charging you under that and you just went and got them on Upwork, you have to be very careful about their actual knowledge and experience before they start managing your money. Or you could spend a little bit of time and money and learn from someone. You could decide that you're just going to take a little bit of time and you're going to learn exactly how to manage your own ad campaigns. And that's how I've chosen to start interacting with insurance agents, because all the agents I've met are smart enough to be able to implement this. They just need a little bit of help. And so that is why Luis and I together, we created Insurance Click to Close, which is the ultimate Facebook ad lead generation course. And it's got the best of both worlds because you've got me teaching you how to run ads, and I am a marketer at heart, and I know that platform in and out. And then you've got Luis, who you know is extremely experienced whenever it comes to this industry, and he has his own twist in this course. So I'm going to show you briefly exactly what is inside the course. So I teach you the back end of how to set up the campaign. We're going to have that ad pop up in front of the user. They're going to submit the form, and then a couple of really cool things happen at once. Okay, so the lead will be prompted to schedule an appointment with you. And Luis is saying many times those leads automatically just schedule that appointment with him. They'll also drop into what's called the Meta Lead Center. So they're sitting right there for you on Facebook. You can go download that list anytime you want. But Luis added his twist to this, and he teaches you in this course how to set up a CRM, and you will get a text alert saying, hey, you got a brand new lead. And then you are going to get the workflow that Luis is using himself, and it's going to be automated. The individual will get 10 texts and 10 emails, all prompting them to schedule that appointment with you so you don't have to be chasing people down. So I'm just going to touch very briefly on what's inside Insurance Click to Close, because you're going to have the information page to check it out. The thing I want to point out is the bottom left, insurance specific strategies. I share with you exactly how to set up your campaign based on your goals. And I've got 2 really powerful strategies that Medicare agents right now are using. Of course, you can target users over 65, but I also show you how you can set up campaigns where they'll target users turning 65 in the next 4 months. You run that campaign for 1 month, get those prospects in your pipeline, and then the next month you're running it for the next 4 months. And if you guys choose to enroll because you're here in this training, I'm going to give you a special link that allows you to get 4 additional bonuses, which you can read about on the page because I don't want to take too much time. But so we have Insurance Click to Close. We're giving you $2,800 worth of free bonuses. This course, we offer this course for only $1,497. You'll be fully self-sufficient. You'll be able to manage your own ads, and it's less than the cost of an ads manager. But in addition to the bonuses, Luis and I, because you're here today, we want to offer you a $500 voucher, which will make your investment only $997. Now, this is a very limited time opportunity for you. And I also want to let you know, if you're like, but I want real human support, you will get invited to my membership. It's normally $109 a month. With this offer, you're going to be invited for $49 a month. You don't need it, but I just want to let you know, I am there. I have a private Facebook group with 2 members, 2 team members that are answering questions. And then you get 2 mentor meetings with me where I actually go into your account and help you optimize your ads. So let me tell you what to do. You guys have to go grab that free guidebook. So go to socialwavesmedia.com/leads. I'm going to send you the exclusive link. You're going to have this information page. You can scroll through it, read it. You can reach out if you have any questions. You can read some testimonies from other agents. Then if you click on any of the Enroll Now buttons, you're going to be taken to a checkout page that already has that $500 voucher right there on there. And then you get lifetime access, including any and all updates. So that is the best course of action. If you are interested in taking what you've learned today and really applying it and starting to generate leads like this, then all you have to do is go over there, ask for that guidebook, and I will include the link in there as well. All right. Yes, I think that is it.
Awesome. Awesome. And I will tell you guys, my leads, I started, it's been overwhelming. I've gotten to a point where maybe I should sell them, but I don't want to even get in that game. And we're overwhelmed with leads, and it's working smarter. I love it. Shauna, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. David, any questions for Shauna from our viewers?
Let's take a look here. This is like drinking from a fire hose. Yes, it is. No worries. We'll have this recorded. And for anybody who's wondering, once this is over, it's going to remain on YouTube, right? So I kind of, look at my work as a permanent evergreen type of thing. So you'll always have the ability to come back here and watch it, look at it again. So very good here.
Yes, absolutely. And that link will be available for whenever you sign up for that free guidebook. You will have that exclusive link for 4 days to think about it, no matter when you decide to, if you're watching it live now or watching the replay.
Great. Shauna, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Take care. All right, Luis, where's you there, Luis?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Got unplugged. Luis has been having camera problem. Got to plug the camera back in and out.
I do the robot, man, and I didn't do it on purpose, but that was kind of the robot thing there.
Where's Chiquita?
Oh, check this out, guys.
It's amazing how he can just like zip through the wall there like the Terminator. So
yeah, you know what?
There's Chiquita.
There's this vicious I canceled my alarm because I've got this thing running around the office. She's
vicious when necessary, right?
Oh yeah, she's the office attack dog.
Right. You got
I never leave home without
sweater on it.
It could be 95 degrees and she's still shaking. So she starts shaking. She's bundled up in a blanket.
You know what I'm thinking about getting?
What's
thinking about getting a pug. What do you think about a pug?
Hey, my daughter, they are cute.
They are. They're so stupid looking that they're cute. It's I might have to get one. They're
fun.
I'll call it El Jefe. That's what I'll do.
El Jefe. I'm just wondering, okay, our viewers, do you even know what el jefe or el patrón means? You know, patrón, they're probably thinking, hey, this guy likes to drink tequila. Exactly. No, I back in the day, not anymore.
Right.
Cool,
Nobody
cool.
knows.
Guys, I would just tell you, I hope that you're getting something out of this. We are, there's a lot more information we're going to give you. So far, we discussed the mistakes. We got Shauna with some social media marketing. Guys, I'm going to get into some post-AEP strategies. But David, are we going to have Cigna coming on now?
Yeah, so we're got again. Cigna was kind enough to underwrite this entire event and sponsor it. So part of that is playing some of their content and videos to help you guys understand better about their product lineup. So we got a series of videos that's going to start. So we're going to take a little break, me and Luis here, and we're going to play some content from them. So guys, sit tight. Please give your attention to the Cigna videos that we're about to play, and then once that is done, Luis and I will be back. And Luis, what are we going to be talking about after the Cigna sponsorship?
So I'm going to hit you hard with AEP strategies, post-AEP strategies. Guys, you have got to come up with a game plan. So we're going to be discussing that. And as soon as I finish with that, we will jump into what is OEP and what you can and cannot do. And then we'll go into Medicare 101. You know, hey, how do you present? What do you need to know? And how do you do your job? How do you do an analysis? We're going to jump into all that, guys. So there's a lot more. Stay tuned, guys. Don't leave us.
Awesome.
And don't forget, David, don't they have to go and make sure your email is for the giveaways?
Yeah, if you haven't registered for our giveaway, again, we've got a social media audit, an opportunity to win a TikTok video creation, as well as some smart books from Medicare. Go to daviddufour.com/ISS. and enter your name at the box at the bottom. That'll get you access to my awesome and free insurance sales training website, but it'll also automatically enter. We're going to draw for that at the end of the day. So if you haven't done that yet, please do. And also hit the like button if you haven't. Without further ado, Luis, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our Cigna video, and we'll be back in a little bit. Hang tight, guys.
All right.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Marty Waters. I'm David Duford's new agent onboarding specialist, and I have the privilege here of hanging out a little bit with Lee Cantrell, the Regional Vice President of the Southeast Region of Medicare Advantage for Cigna. Thank you so much for joining us here, Lee. What are we going to discuss here today? I'm looking forward to this, actually.
Hey, Marty, thanks so much for having us. So we're going to talk about Cigna and our amazing products that we have throughout the country. But today we're going to focus on the Southeast region. And so as you can see, I've got the slides up on the screen. So we will go ahead and just get rolling because we have so much great information to share with you and your agents that we're just honestly thrilled about with Cigna Medicare. So the first thing I'm starting with is how are you and your customers going to win with Cigna, right? I used to be an agent. I started out as an agent, and that's like the number one thing, right? We want to make sure that it's a win for you as the agent and it's a win for your customer too, and that we're going to take good care of them. So the one thing you're going to hear me say over and over again is we've got some 5-star plans in the Southeast that we are so excited about. So when we get into Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, couple counties in North Georgia, you're going to hear about 5-star. And what does 5-star mean for you as the agent? That means you can sell year round. So
Yes.
tons of opportunity, right? Like AEP is wrapped up. If you're looking for more opportunity, Cigna is your home.
Yes.
We've got it for you. So
And
really excited about that.
We love hearing 5-star plans as Medicare.
Right.
So love that. Awesome. All right.
Good. And then some of the other things that, just so I don't have to keep repeating myself on every market, I tried to put on our highlights here on this slide. But we have a Cigna Healthy Today card that's a flex card on every single one of our plans. So if you enroll somebody with Cigna, that member is going to get that Cigna Healthy Today card, which is so cool. So you don't have to keep track of, oh, I enrolled them in an HMO. Are they going to get that? I enrolled them in the DSNP. I think they get that with that. No, every single Cigna member is going to get the Cigna Healthy Today card. So very cool, easy to remember, easy to do business with. Another thing that we've done through all of our plans is the senior savings model, right? The insulin savings program came out a few years ago. We've added that to all of our Medicare Advantage plans. It does say on all non-dual plans, right? And that's because on our dual plans, we've got VBID. So they're going to pay zero cost share on those D-SNP plans. So they don't need to be part of that insulin savings program. So that's why we call that out. Another huge differentiator for us, Marty, is our dental allowance.
No, great.
So on about 90% of our plans in the Southeast, actually more than that, have the dental allowance. And why the dental allowance is so awesome is because you can go see any dentist you want to go see, right? We all like to go see our own dentist. As long as they're not on the Medicare exclusion list, which is a very, very small number, you can go see them. There's no fee schedule, right? Let me repeat that again. No fee schedule. So there is an allowance, depending on the plan, could be anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000. You have first stellar coverage. Your customer does not pick up money and pay that dentist until they've maxed out that allowance, right? So we reimburse directly to the dentist. The dentists love this. It's actually a huge referral source for our top agents. Very exciting.
Yeah.
OTC, we've got a new retail option. So in years past, your customers could only order out of the catalog. Well, not anymore. We have a robust retail network there that they can actually go to the store and use their Cigna Healthy Today card to get OTC products. Another thing sometimes we kind of forget about is we have PPO reciprocity across state lines. So if you have a member in Tennessee and they want to go to Florida, right, and visit family or vacation there for a few months, they can actually access our PPO network there and go see a doctor just like it was in Tennessee and network. So we love to talk about that PPO reciprocity. And then our online provider directory. We've made huge strides with our online provider directory this year. It is so much quicker, easier search functionality. And as we get into the markets, we'll talk about how many providers we've added. In Florida alone, we literally have added thousands of providers. So if you looked at us in years past and thought, oh, it looks like kind of a narrow network, not any longer. Yeah. Definitely check us out again because we are adding providers literally every single day. So lots to get excited about there. And then again, how do we help your customers win? Well, we're going to provide them healthy incentives. So if they go get their healthy checkups, they're going to get up to $100 on our HMO product and up to $200 on the PPO products, just for doing the things that they probably already do anyway to keep themselves healthy. And then how are we going to win for you as the agent, right? We're paying $75 for any non-SIP applications if you do the health risk assessment. And new and improved, right, for D-SNP and our C-SNP products, we are actually going to pay $125 for the HRA. So that's some extra dollars in your pocket. We know, everything is on the rise, right? No agents love that, and it really helps us too.
Yeah, we love that.
Last but not least, another way we're going to help you win is you can earn an additional $50 by just doing an electronic application. And on that electronic application, if you put a valid PCP and a valid email address, you're going to earn $50 more. So again, if you do the HRA and again, probably the things that you're already doing on your applications, you're going to win with us. You're going to get somewhere between $125 and $175, depending on the product you sell. So again, 5-star, we've got amazing things to talk about, and I'm going to jump right into some of our market specifics. Okay. I'm going to talk about what we term the Alabama market, but really Alabama market, Swede Scarborough manages this market for us. It's all of Alabama, the panhandle of Florida, and it actually goes into Mississippi too. Okay. So keep that in mind as we show here. Alabama, our HMO products, we've got 5-star 5-star, sell it all year round. And what's so cool is our HMO product is what we like to refer to as quad zero. And why it's quad zero is it's 0 PCP, 0 premium, 0 specialist, really the only one in the market, 0 specialist, and 0 RX deductible. So this has been a plan that year after year we've been able to stick with. I think this is the 3rd year in a row. Very consistent plan. Our members, our agents love this plan, especially that $0 specialist.
Yeah.
So with that, we've also, and I do see an error on my slide, so I'm going to go ahead and call it out because I like to call it out.
Okay.
It says 4.5-star in Alabama, Mississippi. Well, that's old news. It's 5-star in Alabama and Mississippi. Okay.
Oh, that's great.
I want to clarify that. We'll get that changed over.
Yeah.
And we've also expanded into more counties in Mississippi. Our right to win markets are Huntsville, Birmingham, Hattiesburg, and Northwest Florida. So that's a beautiful place to go visit. So if you agents, need to go down to the Panhandle of Florida, come on down. We'll welcome you.
Yeah.
We've also had investments in our Part B buyback plan. So they range from $20 to $60. We already talked about some of the Part D LIS cost share reduction on our DSNP plan. So again, it drops that cost share to 0 for all tiers. We've got Papa Cares in this market. Of course, hearing aid, vision benefits. We've got the dental on the dental allowance. Agents, again, love it. So easy to use for our members, and no referrals required on all of these plans. As far as network, we've got your value-based providers. We know a lot of agents like to partner up with the value-based providers. So you can see a list of those, and a really strong network with the majority of the major hospital systems and health systems and network. We also have strong care allies and IPA partners in this market.
Great.
So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to Tennessee and Arkansas. So Linda Greer is a sales director for Tennessee and Arkansas, and we will cover Tennessee first. And again, Tennessee is a little bit of a nomenclature because it covers a few counties in that Northwest Georgia, Walker, Dade, a couple others. So when we start talking about that 5-star, it actually includes that Northwest corner of Georgia as well. You've got the Tennessee and the Arkansas HMOs. You can see we have a wide portfolio of products in these markets. And the thing we're really excited about this year specifically is one of our Part B buybacks. It's ranging from $65 to $75, one of the best in the market. We've got stable benefits on our HMO, so we reduce the MOOP. We enhance the OTC. I believe it's $225, which is really market leading. We hear a lot from our agents around that. And then the inpatient and hearing, we also invested in. We invested in our PPO products across the region, but especially in Tennessee and Arkansas. So if you've been a traditional HMO seller, definitely don't sleep on the PPO. We know a lot of people this year are really shopping their med sup and trying to save some money. So that PPO could be the perfect plan for that. We also increased our hearing aid benefit. This was something really we did nationally, but on the plans you're going to see with Cigna, they range from $1,400 to $2,000 hearing aid benefit. And then you can see the network. We're affiliated with major health systems across the state. You can see the primary care offices and the value-based providers that we have partnered with throughout the state. And again, this is not everything. This was just the highlight, right? So, if you're in that Tennessee market, Nashville, really strong foothold for us. We have a great brand there. Chattanooga, especially around that Hamilton County, we are crushing it in Hamilton County. And then Northwest Georgia and Memphis. Memphis has really come on strong and came on strong for us in AEP. So if you're in that area, definitely take a look at the Cigna products.
Yeah.
And then moving over to Arkansas, we have 4 HMO products in this market and 4 PPOs. The cool thing about the PPO product, it's new. So this was an expansion for us. We did not have PPO in this market previously. So really great opportunity. Again, if you've got your Med Sup members that are looking to save some money, looking to squeeze every dollar out of their wallet, this PPO product could be the right fit for them. Really aggressive benefits. They've got, we've got a low MOOP on that PPO. And then our HMO only has a $15 specialist copay, really industry leading in this marketplace. And then we invested in our DSNP in the Jonesboro market. We've got $4,000 in our dental allowance. That is hard to beat, especially with, right? You can get a lot of work done for $4,000. And the cool thing is we cover everything except cosmetic. So if you need dentures, implants, extractions, anything, all that is covered. The only thing we're not going to cover, right, is the cosmetic stuff. Right. If you've got somebody that needs some dental work, this is the plan for you. Again, we increased that OTC to $225, and they can use that at retailers. And then we added a utilities benefit in this market. So that has really resonated. You know, people, again, are trying to stretch every dollar, especially our most vulnerable that are in that DSNP population. And then we invested in our RX benefits. We had a tier 4 change from co-insurance to a copay. So that's really resonated with our agents and the members as well. We've got a well-positioned network, and it continues to grow. Almost every day I'm getting an email saying there's a new provider on the OLPD in Arkansas. So and OLPD stands for our online provider directory. And it's so exciting. So again, if you maybe have looked at us in the past and didn't see a provider you were looking for, look again, because there's a good chance they're there.
Yeah, great.
And then we'll move our way over to the Carolinas and Georgia. Scott Meeks manages these markets for us. And I live here in Atlanta. So we'll get to Georgia in a minute. My home state, go Dogs, but we'll cover Carolinas first.
Yeah, okay.
We did have some expansion this year, really exciting. So we went into Raleigh, we went into Asheville and 4 counties in South Carolina in that upstate market, kind of working our way down to the Columbia area. We've got an additional portfolio of plans. We have a new Total Care Plus plan, which is going to be for full duals, $3,000 dental allowance. And I know I keep repeating myself in this dental allowance, but I keep repeating it because the agents that get it really get it, right? And they may say, oh, but your competitor has $4,000. I'll promise you, if you stack us up head to head, that $3,000 probably goes longer than that other $4,000 because there's no fee service. Our fee schedule and providers really love it.
Makes sense.
We increased the quarterly OTC to $265, and it does have a healthy food card with this. That's all wrapped into that Cigna Healthy Today card, and that's $100 per month. Great. We have a new HMO buy down plan, $100 per month. This is market leading. It's a new HMO plan. And this new HMO plan too has a $20,000 dental max. Now this is a DHMO, so it's a little different than our allowance. This is the only plan in the Southeast that we did put this DHMO in. But if you're a member and you're in this market and you have a prospect that says, gosh, I have so much work to be done, and you're really looking for a ton of different dental services, this may be a good option for you. A lot of agents thought this was a misprint and they thought maybe we meant $2,000 dental max. No, you read it right. It's $20,000 is that dental max. So pretty cool there. And then our Courage plan has done really well throughout AEP, and we're looking for it to do even better in OEP and lock-in. We've got a $100 buy down. It's an MA only, so perfect for your VA members. We also have some really good working relationship with the TRICARE. We do trainings around that. So how can you sell to that population and maybe make sure you're doing the right thing by our veterans?
Yeah.
And then Part D, we're $0 on all tiers for that DSNP. So again, that VBID that we've talked about. really great benefit that sometimes people don't think about because they're like, well, maybe they're only paying $1. Well, $1 means a lot these days. So really love to keep pressing that button. As far as the network, very exciting ad. We have added Prisma to South Carolina. That actually, they came on with us in the middle of AEP. And so another case where, you know, if you looked at us on 10/1, our network looks different and in a good way in the South Carolina market and North Carolina. Robust network in the Carolinas. Again, this is not everything we have, but these are the big provider groups. So if you are looking for a robust network in the Carolinas for your clients, look no further. We will move on to Georgia. So again, my home state and my backyard. We invested in D-SNP here. We have a $100 grocery card on our full dual plan, $3,000 dental allowance on that full dual plan. And I'll tell you guys, Lena, and I got a secret for you. In the Metro Atlanta area, we rolled out a PPO Part B buyback that is killing it. So it's an $80 PPO MAPD. MAPD has got prescription drug coverage too. $80 Part B buyback and a $1,000 dental allowance. So, you know, if you sold long enough, you know, a lot of times the Part B buybacks are really skinny plans on the ancillary. No. We kind of call this a hybrid plan because you're getting a nice chunk back in your Part B check, but it also has the extra benefits so many of our members are looking for, right? That $1,000 dental, vision, hearing, it's loaded up. We've also got coverage for tier 1 and tier 2 in the gap in our Northwest Georgia counties. That's a big deal for many of our members. And we've expanded here in Georgia. So we are now in the Columbus market and Savannah, very solid network in those markets. And our network continues to grow. So take a look at us in those markets. We'd love to partner with you. If those are kind of your backyard, give us a call, let us know. We'd love to get going even more than we already started in those 2 markets. We've got an amazing broker manager in that area that I know she will take good care of you. In Georgia, you really can't beat our network. You know, I live here just on the outskirts of Atlanta. And when I started with Cigna about 3 years ago, I was asking, well, do we have so-and-so in network? Do we have so-and-so? Yes. You think about Emory, Northside, Wellstar, Northeast Medical, like we have them all. So if you are selling in Georgia, network is not your problem. You have a network with us. Yeah.
Huge. Yeah.
It really is.
That's
so
great.
We'll keep moving. Florida. Oh boy, what a big monster of a state, right? So we actually have 2 sales directors down in Florida. We've got Lisa Riley. She covers most of the state. And then we've just added Joseph Castro just before AEP. And he is really just focused on that South Florida, Miami-Dade, Broward market. And if you sell down there, you know why we have a sales director just focused on that market, because it is a monster, right? But so many great things to talk about in the state of Florida. So first thing is expansion. We expanded up into Jacksonville. So that's Charlotte and Duval, Clay County. We also expanded into that South Florida market. So we've got Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade. We've got the zero copay, zero cost share on all tiers for our D-SNP members, like we've talked about throughout the Southeast. I keep harping on it because I don't want you to think, oh, well, this market doesn't have it. We have it everywhere, right? And then we've increased our Part B buyback. So depending on the market you're in, it's going to be anywhere from $100 to $130 Part B buyback. We have great relationships with the doctors too. And then our inpatient copays are as low as $40 a day. Wow. I thought when I first saw this plan, I thought that was a misprint. No, that's right. That's right. So definitely take a look at that plan. We've got a new decent plan in this market that's 4 partials, which includes Quimby and all your Slimbees. We've got a 0 specialists on our preferred HMO. So you know how I started this off in Alabama and we talked about the quad 0? Well, you got it down here in Florida too. So 0 specialists. And then of course, we've got the full boat of your ancillary products, of vision, hearing, dental, and that's a dental allowance on all products in Florida. Transportation, we've got the OTC, we've got post-meal, post-hospital stay meals, fitness plan with activity tracker. So our fitness plan is on every single one of our plans. It's with Silver and Fit. And if you haven't looked at Silver and Fit, I was very familiar with some other fitness providers and wasn't as familiar with Silver and Fit until I came to Cigna. And I'm just blown away with Silver and Fit. They actually offer our members an in-person training session every week, one a week.
Oh,
you can go get a free training session in person. I know, around here in Atlanta, we have these lifetime lifetime gyms. You can go to Lifetime. Like those are the top of the line gyms and they're offered through Silver and Fit. So very cool there. Again, on every single plan. I haven't even talked about that. I probably should have added that to the first slide, but that's on every single plan we have here at Cigna.
Awesome. Man.
And then there's no deductible on our PPO for the drugs, right? That's in all markets except for Treasure Coast. And in Treasure Coast, we've got the low deductible there for our tiers 4 and 5. Okay. On the right side of the screen, again, you can see we are tightly aligned with our value-based providers, but also have a robust network. When I say we have added thousands of providers, we literally have added thousands of providers and add them every single day. So if you're in Orlando or Tampa, and maybe you looked to sell us last year, and again, you thought, oh, the network's just not there. Look again, because often you're going to find who you're looking for now.
Yeah.
The other exciting thing that we have just announced is Publix is going to be added to our preferred pharmacy for 23. So if that was holding you back because of that relationship, it's no longer an obstacle. They're going to be a preferred pharmacy going into 2023.
Great.
Then I'll go ahead and hit on those South Florida markets. So Miami-Dade and Broward. We've got a 4.5-star plan here in this market. We've got a Part B buyback that ranges from 115 to 125. So if you sell in Miami-Dade, everything's 0. So it takes some work to set yourself apart. But that dental allowance really sets us apart. And PAPA. So you're going to get 90 hours per year with the PAPA PALs. Wow. We've got the vision, the hearing, the dental, the transfer, all the bells and whistles in this market. And then still those $0 copays for tiers 1 through 5 with our DSNP. We've got a robust network here as well. Really all of the different major provider groups. Cleveland Clinic is very popular. And then, of course, all of our value-based providers, Conviva, Kano, CareMax. And I know I'm going to leave some out there, but you can see them on the screen. And we partner really closely with them. So if you're looking for referral opportunities or want to get into that provider marketing space, reach out to us. We have lots of opportunity in this market and we'd love to work with you.
Great. Yeah.
So I'm going to kind of throw this back on the screen. I'm not going through every point, but I think you'll see, why you and your members can really win with Cigna in 23. And the one thing I didn't include here is really the support you'll get from us. So we have local broker managers. We also just rolled out virtual broker managers. So if your local broker manager is in a training or a kickoff and isn't able to get right back with you that in the next 5 minutes, there's a virtual BSR or broker manager that you can call. They're sitting at their desk. They're ready to answer, along with we call it Carl, is our Cigna agent resource line. And so they're very helpful as well. But you have somebody that knows your market, knows how to compete in that market, and really can help you win and position our products correctly.
That's great. Yeah, that's so important, having that support for experienced agents and new agents, especially.
Exactly.
So that's really exciting.
You know, it's funny. I've been, like I've mentioned, I started off as an agent in this business and have been in this business for about 15 years. And I swear, I still learn something new every day, right? And so we can all learn from each other and grow, and it's great. But, you know, we also want to hear from our agents. And if you have feedback for us, we listen. And there's so many different things we've changed over the last couple of years to really make sure that we're an agent's best friend. And we are here. I go to a lot of the agent events, but we want to hear your feedback. So if you have product feedback or customer service feedback or agent feedback, you know, on your customer service, right? We want to hear from you, and we're always striving to get better. But the next steps I'd love for you to take as an agent, if you're out there listening, is attend one of our local trainings. We do a lot of agent socials even. So come out, we try to make it fun. We won't bore you to death sitting in the back of a hotel space, right?
Yeah.
We're going to do OEP trainings and kickoffs, and those will be in person. But if you don't want to do in person, you don't feel comfortable with that, we've got plenty of virtual opportunities for you. And don't be shy. Reach out to your local broker, manager, or sales director, or even find me if you need me on LinkedIn. Shoot me a message if you're having a hard time figuring out who you should contact. I'd love to help you and hear from you. So we're really excited about what 2023 holds. AEP, you know, wrapped up with a bang, but we know our opportunity doesn't stop, right? We kept selling through December. We're going to sell all OEP, and then we're so well positioned and lock in with our 5-star products and really our legacy markets, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas. So excited to partner with you and your agents, and can't wait to keep that momentum going.
That's great, Lee. That's so exciting. Quick question, just for the new agent out there, why is it so important to have 5-star plans in your local area to be able to sell all year? What's so special about that?
Well, one, you know, your member, right? Your customer is getting 5-star service. Yeah. That 5-star is hard to come by. And not many people can tout that. And it's been so exciting. We really celebrated that we were able to get that in Alabama, Tennessee, and Arkansas, because you can trust that you are with a reputable organization that's going to treat your customers just like you would want your grandmother or mother or father to be treated, right? So you can trust them, and then it gives you earning opportunities all year long because you're able to sell that. And, you know, I think about Alabama, where we've got that quad 0. Wow, what an opportunity to continue to help more people learn about Cigna, to help more people live a healthier life. And then also, it's nice to keep adding to your paycheck, right? Too.
Yeah.
And so you can keep doing that all the way through lock-in.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fantastic, Lee. So excited about some of your you know, the benefit rich focus of your plans is just really outstanding. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and information about Cigna. Really, I'm personally not in your local area, but I am with Cigna out here in my local area, and that's one of our top carriers out in my local area. And you're right, Lee. Getting to know your local reps is so important for us agents to have someone to lean on for support, and they're just so helpful. I can't say enough about them. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And any final thoughts or closing that you'd like to add?
No, I just want to thank you for having us on today. And again, you know, come build your business with Cigna. We're growing and we are expanding every single year. We're continuing to be innovative with our product portfolio, and we want to grow with you. So come on, jump on the Cigna bandwagon, and we'll all grow together.
That sounds like a plan to me. Awesome. Well, thank you again for your time, Lee. Really appreciate it. And yeah, if there's you know, anybody can easily reach out to Lee and her team to help you out in any way to get on board with that Cigna train that we spoke about. So thanks again, Lee. Really appreciate your time, and you enjoy the rest of AEP. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Marty. Take
All
care.
right. You're very welcome.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Marty Waters, for hosting that nice video from Cigna. Appreciate you too, Lee. And we are back and live again with Mr. Luis, picking up on the OEP train, I guess you can say. Luis, are you out there? Hello, hello, hello.
I am here. I am here. My camera's doing a little robotic thing again, but we're rolling.
Good, man. You're good on my end. Okay, so what are we talking about now for the next hour?
All right, let's get into post-AEP strategies. Since we're doing this in January, guys, I've got some things I'm going to share with you all that you all need to be doing. Again, take out your notepad. Okay. Earlier today, I gave you the 15 errors, mistakes that a lot of our senior beneficiaries make. Okay. That's 15 posts that you can create on your social media. Start getting some engagement out there. You know, like I said, create a blog, a newsletter, whatever it may be. It's good information. Now, let's hop into post-AEP strategies. All right, let's pull this baby up here. David, any comments, anything we want to address from our audience? Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, the number one thing, of course, I'm seeing a lot of is like overwhelm. I actually had a message on LinkedIn from somebody who's like, man, this is great training, but there's so much information. And all I can say, guys, like that's okay. Completely normal when we're talking about Medicare. It's supposed to be a front-loaded, very detail-rich type of product to sell. But understand that's exactly why you should sell it, right? Because a lot of people will just give up before they sit down and take time to learn this stuff and go out there and apply themselves and learn from their mistakes. The knowledge requirement gets easier, of course, as you go along, but it's that kind of impediment from your competition to coming in. I think, Luis, if you probably agree with me too, I mean, there's a lot less competition in Medicare than there are a lot of other like life insurance products. And I think part of it's because of that knowledge base, and that's really a good thing.
And you don't have to know that much, guys. You know, when you come with us, we're going to train you, and you're going to see what my training's all about. When you get done here, you're going to be like, okay, this isn't too bad. Yes, I need to know my stuff, but it's not that bad. You'll get super comfortable with this. Don't give up. You know, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it and nobody would be making money.
And just a quick reminder here before you pull up your information, Luis, davidduford.com/ISS to enter our contest. We're going to be giving away a social media audit on Facebook, brought to you by Shauna, who was on just a moment ago. Oscar, who we're going to have in here a little while from now, but approximately an hour, who's going to talk TikTok marketing, is going to give away a produced 45-second video you can use in your prospecting efforts on TikTok and any other media platform, really. And then we're also giving away some smart books. And of course, where you go to sign up for this is www. I'm typing and talking at the same time, davidduford.com/ISS. And even if you don't win, you're going to register for my free sales and marketing insurance sales success website, complete with 30 plus hours of valuable training just like this, and ACA, final expense, Medicare, and more. Tons of free scripts, carrier cheat sheets for final expense, a weekly Q&A mastermind call that I personally host, and a forum community you can ask questions of. This is perfect if you're an aspiring or new agent, or you just appreciate training. Again, go to davidduford.com/ISS for that. And then last but not least, please hit the like button if you haven't on YouTube to share this across the algorithm. Luis, take it over.
All right, guys, there's my smart book, guys. I'm going to be giving some away. I'm feeling generous. If they're giving me lots of love, David, I may give away a lot more, but they need to be putting that love out there. Good comments about me, you know, how good looking I am, how big the guns are, you know, whatever. I'll take any comments.
Easy to do with you, Luis, I know.
All right. So, guys, this is the guidebook. This is how you're going to present. So we'll be hopping into that here in a little while, but let's go over post-AEP strategies. All right. So here is what this is what you should be doing. Yeah. I'm coming, guys. What happens with like too many windows? Okay. So here we go. So post-AEP strategies, what should you be doing? Number one, guys, I'm going to highly recommend that you have some kind of database where you are storing all of your information. You need to have something. Okay. A lot of agents become very disorganized, and eventually this disorganization is going to weigh you like an anchor and you're going to drown. Okay. So you've got to become super, super organized. So number one thing you should be doing here after AEP is you should be following up with your book of business, your entire book of business, guys. The ones that you just wrote during AEP and the ones that you already had. Okay. The game plan that I'm going to give you is you should start with those AEP members first. You're probably thinking, well, why do I need to contact them? I just met with them less than a month ago. Okay. Guys, it's a very confusing time for these seniors. One of the things that I like saying is by lunchtime, think about this, by lunchtime, this is in this senior world, by lunchtime, a lot of seniors already forgot what they had for breakfast. Now, think about a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month later, they forgot a lot of stuff, guys. Okay, so again, contacting your book of business, especially your new enrollees, is going to be vital. And I'm going to give you the game plan. You just don't want to contact them like, hey, John, what's going on? No. We're going to have a very specific game plan. And that's what I'm going to give you. So you guys better have some notes, better have your pad out. All right. All right. So number one, you're probably thinking, I can't just call everybody. What about all this compliance that I've got to deal with? All right. As long as they are your clients, as long as they have any line of business with you, they are considered you're considered having an existing business relationship. So you can call them. You don't have to worry about, I need to, this compliance thing scares a lot of agents. Well, don't I have to have an SOA or permission to contact? No. If you got an existing business relationship with that senior, just pick up the phone and call. All right. So you're going to call your entire book of business. Okay. Now, when you call them, you got to have a game plan. Okay. You got to have a way to contact them. All right. So the first thing I'm going to tell you guys to do is you should have a CRM. Now there's hundreds of CRMs. Okay. I've used a couple, and there's one that I've been using for probably 5 years now. And it has been the best CRM that for the money. I mean, there's probably some that do, I don't know what more can be done, but for the money, this is the best CRM out there, in my opinion. Okay. I use it not only to manage my book of business, but I also use it for my marketing. Shauna was talking about those leads that we're generating on Facebook. Okay. Those leads, when they're generated in Facebook, they stay in Facebook. I have to, if you don't have something to go grab them and notify you, you're either waiting for an email from Facebook, or you have to manually go in there and grab it. Okay. Well, sometimes you get too busy. You got appointments or stuff that you're doing. What I do is I have my CRM plugged in to, give me 1 minute. I think I may have lost the odd video there. Hopefully not.
Come back to us, Luis. You're frozen in time.
Here we go. I know it froze again. Oh. There we go. There we go. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happens. Okay.
Boomer
but
tech.
you gotta have a CRM that talks to that allows you to communicate with all your people, but especially communicates with that listens to those leads when they're coming in. So I'm just going to share the one that I use, guys. The one that I use, and I'm going to share my screen here. There we go. All right, here we go, guys. I use Agent CRM. It is a version of Go High Level. Okay, it's white labeled by a ton of other people. It's priced all over the board. I've seen it as low as $97, which is what this one is, and I've seen it as high as $397. Okay, it's crazy. but this CRM does it all. Okay. It does email for me. It does text messaging for me. It's got a calendar system. It's got a pipeline system, which is, it's got a power dialer. It's got a lot of things in here that will help you become a better agent. So you got to have a CRM, guys. Number one, if you don't have one, that should be one of your first strategies to help you contact all of your insureds is have a CRM. Okay. Now, one of the things that I do, guys, is I've built out a ton of workflows, a ton of templates. I've built out email templates, text templates, workflows that do certain things. I've built out what's the other on opportunities, which is a pipeline where you can track your business and see what stage it's sitting in, if it's in the quote stage or it fits in the underwriting stage, the issue stage, and then what you're going to do after it gets issued. I built all that out. All right. If you use my link, and I'm going to share this with David here in a minute, and hopefully he can share it with you. If you use this link, guys, it's a 14-day free trial. Go give it a shot, but you will get all of my stuff. If you're a P&C guy listening to this, you're thinking about getting into the Medicare game and you want my P&C workflows for auto, home, for commercial, I have them in there. Okay. Just ask and I will give you. So if David would kindly share that, again, this is, in my opinion, for the money, the best CRM out there. Okay. And then one more thing, guys, that I would like for you all to do. And let me get this thing open. All right, here we go. Do me a favor, guys. One of the things is I have a YouTube channel. I'm trying to grow this, okay? David has partnering up with David and helping train agents. David has really helped me grow this, and I'd like to grow this a little bit more. Guys, go to my channel. One of the things that I do on this channel, okay, I don't try to recruit, that's not the objective here, but I post videos in here, okay, on things that are going to help you. Agent questions. When I get agent questions, what I do is I make a video. Okay. I love making these videos, and it's super easy for me to make a video. And then what I do is I share it with you guys. So I do videos on Medicare. I do videos on ACA. And so when you guys ask a question, I make a video, I send the answer via video, but then I assume a bunch of you guys out there probably having the same question. So you search my channel. I pretty much think I've covered it all, but it's got a ton of information for you for ACA and Medicare. All right. So post-AEP strategies, you got to find a way to contact your insureds. All right. So when you contact your insureds, what are you going to be doing? All right. So here's what I suggest. Okay. Number one, these CRMs, whatever CRM you want to use, you're probably going to have the capability of sending text, email, ringless voicemails, and of course, the actual phone call. You can set up the dialer where it will call your insureds. If they don't answer, it can send them a text, and it can also leave them a ringless voicemail. Okay. So, or a voicemail, not a ringless voicemail, but got to find a way to get hold of your insureds. Now, this is what you're going to be doing exactly. So you pick up the phone and you call the senior, this new one that you just enrolled during the AEP. Hey, John, this is Luis. I don't know if you remember me, but I visited with you on this day, and I am the super agent that you met with that helped you enroll in this plan. Oh, yes, I remember. Okay, great. I'm so glad that you took my call. A couple of things. I want to go over the plan that I enrolled you in. Okay. Why would you want to go over the plan again? Okay. Remember, by lunchtime, the seniors already forgot what they had for breakfast. They may have forgotten that they enrolled in the plan. So you want to make sure that your senior knows what plan they enrolled with again, and you want them to, one of the things is tell them, hey, the new card that you just enrolled them in, make sure that you use that card. Okay, we're in January. The old card, and in your notes, you should already know what their old plan was. Just make sure you throw that one away. Don't use that anymore. It's not going to work. You need to use this one from this carrier that we chose. All right. So they make them aware, remind them again of what plan. Okay. I have gone to seniors and I've visited with seniors, and sometimes they have no idea what plan they have. Okay. I've asked them for their cards and they hand me 4 or 5 different plans, and they have no idea which plan is their active plan. This creates a headache for doctors and specialists. It's a pain in the butt, and it creates a bad experience for your senior. Okay, so that's number one. Confirm the plan that they're in. Okay, now the other deal is, once you've confirmed what plan they're in, I would highly suggest that you resell yourself. Okay, make sure you do that. So again, remember, these seniors already forgot. It's lunchtime. They already forgot what they had for breakfast. Go over the plan again with them. Just go over the highlights. You don't have to do the entire summary of benefits. You already did that when you visited with them. Just go over the highlights. Hey, Mr. Senior, you know, when you enrolled in this plan, you know, remember, your doctor copay is this, your specialist copay is this, your hospital copay is this. Go over the highlights of the plan. Okay, it is very, very important that you do that. Okay, now if they've forgotten all that and they're like, what? Maybe you need to pull that summary of benefits out and go over it one more time. It wouldn't hurt. Resell yourself. Okay, you want your seniors to have a smooth transition into the new plan. All right. The other deal that I would do, in addition, when you're going over that summary of benefits, you want to go over those extra benefits. Okay, review them. You've got this much in dental, this much in vision, you've got this hearing benefit, and you've got transportation, gym. Go over all the benefits of the plan. Again, all you're doing is you're solidifying yourself. All right, number 4. Okay, again, you got that senior on the phone. What I would recommend is that you get with your senior and you talk about the reward program that a carrier has. But you weren't aware of that. Most carriers have some kind of reward system. I'm going to share with you the one that I got from United Healthcare from a few days ago. Okay, here we go. So this is the United Healthcare reward system. So if a senior books their annual physical or a wellness visit, they earn $15. If they do a provider check-in, if they get their flu shot, if they do their health risk assessment, they sign up for paperless, they sign up for text messaging, they get to earn money that they can utilize on their with United, it's a U card. With other carriers, they'll have a way to get that money and put it into their one of their benefits. So make sure that you're making them aware of the reward system that a carrier has. Okay, it's crazy here when you have multiple screens. All right, here we go. All right, now the other deal is what you want to encourage with the new plan that you sold them during AEP. You want to encourage them that they start using it. Okay. Once they start using it and they start realizing how good of a plan it is, they're not going to switch. They're not going to leave you. So you've got to help your insureds. This is the actual game plan, guys. All right. So here's what you're going to do. Number 1, you're going to let them know, hey, your PCP, your primary care physician, Dr. Jones. Okay, what I want you to do is we need to book the initial call, your initial appointment with them. Okay, we're calling it the initial because we enrolled you in a new plan. So it's the first appointment with that doctor with that plan. Okay, even if they're not sick and they don't need to go, you're trying to get them to use it. Also, you want the doctor to note the new card. Okay, so make sure that initial plan or that initial visit is scheduled with the PCP. Okay, so that's what that's number one. Here's number two. This is part two of this post-AEP game plan. In the month of January, okay, what I would suggest, and you can do this however you want, but in the month of January, my game plan with my seniors is to, in addition to booking that first call, I want them to get their dental benefits. Let's start using that baby. In my area, most of the carriers have a $2,000 benefit on a regular plan. A dual plan, it goes up to $3,000 and change. Start or get them to start doing their dental. Okay. What you can do for them, you have their address. They may or may not have a dentist in mind. So do a provider search, find a dentist that's close to them and book that appointment. Hey, Mr. Senior. Okay. So we went over the highlights of your plan, and you remember you've got $2,000 of dental. Here's what I like to do. I went ahead and did some research, and I found a dentist that's near you. Okay, so the dentist, whomever. Why don't we do a three-way call, or let me give you their contact information, and they're with your plan. They're in that plan's network, and let's book you your first appointment. Remember, you've got $2,000 of dental benefits that you need to utilize. Okay, so how about we get that done? Okay, you can do that in January. Okay, maybe in February, you do the very same thing, but maybe you make February the primary focus can be on vision. Okay, so Mr. Senior, Mrs. Senior, hey, this is Luis calling you again. I know we spoke last month, and hopefully you took advantage of your dental. Tell me about it. Was it a good experience? What was your dentist like? Whatever. Small talk. Hey, by the way, I noticed you were wearing glasses, and you had them all taped up, and I've even seen seniors who have two glasses on at the same time. Okay, their first ones, aren't strong enough, so they put another one in front of it. I've seen that. Okay, hey, we need to get you. Let's go get your eye exam done, and let's get your a pair of glasses. You've got this dollar benefit for vision. Okay, again, do a search. Find a provider for their vision and get them in to utilize the vision benefits. Number three. What do you think number three is, guys? Hopefully you're typing this away. We talked about dental first. We talked about vision second. What do you think the third one might possibly be? The third one possibly is going to be hearing. Okay. If they've got some hearing issues, these Medicare Advantage plans have great hearing benefits. Okay. There's a copay for hearing aids. Hearing aids are super expensive, guys. Okay. Last one, friend of mine, ex-military, terrible hearing. I was so jealous. I could barely tell that he had them on, but there were 7,000 a piece. Okay. Now he got them through the military. It didn't cost him very much, but for a senior can't afford that. Have them take advantage of the hearing benefit that they have in their plan. All right. Maybe that's your March call. All right. Or your March focus. All right. Let's get moving here. Now, the next thing that I would recommend that you do, I think we're at hearing would be number 5. So number 1, they book their initial call with their PCP. Okay. Then you get dental. Oh, I did forget one. Okay. So the order doesn't matter. So you got dental, you got vision, to PCP, dental, vision, hearing. Now we're at number 5. Okay. There's a benefit that seniors love, and it's called OTC, over the counter. Okay. Most seniors they will get a catalog, and in this catalog, there's a lot of goodies in there that they can order. Okay. Over the counter stuff, allergy medication, Pepto-Bismol, first aid items, vitamins, Band-Aid. They've got a bunch of stuff in there. Some medical equipment. Now, they may have a walker. They may have crutches. You never know what these seniors may need, but help them place that initial order. Okay, maybe this is your March focus, or throw it in your first focus. You got to play. You got to design what's going to work for you. Okay, so book or help them place their first order for the over-the-counter. Next one. Did you know that these MAPD plans have a device that is called the "I've fallen and I can't get up" device? And it's free. Get that ordered. Okay, they don't have to pay for it. Make sure your plan has it, and if it does, get that device ordered for your senior. Okay, it's a good little piece of security for them. Number 7, most plans have gym memberships. Okay, get these seniors out there. Let them know which gym benefit they've got. There's the Silver and Fit. There's Silver Sneakers. I think those are the 2 major ones. Get them set up and find them a gym. The Y, Gold's Gym. There might be some Curves. I don't know if Curves is around anymore, but find a gym that's near them and let them know that they have that benefit. Okay, maybe they're still paying. And now you tell them, look, you don't have to pay for that. I'm going to save you $40 a month. You can go to the same gym, but we're going to utilize your gym benefit on your Medicare Advantage plan. All right. Another benefit here that you could use, okay, is the transportation benefit. Okay. These plans have a transportation benefit. Let them know that they have the ability to utilize it, go over how many trips they have, and let them know how they can order transportation. All right, I wish I could see the comments, because I'm going to ask you guys, what else do you think as far as the additional benefits you can talk to your seniors about after AEP? David, are you there by any chance? If you are, what are some of the comments that are popping up? If not, I'll ask you when you come back. But guys, this is huge. Okay, make sure that you are, make sure that you're make sure that you're discussing this with your seniors, guys. All right. Now, if you decide to get a CRM, guys, one of the things that I'm going to suggest when you get a CRM is you've got to figure out what data you want to put into your CRM. So this is what I put. You need to put their name in there. You need to put their address, their email, phone number, their date of birth, the plan that you sold them and the carrier. And then in these CRMs, you can add a tag, It's like a label, guys. Okay, you can do that. So what that is you can put a tag saying these are MAPD people. Or you can put a tag for MedSup. You can put a tag for PDP. You're going to want to label or tag these insureds in your CRM. Out of curiosity, and type away, why do you think you want to label them? Okay. Well, again, I wish I could see the comments here, but there is a reason why you want to tag every single one of these. Okay. One of the reasons is for marketing purposes. Okay, the beauty of a CRM, it's a very good tool if you give it enough data. So I may, one day say, hey, I want to pull up all of my clients that have this tag. So maybe I want to pull up all of my MAPD clients. Okay, great. I do a little work there on the CRM. Those clients pop up, and I'm like, all right, cool. What am I going to do with this list? Well, MAPD clients, those people typically have copays for hospitalization. They have copays for the ER, and they have a copay for their emergency room. The ambulance. So I may want to do a campaign and approach my seniors and let them know, hey, how would you like to get rid of those 3 copays for a small amount of change? A monthly premium, I can take care of that. What product do you think you can sell those people and make a little extra money? Okay. Again, I wish I could see the little clicks going on. A hospital indemnity plan. You can sell them a hospital indemnity plan to cover that. Also, what about the maximum out of pocket that these Medicare Advantage plans have? Okay, I've seen them as low as 3,400. I've seen them as high as 10,000 on some out of network benefits. Well, in these MAPD plans, typically for cancer, it's a co-insurance. The insurers are going to be responsible for about 20% co-insurance on that. So what you can do on that indemnity plan is you can add cancer, and you can indemnify them for cancer, so that when they're required to pay that 20%, they're going to have that money from this indemnity plan to help meet that. Okay. So again, it's a good marketing tool. So all these things that I'm referring to, guys, you can do it in the form of a call, or your CRM can do it. Okay. Know that your CRM can do that. All right. So, what else? Oh, and the last tag, here's another tag. Okay. Guys, you got to know where your business came from. Okay. So you can tag them with what kind of business or what kind of plans you sold them, but you can also tag them with the source. Where did they come from? I will tell you this, guys, not a lot of agents do this, but the most successful agents out there know where their business is coming from. Is it coming from seminars? Is it coming from my direct mail leads? Is it coming from working the senior centers? Is it coming from social media? You need to know where that business is coming from so that you can game plan your marketing for the following year. Okay, that's the beauty of tags. That's why a CRM is so valuable. Okay, this is part of your post-AEP strategy. Okay, the other deal, and this is something that I think that every agent should be doing, and your CRM should have the ability to do this, is where are you going to store all your data? Okay, your intake form. We're going to talk about an intake form here as we progress. Where are you going to store that? Where are you going to store the SOA that you took? Where are you going to store the actual application? Now, most of the applications are done electronically, but I keep a copy of all that. Okay, I'm not going to depend on the carrier keeping it. I want to also keep it. Okay, what about any additional products that you may have sold that senior? So you've got to become very organized and put that all together, and a good CRM will help you do that. The one that I recommended, guys, is Agent CRM. The power of that, guys, is huge. I will tell you, no other CRM out there that I'm aware of has a live Q&A. Okay, these guys, and the reason I went with them versus somebody else, these guys have 2 Zoom webinars where if you come up with an idea, so let's say that you start doing this, you're like, all right, I want to do this, and you start entering all this data, but then you don't know how to create the workflows or certain tags. You just jump on one of their calls and explain what your problem is or the idea that you want, and they'll do it for you. I love their support. So,
hey, Luis, real quick question related to the CRM from Neil. Neil says, I just clicked the link above for the CRM. So I posted it into the chat that you posted into the Zoom.
Okay.
But it does not indicate how to get the templates you mentioned. It looks like it connects to the company directly. Can you help clarify there as far as?
Yeah. So what will happen is they already know once you go on there and you purchase it, they already know that whatever system they use to track it, they know that you're using my link, and then they'll dump in those workflows, the opportunities, and the templates.
Right. Gotcha.
Now, every now and then there's a glitch. I'll get an email, and you can always get with me. Say, hey, Luis, I used your link, but I don't see my workflow. So then I just send an email to support and say, hey, please give this individual and I have a list already. I have a template ready to go. Okay. All right. So guys, that is your post AEP strategy. You got to come up with a game plan, guys. Okay. Were there any questions? I had asked them to type away. One of the things we talked about, David, is getting, when you call that senior, you got to have an idea. You got to have an action plan for that senior to do. So we talked about doing a PCP, getting their dental, vision, hearing, transportation. Was there something in there that somebody said, hey, you forgot this?
Yeah, I thought so there's how to transport to from appointments.
Mhm.
Food and utilities help was another one David mentioned. Yeah. Could you build on that?
Yes, food and utility. Yeah, there's these on some of the dual plans. In fact, all the dual plans, guys. There is a benefit amount, and it's pretty sizable, guys. I think with depending on the area, I've seen it as high as $150 a month. That they get a card and they can either order over-the-counter items or they can use the healthy. They can purchase food with that. And so, it's you as the agent have got to know the vendors that they can use that card at. Okay, some of them you can go to Walgreens or CVS. You got to know which grocery stores they can go to use that card for the healthy food. So again, it's knowing your market. Remember, I talked about those call centers and how they're so focused on just getting that sale. You think they know in that town or in that city that senior lives in what vendors they can go use that U card at? They might, but the majority of them, that's just way too much. They're spending way too much time. They want to get that sale and they want to move on to the next one. That's why we want those agents, those seniors to enroll with a local agent. Okay, guys, I don't have anything more for post-AEP. It's super important that you have your game plan. Now let's get into OEP. All right, OEP. Here we go. All right, so guys, right now we are in the OEP. OEP stands for Open Enrollment Period. It is the first quarter of the year. Okay, all that OEP is, it is a Medicare Advantage election. That is it, guys. It is nothing more than an election period. The crazy thing is that it is an election period that you cannot market. You cannot go out there and market, hey guys, we are in OEP, call me. Hey guys, you can use OEP to switch plans. You cannot do that, guys. It's one of those silent elections, special elections that you can utilize. So again, you still want to work it. So what can you do during the OEP? So I've got a little picture here that I took from one of the carriers, and it's a great little explanation of what you can do during OEP. Okay, so remember, OEP is just another Medicare Advantage OEP. That's all that this is, guys. All right, so if a senior has an MA, a Medicare Advantage only plan, this is a plan with no prescription benefits. Or if they have an MAPD plan, which is a Medicare Advantage plan with prescription benefits, this is what they can do. Okay, fairly easy. They can enroll in another MAPD plan, in another MA only plan, or a potential downgrade to original Medicare with a standalone Part D. Okay, it's very, very dangerous. I see this happening when they're moving to original Medicare. They have the ability to get a Part D, but they're still running naked. They need a Met Sup. If they're doing this outside the guaranteed issue period for Met Sup, they have to qualify medically. So if they have some health conditions, they're not going to get that Met Sup. So it's not an automatic, hey, I'm coming off my MAPD and I'm going into a Met Sup. No, you have to underwrite that. Okay, but this is all that you can do. Okay, what can you not do? People that are on a Met Sup, people that have an MSA, a Medicare savings account, people that are on original Medicare, that's just A and B, cost plans or PACE, or if they're in a prescription, if they have a prescription drug plan, they cannot do anything with this. They cannot use this election to enroll in an MA plan. They cannot use this election to switch from one Part D to another. Okay, so it is an MA only Medicare Advantage election. Okay, so if you're going to use this OEP, you can only use it the first quarter. All right. All right. So why would you use OEP, guys? What's the big deal about OEP? Well, this is what I've come to learn about OEP. Seniors, they're retired, they're 60. Well, most of them are. Some of them might still be working, but they forget. You know, you would think with all the advertising and all the hoopla going on with the annual enrollment that they would do something. But a lot of seniors during AEP fail to make a change. Okay, so let's say that they're enrolled in the plan that they picked during the year and they're not too happy with it. Well, and if they missed AEP, they're out of luck, but you can use OEP as another opportunity to help them switch to a better Medicare Advantage plan. Okay, so it's good for those that missed the AEP. Okay, what about, and this happens a lot, seniors sometimes are very easy to manipulate, very easy to get them to say, okay, yeah, go ahead. So what if they were strong-armed? And typically I see this from very aggressive agents or call centers. So what if this happened? They were flipped into a different plan and they're not too happy with it. Okay, maybe, you know, they did it just to get off the phone. Maybe the focus was on the additional benefits and not the medical benefits. Who knows? But now they're kind of regretting their decision. Well, now you can use OEP to move them back to that old plan that they were on, or maybe something better. Okay. Here's another deal. Okay. A lot of agents out there, and we don't train our agents like this, but there's a lot of agents out there that don't bother checking the network for their doctors or the formulary against their prescriptions. So what if they enrolled in a plan? Or what if a senior just did this on their own? They decided, they saw a commercial and they were like, oh, I like that, and I'm going to sign up with a plan. And they sign up and all of a sudden they realized, oh, my specialists aren't in this network, or medications aren't in the formulary, or maybe they are in the formulary, but they changed tiers. They're in a higher tier. So again, they're unhappy. You can utilize OEP to help move them back. Okay. Again, what can you do? As far as marketing, you cannot market OEP, but you can do regular marketing. So whatever kind of marketing you do throughout the year, you can definitely continue doing that, but you just cannot use OEP as a marketing type of deal like AEP is utilized. All right. And there is one more thing, and this one, unfortunately, I see happen is sometimes these seniors get tricked, okay, into giving up some information. And you'll have, and again, I see this from the call centers. I don't see this from face-to-face agents. But I see it from call centers where they're enrolled in the plan and they have no idea that they were enrolled. Okay. Again, yes, they can file a complaint and they can do, they can get moved back. It's not an easy process. The easy thing is when you realize that they're in a different plan and they're not happy with it, you can use OEP to make that wrong a right. Okay. All right. So again, I love it, guys. Now, if you're calling your insureds during OEP and you're doing some of these post-AEP strategies and you're helping them with their dental, vision, hearing, and all of these additional benefits, the other thing that you can do in that phone call or that text message or that email that you send out or that ringless voicemail that you create in your CRM and it's sending out to your book of business. You can do marketing for your indemnity plans, which I love. I love marketing indemnity plans, but you can also market yourself. ask for referrals. I like to ask my seniors for help. Mr. and Mrs. Jones, can you guys help me? And most seniors are like, yeah, what can we do for you? I'm like, all I want you to do is here is a stack of my business cards. If you're happy with what I did for you, if you're glad that I visited with you and I discussed this plan and I taught you about Medicare and we did a good analysis and we put you into this great plan, I would love to visit with other people like you, maybe your friends, your neighbors, your family. Would you spread my word? Would you spread me around? Here's a bunch of business cards. Help me out. Okay, that's what I would do. I do have one more tip. This is one thing that I've done, but I haven't done it enough. And this is really getting kind of personal with your seniors. Okay. Close this window so I can see you guys. All right. This is what I would do, guys. All right. When you're visiting with your senior, and this is not a post-AEP strategy. This is something that you should do in AEP when you're visiting with your seniors, if you're doing face-to-face, or if you are whatever, you're with that senior and you enroll them in the plan. Do this. I don't have my phone with me, but ask them for their phone. Hey, Mr. Senior, do you use an iPhone or an Android phone? Can I see it? And they're probably what? I'm like, yeah, bring your phone over here. Let me take a look at it. They bring the phone and like, oh, this is a nice iPhone. Okay, what I would do is ask them this. Can you type my phone number in there, or would you mind that have them unlock their phone? Put your phone number in there. Take a picture of yourself. Put it on that little contact and put on there, your name. And then usually it'll have a little field down at the bottom that says company or whatever, and put the best Medicare agent in the world and save it. Mr. Senior, here's what I just did. I saved all my information on your phone. Okay. I saved my my email, my cell phone, my personal cell. I don't give it out to anybody, even though you might, but make them feel good. Hey, you're one of the very few that have my cell number. You can reach me at any time. Okay. Sometimes seniors get crazy and they call for all kinds of things, but and also a picture so you don't forget who you met with. That way, if you need me, all you've got to do is search under the Medicare, type M, do a little search and you'll find me. Or if I call you, you'll see me pop up on your phone. Cool. Okay. I've never had a senior not let me do that. I don't do it as often, but you know what? I'm going to make it one of my goals this year. Every senior, I'm going to stick my information on there. Now, excuse me. And I forgot these. Oh, they're in my computer bag. But there is some electronic business cards that you can have a QR code on them, or they have a RFI. Something. I use it every now and then, but it's a little card that you can grab, and what you can do with it is tap their phone, and it transfers all your data to them. Okay, and it's like an instant contact. So if you want to get a little high tech, the one that I use, it's a company called Link, LINQ. Okay. So, okay, here I'm back. So, anyway, think of you'll have that ability. I think that's a really good tip. David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so David, I covered OEP. I covered post-AEP strategies. After Oscar finishes, I'm going to hop back on and we're going to do Medicare 101, guys. I mean, I'm going to take you from A to Z and we're going to dive into my Medicare book. But do we have any questions from our viewers?
Yeah, let me pull this up here. There are a couple that popped up in the chat. Let's see here. Bear with me.
Okay.
For those who qualify during OEP, how many times during OEP can they switch to a different MA or MAPD plan?
Good question. All right. AEP, guys, the last application wins. OEP, the first application wins. So OEP can only be utilized one time in that quarter, and that's it.
Does it make sense, Lou asked, to do presentations at senior centers, churches, et cetera, during OEP?
It does. Okay. If you don't have, it's going to be hit or miss, guys. Depends on the clients. OEP would be good because you have that election for everybody. Okay. So yeah, I would do it. Get out in front of these seniors. Okay. Become a resource for them. Help, be very familiar with your state's Medicaid, LIS. You may not be able to enroll them, but you can help them with some other benefits, which can then lead to referrals. So yes, highly recommend you do that.
And then let's see what else here. Is this going to be uploaded to YouTube? Of course. Yes, of course. I just don't do these events and then never use it again. This is permanently on YouTube for your edification and illumination. So once this stream ends, you'll eventually see it show up just as like any other video, and you can just jump around, find what you want. We'll eventually add some timestamps to this video so you can find more easily the different parts of the video. So that will be there as well. Okay. Anything else we want to hit on here before we let Oscar?
No, I think we're good, guys. So,
set us up for Oscar. Tell the audience a little bit, though, maybe who weren't here earlier, a little bit about Oscar and why he's here.
Well, and before we do that, Dave, we need to share the giveaway site one more time.
Oh, yes, thank you. Of course. Yeah, so we're doing a giveaway kind of this time around on our training, and it's very simple to enter. There's nothing to buy, no obligation whatsoever. We're giving away a couple of smart books, Medicare smart books that Luis has written. We're also giving away an audit on your Facebook account by Shauna, who was here earlier, and then we're having Oscar here momentarily. He's giving away a 45-minute produced TikTok video. And the way you enter, it's very simple. Go to davidduford.com/ISS and sign up for my training site. There's no obligation or anything to buy. I've got tons and tons of training. If you like this kind of stuff, there's even more of it on that site. It's a great community, especially if you're a brand new agent, have questions and want to, ask people who have experience and learn more about the business in a way that maybe is hard to find as a new agent. It's a great site to do that. Again, go to davidduford.com/ISS, and anybody who signs up during this broadcast is automatically entered to win these prizes, as you could say. So we're going to do a randomized drawing at the end of the day, and we'll basically be able to tell who's going to win what. So that's why you should do it. Luis, do you want to add anything else?
Guys, I think that's great, guys. So the next frontier in marketing, I think. So social media, I think, is the way to go. You should also do grassroots, do your seminars, get out there and network with doctors, network with dentists. We'll talk about all these different grassroots marketing that you can do. But if you're not doing social media, and there's all kinds of social media out there, I think you're missing the boat. Okay. Shauna talked about Facebook and Instagram, and and I don't know very much about this because TikTok, I want to learn, but TikTok is another frontier, another social media platform that you can advertise in. And so we've got Oscar on here. Oscar, I can't see you. So if you would unmute and turn your camera on.
All right, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay, I think it says the host has stopped the video, so I think I need David to let me in.
All right, let's see. Is David still around?
Here we go.
There we go. All right, so I'm going to stop my videos. I'm going to let you take over, Oscar. But TikTok, it's kind of the new thing, and so if you can utilize it to your advantage to bring in some leads, why not? So take over, Oscar.
Absolutely. Well, hey guys, I wanted to introduce myself. I think we're seeing right now my screen. So I'll come back in just one second. Just want to kind of introduce myself. My name's Oscar Gonzalez. I have been doing lead generation in insurance. I've been an agent in insurance for the last couple of years. Prior to that, I was in the e-com business. where I was doing a lot of product sales, consumer product sales using video ads. And so I've applied a lot of those concepts now onto where we are. So here's my information. If anybody needs my information, there it is. And we're going to discuss a couple of things today. So I have a little bit of time. I wanted to talk about obviously generating leads using video ads, not just on TikTok, but really on any platform. And then secondly, which I think goes hand in hand with everything that Lewis and David have been talking about today, which is how do you build your organic online presence, right? How do you start branding yourself? And so those are just a couple of things that we'll talk about today. Let me come back over here. Guys. Okay. All right. Can you guys see me? Anybody can see me?
Yes, we got you, man.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, guys. So as I said, been doing lead generation for now a couple of years that I got into insurance. And the second that I came into insurance, I knew that I wanted to start doing my own lead generation just because I had been utilizing the same concept of video ads to sell consumer products. And so just to give a little bit of background, back in 2012, I started an e-commerce company that I grew to close to $6 million, was in Inc. 5000 a couple of times. And we sold consumer goods, a lot of, electronics, a lot of home goods. And through that process, we learned, my partner and I, how to properly deliver ads, video ads, and get somebody to get interest in the product or service in this case, and then how to get them to click through, which is what we're trying to do, whether that's lead generation or whether that's selling a product. And so to talk just a little bit about, generating leads, there's so many different ways that an agent can go out and generate leads. I think Lewis was just talking about the grassroots of it and the organic ways, but whether you're a newer agent or an established agent, you know that the most important thing is to have a constant flow of people to talk to, right? And whether that's coming through an organic avenue or whether, again, you're generating that lead yourself. For me, when I came into insurance, the most important thing I knew is that I needed to be on the phones as much as possible, selling deals. And so I knew that for me to scale and do that, I needed to either buy leads or I needed to generate the leads. I jumped right into just generating leads. I bought leads before. I'm not against buying leads. It's just tough out there to know what leads are good, what leads are not. There's a lot of trial and error process. And so I believe the sooner you as an agent can control your own lead generation and understand where that person is coming from, what got them to click on that ad, the buying patterns that exist within lead generation, especially on social, and combined to that with all the data points that are aggregated for you, the result is not just you being able to generate leads, but as you continue in this business and you're looking for a higher level of success, scaling can only come by controlling your own lead generation, by controlling that marketing and understanding how to acquire a person and what the costs are truly to acquire that potential lead and then that potential customer, right? And so I think the first thing that you want to do when you're doing lead generation is really determine your audience, right? Who is the target market that you're looking for? Obviously, we're talking about Medicare, so it's those individuals that are 65 or are about to turn 65 within the next 3 to 6 months, right? And so when you're doing lead generation, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Facebook, whether it's YouTube or Google, you're going to have a tremendous amount of data points that you can target to try to find the person or your audience, right? And so before you start anything, I think it's important to, on a piece of paper, figure out what the age group is. What are the income levels of people that are taking out Medicare Advantage versus a Medicare supplement? We know the ages, we know the segments, the states, right? What are the largest markets out there? You have markets obviously like Florida, like Texas. And so if you're going to do lead generation, you want to make sure that you're present within those large markets, right? Think of fishing and trying to capture as many fish as possible. If you're just a local agent, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you go to do lead generation, you're going to be fishing in a very small pond, and you're going to be asking Facebook or TikTok or whoever it is to find you a very small select group of people within a local market, 50-mile radius, 100-mile radius, whatever it might be. And so if you're going to do telesales and it's not face-to-face, then I think that's where you can really take advantage and make sure that you have those states, that you're licensed in those states and those big markets, and you're going after those large segments, right? Millions of people that are within those big states, California, Texas. And so I think that that's number one. Then you're going to determine, are you delivering a static image in that ad, or are you delivering an actual video? Needless to say, when you compare the intent or how you can deliver a message to somebody, the video is going to always outperform a static image. When you're first starting, there is nothing wrong with going in and utilizing static images to start the process of generating leads. But I think as you progress in lead generation, nothing can tell a story better than an actual video, right? And so pick those two, start with images if you're going to do this on your own, and then little by little start learning how to make a video, whether it's you on that video talking to your potential audience or utilizing B-roll footage, right, which are just scenes that you're using to tell your story and deliver text within those scenes. Once you've done that, you are going to, if you're using video, and for the purposes of this conversation, because that's what I focus on, we'll assume that you're going to use a video. It's important for you to have a good storyline on that video, right? Coming up with a few different ideas, and then following a simple marketing concept that works, whether it's insurance, whether it's products, whether it's solar, it doesn't matter. It all follows the same marketing concept. And that's in a video, you want to deliver a strong hook, keeping in mind that what you're trying to do is get somebody to stop scrolling while they're on their feet, wherever that is. And so that strong hook is going to capture that person in those first 3 to 5 seconds. You then need to follow that up with identifying the pain points, right? The needs, the wants of that customer. Why does somebody need a Medicare Advantage? Why do they need a Medicare supplement? And identifying those things and presenting them in that video, and then following solutions, right? What are the solutions? The Medicare Advantage product, the Medicare supplement product. And so following hook, pain points, solutions, and a strong call to action, which is going to then lead them to click on a button to either learn more and fill out a form or call you directly or book an appointment. There's many different ways to do it. But that's the structure that you're going to follow when you're utilizing video ads. Now, once you've gotten your video set up, now if you're using a static image, you can kind of do the same things, but you just won't be able to deliver such a storyline. But you're going to follow the same kind of concept. Once those things are done, you're going to go in and set up your Facebook or TikTok business manager account, which is going to give you access to all of their business tools. And then within there, you'll set up your ad account. And that ad account is what's going to actually run any and all ads that you end up doing on that platform. You then would make sure that you start that ad. You're going to put in your ad copy. There's a lot of ways that you can figure out what good ad copy is. If you've never written ad copy before, you can literally jump on YouTube and type in Medicare ads. You can go on Facebook and look up ads of other companies that are running it. And so there's a lot of tools that you can go out there and kind of identify what's good ad copy, what's working, and then make it your own, right? You don't want to copy somebody else's, but you certainly want to get that creative juice flowing and try to see what's out there, what's working, and then implement it in your own manner. From there, you're going to set an audience, right? You're going to pick, like I said in the beginning, right? Who's your target? Who are you going after? So here's where that would be implemented. Your audience, you're going to choose. I personally like to cast a wider net rather than hyper focusing on, individuals making certain incomes, males versus females. There are so many, like I said, data points that you can use. But I think it's important for me to cast a wide net. And then I like to go in and identify what that person actually needs. And I find it that you'll get leads at a lower cost and you'll get more volume to kind of work through. As you become better in lead generation and you start doing next level retargeting and things of that nature, then is when I think it really comes into play to start hyper focusing and targeting individuals or audiences. Okay. Next, after that, you're going to set a budget, right? How much money am I going to spend to acquire, to generate these leads? And that can start as low as $20 a day. And then goes from there as you're scaling an ad. So when you first start an ad, you always want to start small. You want to let the algorithm get in, start identifying that audience that you're looking for, and start delivering it. Some marketers will tell you that in the beginning, you want to put a big budget to give the algorithm the spend that it needs to quickly find those audiences. It's a mix. For me, I like to start slow, conservative, see that the leads are actually coming in, price targets are coming in, and then I start scaling that ad. And eventually I'm trying to scale that ad to a point where it's giving me enough leads that it keeps me busy. So a full-time agent, typically you're going to want to have 75, 100 plus leads per week so that you can stay busy and get to the people that actually need your services. After setting that budget, you are going to set up a simple lead form. And by the way, this is all done on whether it's TikTok or Facebook. It's all pretty much step by step. You can always go on YouTube and type in setting up an ad on TikTok, setting up an ad on Facebook. There are thousands and thousands of tutorials on how to do it. And once you do a few of them, you start getting the feel for it. It's a little overwhelming and confusing at first. But once you start doing it, you kind of understand how it all works, right? And so a lead form is basically what pops up once somebody clicks on that video, watches it, and then you're directing them to the call to action. Click below to learn more, or click below to answer a few questions to be pre-qualified, whatever that call to action might be. They're going to go into a lead form where they're going to answer several questions, and you're going to capture that information. That's what we're paying for, right? We're paying for that data. Data is so valuable, not just in that generation of that lead, but as you move on to the business and you're growing your business, understanding data and having it is really a game changer. And so that's what you're really buying. That lead is then going to come in, and from there, you can either drive the person to call now or book an appointment. So there's a couple of different things that you can do as secondary call to actions once you've captured their lead. I typically will do driving people to booked appointments. And typically, if you're an individual agent, that's a better route for you, because if you give a call to action for them to call you, if you're individual and you don't have anybody else supporting sales, you're going to be on a phone call with somebody else. Calls are going to come in and you're going to miss that. Okay. So super important that if you do choose a call to action that makes somebody call you, that you have availability and that somebody's not going to miss that call. Once those things are done, and Lewis has talked about this a couple times, is what happens then, right? The lead, you've captured the lead, you've called it. Now what? That lead has to go into a CRM. I certainly support and push guys. If you are just coming into the business or you're seasoned and you are not using a CRM, you're leaving money on the table. You're not working as efficiently as you should be, and you're losing time. And so a CRM is going to, as it's been said already, organize everything, tags, give you a nice setup so that you understand what leads are coming in, when they come in, when to follow up, and all those things. In addition to that, a CRM is going to provide you with a calendar to book calls on. And probably for me, the funnest part of a CRM is the marketing components, right? The automations. And now as we get further into technology, what these CRMs are doing and what they're starting to do, implementing AI to engage with that lead, right? So the lead comes into the CRM. You want to make sure that you're firing off a text message or an email within the first few minutes, acknowledging that you received it. And I always like to, in a workflow, start engaging with that person as naturally as possible. And so that could be me confirming just a few questions that they filled out on the form, and then trying to direct that person to book the call. That's all happening automatically, right? So I could be on the phones, leads are coming in, and those leads are being worked by my CRM. It is so, so important, guys. I don't think I would be able to have the success that I've had in insurance, really, because in products, we didn't use it so much, but in insurance without a proper CRM. There's many of them out there. Find the right one for you and definitely implement. Okay, so that gives you a snapshot. I know it's a lot of information and I kind of went through it pretty quickly, but those are the basics of creating an ad, either using video or using a static image. And in a second, I'll give you some pointers on where you can go to make a video or make an actual ad if you wanted to do that on your own. Second thing that I just want to kind of touch on, or maybe even before we go there, are there any questions? I don't know if David's there, if there are any questions specifically onto just this portion, or should I just continue?
You know what, Oscar, I'm going to ask you this one. Is you're giving a giveaway, man. Can you talk a little bit about your giveaway?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we decided and what I wanted to kind of provide value to this training and introduce myself. So what I'll be doing is one person is going to win a 30 to 45 second video that I will produce. It'll be a B-roll scene video that'll be targeted within the Medicare space. You're going to take that video and you're going to implement that video into an ad, whether that's on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. That's going to be an asset, right? So that's what a video, a static image ad, those are your assets that you're compiling. And so I will give you that asset, that one person will win that, and you'll be able to implement that and start generating leads as soon as you start your Facebook ad account or your TikTok ad account. And so that's basically the giveaway.
Perfect. Yep. Whatever you can do to get some leads out there. And, I'm with you on saying that this is just another way to get business. And another thing I'm going to say here about buying leads online, guys. All right. I'm like all of us insurance agents. We see something and like, oh, this could help me. Let me try it. I have bought online leads from so many different vendors. At this point, I'm so burned out because this is what I have experienced. I get a lead. Okay. Quote Wizard. I get a lead and lead comes in and I immediately print it, I call, and they're like, you're like the 10th person that's called. I'm like, how can it be? By the time I received it and the time I printed it or dialed the number, how can it be? I don't know what they do. My opinion, I think they'll take a lead. We don't even know how they got it. Okay. Maybe they did some enticement on some platform and then they charge you 10, 15, 20 bucks for this lead. I don't think it's exclusive. I think they probably share that with 20 agents. And then some of these other lead companies own other lead companies, and then it goes into their platform. And so point is, getting your own organic leads, you can do no better.
Now, I will add to that, right? Because you mentioned a company, Quote Wizard, right? They've been around, one of the larger lead companies probably in the nation. They do mortgage, insurance, real estate. They do all kinds of businesses. For a little bit before I went out on my own, I was a media buyer for a pretty large agency down here in South Florida where I am. And we bought a tremendous amount of data from them. And so a company like Quote Wizard or some of these bigger lead companies, they have thousands and thousands of landing pages that they're promoting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they're just one-page landing pages that are capturing basic information and then getting that over to their call centers so that they can call, live transfer, or just sell those leads as they come in. Now, what happens is if they have 1,000 links out there and that person is truly looking for insurance, there's a very high probability that that person is going to click on 3 or 4 single pages that that company owns. However, those are 4 different submissions in their eyes. And so that's kind of a loophole that they'll use. And then they'll take that and they can sell that lead to 4 different agents because that person filled that form out 4 different times on 4 different landing pages. And so once you scale and you see what these big lead companies actually do to generate, you know, the sweepstakes, the giveaways, like Lewis said, you end up spending a tremendous amount of money trying to find the right lead source. And there's some good ones out there, you know, there are, but in finding that, you are likely to spend a tremendous amount of money. Now, in addition to that, I think it's important to note that controlling your own marketing and your own lead gen, just aside from buying leads or anything else, any business, any successful business that's out there that scales, it has to control its own marketing. It cannot count on a third party to generate its business. It just doesn't work well, you know, because you're not paying wholesale for the cost of that lead, right? You're paying a premium to get that. And so anyway, lead generation, super important, especially in insurance. Now, what other things should you be doing? I wanted to just touch on this because I think it goes hand in hand. And for me, I generate my own leads because I know that that's the fast track way for me to get volume. But at the same time, I am posting and building my brand on typically on a daily basis. I'm posting on all platforms. These last couple of weeks have been a little bit tougher because I've been developing this project. And so it's taken me away from content building. But I think it is so important, guys, that if you're just starting in insurance or you've been in it for years and you don't have a branded page, whether that's a company, right, a company name that you're branding or just branding yourself personally, I think you need to do that right away. And you need to start building a presence online that is going to present you as the expert in your field. And that doesn't happen overnight, right? That takes months, years to really get to those levels. But that consistency is what over that long period of time is going to put you in a situation where a year from now, 2 years from now, you'll look back and have an organic presence and be able to generate organic traffic, organic leads, right? While you've been generating and creating your own ads. And so I think they go hand in hand. I highly, highly recommend any agent that's out there. If you're not branded, if you're not posting on social media, I know that some of us, you know, don't want to be in front of a camera. We're shy. Just do it, guys. People want to connect with other people, right? We're in a different day and age when it comes to marketing. You no longer need to be a Fortune 500 or a massive corporation to connect with people on a business level. It's been proven time and time again that people actually would rather connect with somebody who isn't perfect, right? And they can see those imperfections and those vulnerabilities in their social postings. And so get out there. Don't be scared. Post, give value, right? And so I try to, again, post every day. It's not always easy, but some of the things that I do is I set times throughout the week, just like I would schedule a phone call for a sales. I schedule time for myself to just create content, whether that's a few hours a week, whether that's on a Saturday. And so that keeps me on track and on schedule as a to-do for me, right? I have to do this. I know I need to do this. And so try to set a schedule for yourself where you're taking an hour or two, come up with some ideas, right? And what you want to do when you're posting is you want to give value. Just provide value, provide information. Don't ask for anything. You're not trying to get somebody to buy something when you first start. You're just trying to let them know that you're there to help them so that eventually, with enough times of you providing that value, that person will then come back and say, wow, this person has been providing me with so much great information. I need to do business with this person when I have a need for Medicare, whatever the line of insurance might be. And so, and by the way, you see that right now as an example, we have David, right? He provides so much value on a daily basis to his audience that his organic growth is it just continues, right? And it's like compound interest. As it grows, it just grows faster and faster and faster. And so it's so important, guys. Start building your social, your online presence, set the right expectations, right? You're not going to go viral overnight. You're not going to get, hundreds of thousands of views because we're talking about insurance, right? We're not talking about very exciting stuff. And so when it comes to insurance, for me, what I have found to be the most successful is just, again, explaining things. Medicare is so complicated, right? We're sitting here, I'm listening to some of the stuff that's going on, and it's like, wow, there's a lot to take in. And so if you're confused and I'm confused, then the audience are even more confused, right? Last night, I was looking at some videos on YouTube about Medicare, and it's so clear the amount of people that respond to these YouTube videos. It's 80% of them saying the same thing. Why is this so confusing? Why is it an alphabet of policy? What A, B, C, D, E? I mean, it's a lot. And so if you can simplify that for people by posting, you are going to gain a tremendous amount of exposure. People are going to come to you. People are going to share your video. They're going to save your videos for later. So set the right expectations that you're not going to go viral overnight, and you're not going to generate enough money to live in the beginning. But you stay consistent, you continue doing it, and over time, you're going to see it happen. I always want to speak to outcomes, right? People like results and solutions. So make content that solves problems, right? Explaining things. And who are you speaking to, right? Why should that person care about you? Why should that person, listen to what you're saying? And what are you solving for them, right? So that's the process. Repeat that over and over again. Provide value, explain, give solutions, right? Show versus tell. Showing somebody how you help others is always going to be better than telling them that you can help that person, right? And so build your online presence, work on it right away, and you're going to start seeing some results. Stay consistent with it. And again, over time, it really will pay off. Now, what can you use to make content, make ads, all that stuff, right? So a couple of things that I wanted to, and I'll just share my screen real quick here so that you guys, let's see, so that you guys can see this, right? So these are just some of the apps and tools that I personally use for video creation, content creation, right? And so Canva, very popular one. It's a great tool to make images, make videos, make content all around. It's free. You can pay for the subscription, but you can use a free account. I also love the app called Captions. It's very important that if you guys are doing video, that you're including captions in every single video that you are doing. Many people would rather read, and many people are watching or looking at their feeds on mute. So it's so important. Captions is probably my favorite one for it. They're just simple. There's a bunch of them, but that's my favorite. CapCut is another great application that lets you edit images, edit videos. It's an editing application. Very good. Highly recommend it. Namechecker.com is basically a site where you can go and make sure that whatever name you're going to use, whatever handle you're going to use, is available across the URL, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. And so you can kind of go and check the name that you want to use and make sure that it's available, because you want to stay consistent across all platforms. You don't want your handle to be, ABC on Instagram and then, XYZ on TikTok. You want to be the same name across all platforms. And so that's important. This is a really good one, guys. Adcreative.ai, right? AI in the last couple of years has really taken off. It's helping. For me, the biggest thing that it's helped me do is write copy, right? And so adcreative.ai, once you get a little bit more advanced, is a site where you can go and literally generate hundreds of posts, static image posts, by using AI. It's very inexpensive. It's a very useful tool once you really start scaling and get to those levels. A lot of people are talking about this right now, and that's ChatGPT, which is part of Open.ai. And again, it's just another AI software that was released just a couple of weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, but it's getting millions of users on the platform. It's somewhere where you can go and literally, it's like a search engine, but you can type in, make me ad copy for Medicare Advantage ad, as an example. And this thing is going to give you ad copy examples. It'll write blog posts for you. It'll write site data. I mean, it's an endless opportunity. So highly recommend that. And the last one, guys, Video Leap. Video Leap is just a cool app that helps you and does reels, templated reels for you. So some tools for you. Take note of that. If anybody needs me for anything, any questions, there's my website, there's my direct phone number, and there is my email. I look forward to working with the person that wins that video. And guys, have a great 2023. Go get it.
Hey, Oscar, thanks very much. You know, I've actually used some of that, the chat GPT for some of my headlines on YouTube. It's amazing how freaking good it is. You know, just you throw a headline idea in there and then you kind of see what happens and see what works and kind of put two together. It's a nice little tool. Absolutely. Yeah. So, but what it can't do is do a sales script. I asked it I said, create a script with assumptive language in like 100 words or less. And it kept asking for permission to come to the house. I'm like, nah, that's not how it works, man. You got to assume the close, but
we're not there yet. You know, it's learning. It's still trying to develop.
It's still learning.
It's in its infancy. It's in its infancy for sure.
Right.
But the opportunities and what will roll out over the course of the next few years will blow us away. That I'm sure of. It
sure will. So just one more time for the audience's sake, where can they go to find out more about you, what you guys have to offer, and what you're doing with agents on the TikTok side of things?
Absolutely. Yeah. So scalemytiktok.com is the website that they can go take a look at, and everything is there. There's a whole explanation. Info at scalemysocial.io is where you can reach me if you want to email me. And yeah, I'm always available. I'm an agent, but I'm also doing this program, so I'm always available.
Awesome. Oscar, thanks so much for being jumping in on such short notice too. We appreciate you, man.
Don't leave us. I want to ask you one question, man. I'm gonna throw you a curveball here. Do you have a sample V-roll?
Sure.
That you can easily. I mean, I'm just curious to see what it looks like. One of your TikToks. I just want. I'm sure other people are like, "What is he talking about? What is a V-roll? Is it B-roll or B?"
So let me pull something up that you guys can take a look at here. Now, my focus is final expense and ACA. That's what I really focus on. So I have a ton of videos for that. So I'm working right now with a handful of Medicare agents to develop some Medicare ads. Obviously, with compliance, you want to be super careful. But here, we can take a look at this here. Sorry, open it up. Give me 1 second.
Sorry, David. I was just curious. I was eating that.
No. Listen, it's a great question. It's I actually right now that I'm talking to people about this program, I kind of get the same kind of question. They always go, well, what is B-roll? Okay, so let me share my screen and show you this here. This is an ACA ad. This was the ACA ad that I just ran. Can everybody see the video screen there of the White House?
Got it.
There it is. Okay. So this was one of the ACA ads that I ran. I ran multiple ads, but this was one of them that really converted nicely.
Any audio here?
There is audio, but I don't know that it plays through here.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, there's audio. Yeah, there's audio on this, and then there's also a voiceover, which I think is very important. And so just so I can talk a little bit about while we're doing this is, you see, I'm putting things like, if you're on Medicare, Medicaid, it's not for you. We want to weed out the people that are not going to.
Yeah.
You got it. Get off the ad. It's not for you. If you make, more than 60, get off the ad. It's not for you.
Right. Nice.
Very targeted, trying to get results, so that the people that end up watching the video are really people that you want, the people that you want to talk to the most.
Nice.
So that's kind of, and then the call to action starts as another sequence that follows that. But that's basically what that's about.
Cool.
And just doing that over and over again. That's the process that captures. So you're really able to deliver those pain points, the solutions over the course of that, 30 to 60-second video.
So see that you don't have to dance on camera. You can outsource it and have it professionally produced. You don't have to be on camera. I think it's always good though. But, for those of you who are gun shy on that stuff, there you go.
Yeah. And you can mix, right? Some of the things that I'm doing now is I'll do that B-roll, and then the last 15 seconds of the video will be the agent. We give them a script, they come on, they present themselves as the person that they'll be speaking to. And it really ties in nicely because you can deliver that story and then introduce that agent or that person that's going to be calling.
Cool. Awesome.
Hey, David, I'm not disqualified from winning one of these prizes, right? For the giveaways, I'm gonna put my name in the hat for this one.
Well,
don't worry about it.
Patron, you can buy his course. I bought his course. Come up with the money.
I
know you just bought a nice Tesla and an Escalade for your wife, but hey,
just one more.
She bought it. She bought it and gave me the bill.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works. That is exactly how it works.
Look at what you just bought me. That's how it was worded.
What a good husband. All right. Oscar, thanks for being here.
Thank you, man.
ScaleMyTikTok.com for more information. Oscar's a great agent, great person to work with. So definitely recommended. Appreciate it, Oscar.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Kill 23. Let's have a good year.
Awesome. So here's what happens next, guys. We're going to hop on back with Cigna. Again, Cigna is underwriting our special event. Thank you very much, Cigna. We're going to have more product conversations, so that's going to start momentarily. As a friendly reminder, make sure that you go to davidduford.com/ISS to request access to our insurance sales success website. 30+ hours of video training, free scripts, and a lot of freebies for an oriented towards Medicare, a once-a-week Q&A, Ask Me Anything call. And you also get registered if you do it on the live stream today for a giveaway we're doing at the end. We're giving away one of the videos like what Oscar showed you. We're giving away a social audit from Shauna and then a couple of Medicare smart books. Mm-hmm. So Luis, in case you don't have anything to say, feel free to jump in if you do. If not, we're going to go ahead and play that Medicare video now and get things started. So just sit tight.
Medicare 101 will be right after the Cigna presentation.
Awesome. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and set this up and begin playing. All right. 1 second, guys. We'll get it set up. And Marty Waters is back with Cigna.
And this is Marty Waters with the Duford Insurance Group. And we've got another exciting educational training here today. And I have Mr. Rob Milholland of Cigna Medicare. He's the head of local broker strategy, and he's going to go through some of the exciting things going on with Cigna Medicare here today and keep us updated on some of the things that just happened with annual enrollment period, as well as we look forward to open enrollment period starting January 1st. So Rob, thank you so much for joining us here today. Really appreciate your time. And if you want to take it away, we'll be all ears here.
You got it. Yeah. Thanks so much, Marty. Great to be here. Thanks for having me. This is a fun opportunity for me. I can't wait to tell my kids that I'm a YouTube influencer now because of this video. So I'm sure they'll run right out and watch it. Right. So
right.
Yeah, but for all the brokers who are interested, I do have some fun stuff to share. And as Marty mentioned, I'm the head of our local broker strategy. So I work really closely with our independent brokers out working in the streets with their consumers and their prospects. And then I work really closely with our broker managers to make sure that we have the right strategy aligned to broker needs as well as consumer needs. So I'm excited to talk a little bit about what we did in 2022 and how that'll enhance and evolve in 2023 as well, because there's been a lot of change and certainly a lot of positive enhancements and tools and technology, et cetera. So we'll share a lot about that. So on we go.
Great. That's awesome.
Well, Cigna, first of all, if I'm a broker, I want to know why would I want to work with Cigna, right? So who are we? What do we offer? And I wanted to start with kind of high level, because I think these numbers are really illustrating strength and strength in the market, strength in brand, strength in reputation. And so nothing to really brag about here. It's just really to call to mind the scope and the scale of our organization. And so a lot of people don't know that Cigna is a Fortune 12 organization. So 12th largest publicly owned company in the country. And when I tell people that, I get sometimes a look of shock and disbelief. And so I love to tell that, because again, I think it really illustrates our strength in the market. We've been around since 1792. We have a well-versed leadership team, a strong operations behind us, backing us up, and we're growing in the Medicare space. And so certainly we're piggybacking off of the success of our commercial teams, but the Medicare team is growing and evolving and expanding our footprint and our scale as rapidly as we can, but doing it with sustainability in mind too. So as part of that Cigna operation, we do have 1.5 million providers, clinics, and facilities in our global network. We are an international company, an international organization. We also have, with all the focus on mental health, as there should be, 175,000 plus mental health providers in our network, and that's grown 70% since 2016. And so we really are proud of that and want to make sure that we highlight that to everyone that we're working with due to the mental health focus. So how does that translate to our customers? Well, I can tell you that on the Cigna Medicare side, 3 out of 4 customers would recommend Cigna Medicare to their friends or family. So 70+% customer NPS, which is industry leading. And so again, really proud of that. Something that we like to tell everybody about, especially brokers, because you want to know how we're going to be treating your customers after they become a member of our plan and a customer with us. So definitely a highlight for us. So if you're also curious about why you'd want to partner with Cigna as a broker or as an agency owner, perhaps, I can tell you that our Medicare Advantage market is expanding rapidly. Again, we want to do this intentionally and purposefully so that we can do it in a sustainable way. Sometimes you grow too quick, and that can lead to problems downstream, and we want to avoid that. And so we've seen that happen in the industry, and certainly we're mindful of that. But in 2023, we actually added 2 more new states. So we added, you can see in orange there, we added Kentucky, and we added New York. And that was on top of 3 states last year. In fact, if you go back to 2016, we were at 16 states plus DC. And as you can see now, we're in 28 states plus DC as well. And so we have a goal in mind. And by 2025, we want to be in front of 50% of the total addressable market, Medicare eligibles. And we're well on our way. Right now, we're set at about 42%. So we expect to be there by 2025. Doesn't mean we're going to stop there. Sometimes you just got to put that stake in the ground and say where we're going to be at this point and have that attainable goal. And that was our goal for 2025. We won't stop there. We will continue to expand as our plans and products continue to enhance and as we grow our agent and broker support team. So we're looking forward to that. 584 counties were represented within that footprint. And so again, tremendous growth over the last 4 or 5 years, and we'll continue through 2025 at least and beyond.
Fantastic.
What does that look like? Oh, go ahead, Marty. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, that's fantastic. I love the way you guys know not to grow too quickly and the problems that come with that. That's a fantastic strategy, and knowing that that could be a problem. So that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a complicated business, as we all know. So you want to do it again with your operations in mind. And so we're not perfect by any means, but we have awareness of what we need to do and do better and how to grow purposefully. So we definitely are trying to do the right thing when it comes to not only our members and customers, but also our brokers, because disruption for both those parties is it's never fun. And so we want to make sure we're being mindful of that as we move forward.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, this map just goes a little bit more granular in regards to where we're expanding and how, right? So you can see last year in 2023, we added 107 new MA counties. And so with our expansion and our growth, we're actually growing our product as well. And so I'll get into a little more detail that in regards to those benefits. As my colleagues, my peers did with you last week, Marty, Rob Matura and Lee Cantrell, who are regional vice presidents of sales within these markets. They went into really deep detail. And so I'll cover it a little more higher level. But you can see where we're really focused is adding new MA counties. We're adding a lot of HMO counties, but you can see we're even more focused on that PPO growth because that is becoming more and more popular product as we all know. And in addition to that, we're looking to continue to add our DSNP opportunities, about 80 counties where we introduce new plans there, new dual special need plans to attract year-round selling, right? We want, again, focused on broker growth opportunities. That's another opportunity. And so what this tells me is that we're really focused on the right products where there is more appetite and where consumers and brokers want to be focused. And so we're trying to meet both of those parties where they want to be met. And certainly we'll continue down that path. And as the market shifts, we'll continue to shift and evolve and evaluate where we need to place our plans and what types of plans to place within those markets, because we want to be in the right to win markets, right? So we want to make sure that we're putting the right plan in the right market for the right consumer, and then make sure that we're partnering with our brokers to do that. So again, all blue states are basically states with product expansion. Where you see the star, you can see that's an existing state with expansion markets. You can see the orange where there was existing markets, but very little change. Connecticut, you can see up in the upper right-hand corner there in the orange, that was an expansion market for us last year. So we didn't make a lot of changes this year, but we'll continue to grow in those areas where we need to. And again, those two new states already referenced on the last slide, those are New York and Kentucky with the green stars embedded.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
All right. Again, if I'm a broker, why do I want to partner with Cigna? So let's go even deeper on that. So we want to invest not only in expansion and growth in new markets so that you don't have to cannibalize your current book. You can grow with us, right? You can go out and find new consumers and new prospects that will be new to Cigna, as opposed to churning your current book as you look for more growth opportunities. I think that's the right strategy for you. But how are we going to invest in you to give you those opportunities? So we talked about the footprint, we talked about the product expansion. Let's talk about a little bit about some of those things that we're doing specifically for the broker. So first and foremost, this is everywhere I go, everyone I talk to, this is the first thing I highlight in regards to what we're doing for brokers. We obviously know this is your livelihood. We wanted to make sure that you have enough income to draw upon so that you also can sustainably grow your business and operations. And so one of the things we've launched 2 AEPs ago, and we expanded upon this AEP, is our health risk assessment program. So last year we launched in the middle of AEP, not great timing, but we wanted to get it out there so that everybody would have a chance to grow with that opportunity. And this year we came into the market with it, and we of course promoted it and enhanced it. And so this 2023 AEP, we actually increased the amount that you can earn on those DSNP and CSNP qualified submissions. So right now, you can make $75 for an MA HRA submitted, and you can earn $125 for any special needs plan qualified submission as well. So again, that's tremendous opportunity. As far as I know, that's industry leading, right? Even if it isn't, it's pretty exciting to know that that's in your back pocket. And really, we try to make it as seamless as possible. Just know that it is a different program that you have to qualify for. So there's an additional module you have to take within our Producers University broker portal in order to qualify for this. It takes about 10-15 minutes. Once you submit that, you'll get a welcome email from our partner, our HRA partner, which is Icario, and they'll send you a welcome email where you can log in and register and then start submitting those HRAs, those qualified HRAs. You have 10 days to do it. So it takes about a week to get to that point where you're ready to start submitting them. If you haven't done it yet, I would highly encourage you to do it because that's a tremendous income potential. And I know I've made it about income, but it's also incredibly important to our industry and our business because what it does is it helps us close gaps in care. And that way we have a better number and customer experience. And of course, then CMS can help us close those gaps in care with our process as well. So know that that's out there. I think it's incredibly important because we want to reward you for your effort, and that is extra effort. And in addition to that, it helps all of us raise the level of experience with regards to the consumer and the prospect. Also, it helps us raise our star ratings. And that when we do that, of course, more reimbursement is available for the plan, and that goes right back into the plan, as we all know. So richer benefits can be actually a yielded result of this effort. So in addition to that, this was new this year. So it's separate from the HRA, but what it is, if you capture your application, your MAPD application with an electronic application, it can be any e-application source. So it could be Connecture, it can be Sunfire, it can be our Connecture DRX tool, it can be the online source, right? We even have a way to take paper applications and turn it into a digital application within our Connecture DRX, and you will be compensated extra for that. You'll get paid an extra $20 for submitting an e-app. And if you capture a valid PCP and you capture a valid email, that is another $20 and $10 respectively, for a total of $50. So you can earn even more additional income for your business, for your operations, that you can use to invest in your growth as well. We're really excited about that. I think this is also unique and distinctive for us to offer this. But by leveraging those e-applications and ensuring accuracy with PCP and emails, that makes all of our operations run much smoother. So it's worth additional incentive to you as a broker to do that. So again, any tool, and if you have a paper app, you can actually turn that into a digital app within our Connecture DRX tool. So it just takes a little more time, but it is available to you should you want to do that. Again, I mentioned our Arcario partner. We did launch this AEP, a new dashboard. In the past, there was not ideal visibility into what you had submitted, and now we have a tool available to our brokers that can then go back and search for what they submitted, which HRAs they've submitted. You won't be able to go back in and see the questions or the answers, but you will be able to see the member information in that it was truly submitted. And in addition to that, when we reconcile those payments on the commission statement, it's a separate line item. So you can go back, do some research with the Arcario tool, see what was submitted, and then subsequently when you were paid for that with our commission statements, because it's called out separately. So less hassle for you to be able to reconcile your books. Two more quick things to mention about it. Believe it or not, it is eligible to not only new to Cigna customers, but also plan changes. Just can't do more than one a year. You can't be incented, in other words, on more than one a year. So if you do a new to Cigna in 2023, but then do a plan change later for whatever reason, and you submit an HRA, unfortunately, you only get the one. But it's just nice to know that it is available on the new to Cigna as well as plan changes. I think that is also somewhat unique and distinctive in the market.
Yeah, makes sense. Cool.
Yeah, great opportunities.
Absolutely.
All right, real quick. We love broker feedback. And so every year we do roundtables. Last year, we launched our first national broker survey. And we were able to get about a 10% response rate. So more than 1,000 brokers reached out and answered roughly about 18 questions specific to product, plan, tools, and technology, as well as experience. And they gave us some tremendous feedback. And we used that this year to shape our 2023 strategy. So I just wanted to reference some of those points. You asked, we listened, right?
Yeah.
So we understand network's incredibly important. It's important to have product. It's important to have a strong network. And it's important to have a strong broker partnership. So we're very mindful of all three. We experienced 57% year-over-year growth last year in our network. So we added thousands of PCPs, thousands of specialists, and plenty of hospital networks. So that was really exciting for us. And we continue to grow every day. We actually have a process where you can nominate providers to be added to our network. And so that you can do through our Carl team, which is our agent support team. So leverage that. Again, kind of already referenced this, but we added additional plan types with more competitive plans and rich benefits. So we talked about the PPO expansion, the DSNP expansion. What wasn't on that slide is we have a new Courage plan, which is a MA only plan specific for our veteran community. And we received tons of great feedback about that from the markets where those launched. So just know that that is something that we continue to do, is innovate in regards to the plans that we offer to your prospects out there. Tools and tech. So we improved our OLPD, which is our online provider tool. It is significantly faster and significantly more accurate than it was last year. Always work to be done there. We will always continue to refine that and enhance that tool because that is so important. It's the source of truth for you as you're in front of your consumer and you're really trying to make sure that you have the best product for them. And we will continue to focus on that. But we've come a long way, and it's important to mention that. And we've heard that feedback loud and clear it's gotten better, and we will keep working on it. Producers University, that's our broker, part of our broker portal, but that's where you go in and you take certifications, where you do some of our training, you access our job aids. And so we did a big refresh in July on that, much more easier to navigate, much more easier to search for the tools or job aids that you might be looking for, or the training that you might be looking for as well. In dental, we all know that consumers are screaming for more supplemental benefits. They want more vision, dental, OTC. So we actually invested significantly in our dental plan. We have a dental HMO that has a max benefit of $20,000. And we also have our ever so popular allowance plan, which is in most markets. And dentists love this because it's direct reimbursement to them. So it leaves the consumer out of the transaction. The dentists submit to us, we pay them directly, and it pays first dollar as well. So actually, if you're looking for opportunities to do some lead generation, I'm telling you, if you go to a dentist's office and you offer partnership on that, they love our dental plan for that reason, because it does generate a lot of business for them, and it's a nice seamless transaction for them also. So they will partner with you on that, and certainly refer many customers if you go in and seek that opportunity with them. Again, a little bit more of this. You asked, we listened. Commission. All right. This is incredibly important to every broker. It's important to us because we recognize, again, this is your livelihood. Last year, we made several enhancements to our commission process, our commissions and statements, and we're happy to say 1/1 of 22, last year, we were 97% accurate improvement in paying timely commissions. So those 1/1 commission statements went out on time, 97% accurate. Therefore, you had less work to do to reconcile that, and you received your accurate check in a timely way. So we're really happy about that, because we know that in years past, that wasn't our strength, and we want to make this our strength because we know how important it is to you. So just know that 97% accuracy is what we achieved last year, and we're striving for even more accuracy this year. Improved certification experience. So again, your feedback matters. We heard it. Certs, nobody loves them, right? Everybody struggles taking all the certs they have to every year. And what we wanted to do was make it less arduous for you, less cumbersome. And so we actually removed our Selling with Integrity module, which saves about, in some cases, 60 minutes for returning brokers. First year in, if you're new to Cigna, you do have to take it that first year. But if you return, and the next year when you return to take certifications, that module will be eliminated from you. So again, less work for our returning brokers, and we're really excited about that. And we're always looking to improve our certification process, so certainly we'll take any feedback there as well. But that was a big undertaking, and we're really happy about it.
Awesome.
We do annualize our renewal payments. So that is a lump sum that comes usually at the end of January, early February. So that is nice for the brokers because they receive it all up front. They don't have to worry about it coming in monthly. So we know brokers really appreciate that because it allows them to plan more properly for their fiscal year by receiving that up front. And finally, a program I'm going to touch on a little bit more in detail in a sec, but our Star Producer program, we launched this. This is really a broker recognition loyalty program. You think of it as your airline miles, right? We want to recognize our loyal producers. We want to reward them with exclusive benefits and features. And so we launched that back in June. And we have 3 levels. And again, I'll touch on that a little bit just so everybody can understand what that's all about. We know sometimes news travel is a little slow, depending on how many emails you've gotten that week. So we just want to make sure our brokers are aware this is something we're really intentional about. We heard the feedback. We weren't doing a great job of recognizing them and building loyalty with them. So this is our opportunity to do so. And I'm excited every year to relaunch that and enhance that program so that we have additional features and benefits available to our brokers. All right, we talked about product and plan a little bit. So just I want to highlight some of again, Rob Matura and Lee Cantrell probably went deeper on this, but here are some of the changes we made in our innovation for 2023. We added a Cigna Healthy Today card, which really is our flex card. So all of our benefits and all of our allowances, if you will, OTC, you can see below where we got creative utility allowances, our grocery allowances. In some plans, we even have a pet allowance, fitness allowance. All of that is loaded onto one card for ease for the consumer as well as for the broker, right? Nothing, no additional cards to manage, no additional processes. So it's loaded onto one card. Our member incentives are also loaded on that card. So It's much easier to keep track of. It's much easier to manage when you want to utilize those allowances and spend that money. So we're really excited about that. And we look forward to enhancing that as well and making it easier for our consumers every year. But those are the types of things that will get loaded on that card. In addition to that, we have two cost sharing programs, or excuse me, one cost sharing program. Reduction in cost sharing in dental, vision, and hearing is a specific benefit on specific plans, typically our special needs plans. And then we do offer caregiver support. We all know that it's not only about our consumer, but sometimes it's about their families, right? This is for our demographic. Sometimes there are going to be challenges with supporting those individuals, and so we want to offer some caregiver support as well because we recognize this impacts the entire family. So our Cigna for Brokers agent portal is available as a single sign-on access. So basically, every tile you see on this screen, that is a tool that is available to you through the CignaForBrokers.com agent portal. You see Salesforce. Again, I mentioned Producers University. That's where you often go to take your certifications, your trainings. You can find our job aids and important tools and resources in there. That is also available single sign-on. So once you log into Cigna for Brokers, all of these except one is available for single sign-on. So no more remembering passwords, having to write it down or put it in a secure location at the end of the day. One password, one access, and that's the way it should be. And we look forward to adding more tools to that. So we do have the Medicare, Medicaid, and LIS eligibility tool. So if you want to self-serve rather than calling Carl, you can find out if they're Medicare eligible, they're Medicaid eligible, or LIS eligible. We are looking to enhance that tool that's available on Cigna for Brokers and to add in the levels for Medicaid this year. That'll probably come early in Q1, so we're really excited about that. But right now, if you just need to know simply that they're eligible for Medicare, Medicaid, or LIS, you can find that information just by simply searching by their MBI online. And so that'll continue to be built out and enhanced every year, and we look forward to relaunching that in 2023 and early Q1. Our online provider directory is also a single sign-on. So again, if you're in front of the consumer, you're looking to self-serve here, you're sitting across the table, you can go look up their eligibility, you can look up their doctor, you can look up their prescription drugs, all from one single source. If you use our tool for enrollment, that's our Connect Your DRX tool. And so that is available. And again, if you have a paper app that you want to turn into a digital app to earn that additional incentive, you can do that there as well. Our e-enrollment tool is used for very, very isolated situations, but that is the one that is not a single sign-on. So if you are using our technology for many applications, 99.9% of the time it's going to be that Connect Your DRX tool, but the e-enrollment tool is available from the Cigna for Brokers login as well. We have our Custom Point, which is our marketing tool, and I'm going to touch on that in the next slide. We also have presentation videos that you can leverage, right? Medicare 101, think of things that you might want to use when you're doing a community meeting or a sales presentation. We've custom built some tools for you that are available there. And then, of course, the Medicare Plan Finder, the CMS.gov, that is a single sign-on access as well from our Cigna for Brokers.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And this tool, the reason I'm highlighting this one is because I think it's underutilized, and I want to make sure our brokers are aware of it. So Custom Point, anytime you need some sales collateral, maybe some sales swag, something that you want to represent Cigna in your community meetings or retail events, whatever it might be, it's all available in our Custom Point tool. So again, single sign-on at Cigna for Brokers. If you go here, you can find your electronic business reply cards. You can find the brochures. You can find the Cigna buttons. You can find flyers and posters, car magnets, right? You can see the gamut there related to that. And so this is a tool we love. We recognize that there are some enhancements that need to be made, and we're making that. One of those enhancements that we made this year is our Order Wizard tool, which is a tool that launched right beginning of AEP, I think, and it allows you to customize more quickly in order in a much more succinct way. And so once you log into Custom Point, you'll see the Order Wizard up in the upper corner there. Use that when you're ordering your brochures, and then you can also see our most utilized marketing material the top 5, the MA only Courage plan. Those are some of our top utilized resources and marketing collateral that you'll find on there. But there's plenty more, as you can see from this slide. So I would just say, please, if you haven't used it, try it out. I think you'll be surprised at how much great stuff is in there. And we will continue to enhance this tool so we make it easier for the brokers to leverage as well. All right, and just a couple more things real fast on broker support. So we have our Cigna agent resource line, Carl for short. This is our agent support team. They are wonderful. They're available from 7 to 9 during AEP, 7 to 7 in OEP, and then 7 to 6. And all those times are Central Time during our lock-in or SEP timeframe. So just know that they can really answer any question from A to Z. They're a wonderful resource. They can help you escalate, problems you might be having. Whether it's a confusing question that you had or a confusing member experience that came your way, they can help you escalate those over to some of our business partners. So just know that they're kind of our one-stop shop for anything that you might need support on A to Z. Also, you can email them. You can see on the left-hand side there's the email address. You can also see the phone number. And if you didn't know it, they're also available for our telescope, right? So if you are looking for creative ways to handle your scope of appointment, we do have that. We also have a text scope and an email scope or electronic scope that's available. Also, if you're just looking to do a simple plan change for your customer, one Cigna plan to another, you can send them to that line right there. We have a plan change team. That way it takes that onus off the broker and they can focus on new business, right? New business with Cigna, and our customer plan change will walk your consumers through that. Of course, the broker and an agent will maintain the agent of record by utilizing that channel. Just know that it's there to make your day a little more efficient. And that way you can continue to focus on growing your business and operations with new business. And these near and dear to my heart are broker managers. There's over 70, I think we're close to 80 local as well as virtual broker managers available to you as your resource, right? These are your experts in the market. They can help you with trainings. They can help you. I mean, they can also answer questions A to Z, right? Carl might be easier to get a hold of sometimes because their broker managers are just so busy helping so many agents, but know that they're available for you and they're great to form a relationship with. And certainly they want to be more strategic in helping you grow your business with Cigna and what that looks like. So how can we help you lead gen? How can we help you partner with our value-based providers? How can we help you with the marketing and recruiting with your agency? And of course, they are product experts, so they'll help you understand the market nuances within that particular footprint, and they'll help you position to the right consumer. So understanding who is the best suited for our plans, that can be important as well. And they can walk you through that, whether it's our DSNP plan or our primary LIS plan or our HMO PPO. They'll walk you through all that, of course. And then as AEP ramps up, they're always available to help with kits and enrollment materials. I know a lot of them do kit drive-throughs. So that's certainly something that, we know the importance of those, the sales kits. And so we want to get those in your hands as quick as possible. And I know they love to, of course, support you and help you with that as well. I will mention our virtual broker managers. So this is a new concept for us this year. We opened a team of 10 virtual broker managers, and they work in unison and partnership with our local broker managers. Kind of like I just mentioned, sometimes your local broker managers, they might be at a meeting or an event, and they're not available for that urgent phone call or for that time-sensitive matter you might have at hand. And so our virtual team, they're at their desk all day, and they're supporting brokers just like our local team is, but they literally are at their desk all day, supporting over phone, over WebEx, with virtual tools, email, chat, text, whatever. So certainly, build a relationship with them. They're meant to be complementary and supplementary to our local broker managers. So they're a partnership and a collaboration out there that I think is kind of unique to us, from the sense that we know our local broker team, they have a certain amount of capacity, right, depending on what they're doing every day. And so we wanted to be able to support them as well with our virtual team so that they could be available really much and probably much more responsive on certain days, depending on what that local broker manager has. So just know that's available to you. And we certainly have their information out there on Producers University, just like our local broker managers. So if you don't know who that is, check it out. There's our key contact list is out there, and reach out. They'll be reaching out to you as well, I'm certain, because our job here is still a relationship business, is to build a relationship with the brokers. And so we have a twofold approach to doing that. And it's so far been proven to be very effective, especially during our busy AEP this year. So we're excited about that. Yeah, that's a great concept. I really like that. Yeah, it's like anything new, right? You kind of battle through the change. And so certainly we got much more proficient and efficient with that team this year. And they started to finally make their mark as AEP was building up and ramping up and started to build those relationships. And they helped a lot of brokers grow their business with Cigna. So it was a wonderful concept, and we'll look forward to growing and expanding on that team and enhancing what they do every day as well. Right, great. I mentioned the Star Producer Program. So let me touch on this real quick. So again, we heard the feedback. We want to make sure that we're recognizing and rewarding our loyal Cigna brokers. And so we created this program, pun intended. You guys are stars, right? And we all know how stars are leveraged in this industry. So we wanted to reflect upon that and say, we know who our 5-star producers are. We know who our 4-star producers are. And then our entry level is the star producer. Certainly that could change and expand in the future. But we wanted to kind of start small with this program to make sure that we were rewarding and recognizing the right brokers, as well as be able to build it out so that we can ensure its success. So our 5-star producer is really a designation for our top 1% of producers. And so we launched this in June. We looked at our prior year production, and we recognized our top 1% as a 5-star producer. What they got access to were pretty cool things. And again, we want to try and grow and expand this. But we offered them elite access to customer service and escalations issues. So we had one single point of contact within our Carl team for all of our 5-star producers. They could call Brittany anytime and get individual personalized service from her, or they could email her and probably get a quicker response in regards to that. So any questions they might have. And so we tried to reserve it for some of the, I would just call them, for lack of a better term, escalations. So some of that rudimentary or elementary self-service questions that they might have had that still went through our crawl team. But if they had a more complex scenario or maybe something they needed to escalate, they could go to Brittany and get that quicker single point of contact service. So that was really great. We look to expand upon that because we want to grow this program in 2023 to even more. We offered them, I talked about the custom point tool. We offered them a credit, $100 to buy whatever they wanted to on custom points. So that's a nice feature, especially if you're not that familiar with custom point. Sometimes those incentives will drive that behavior to go check it out and order some stuff. So for those things that do cost money, that $100 custom point credit was available to them. They also got some Cigna gear. We offered them a polo shirt, a journal, as well as some icon badges that they could use when they're out in the community. That way their prospects, consumers, or whoever they're partnering with would know that this was a loyal and high performing producer with Cigna. So we offered them a way to kind of market themselves and build some credibility and trust in the market, or in the local markets if they were meeting with a new prospect. And then for all of our levels, we do pay for Medicare certification reimbursement. So whether that's AHIP or NAHU or one of those outside vendors, we do offer payment for that, or reimbursement for that, I should say. 4-star, a little more limited access. They got, so this is our top 5% of producers. So they received a $50 custom point credit. They also got a gift, a branded, a 4-star producer branded gift. And of course that Medicare reimbursement. And then for our entry level, this was our largest population, but we think our greatest opportunity to build future 4-stars and 5-stars. And so to date, they received the Medicare certification reimbursement as well. And we look forward to graduating more of those into the 4-star and 5-star level this year. And so our plan is to recast that annually. So we'll look at prior year production and recast it and look to grow that program as needed. All right. And then lastly, our provider partners, right? It takes a village, as they say, right? So there's your carrier, you've got your broker, and then of course you have your providers. And so this industry, of course, is shifting towards value-based relationships in the provider field. And so it's really going, and I love the way that puts it simply, it's going from volume to value, away from fee for service to more of those value-based relationships. And so I'm going to quote these two because I like the way they're phrased. Fee-for-service seeks to repair what's gone wrong. Value-based seeks to keep things from going wrong. So preventative in mind. And again, the industry is shifting that way, obviously, and all of our plans are as well. But I feel like we're ahead of the curve in regards to what we're doing here. 85% of our customers are in a value-based arrangement. And you can see some of our partners down at the bottom here. You've got Centerwell, you've got IRA, you've got Cano, you've got Dedicated Senior Medical Center, Oak Street, Village MD. So those are some of the providers that we're partnering with. And you can see really what results that yields. So 22% less hospitalizations compared to fee-for-service, 14% less ER visits compared to fee-for-service, 60% reduced risk of readmission after 30 days, and 40% membership growth within risk groups since 2021. So again, we're at 85%, and that's about a 40% growth. So we're really excited about these partnerships. We think not only does it deliver a better experience for our consumers and customers and our members, I think it obviously drives a different level of engagement with our brokers as well, to know that we have these value-based providers to partner with. And of course, they want to partner with our brokers. They want to build relationships with you as well, because we're all looking to grow our business and operations, and that means more partnership across carriers, providers, and brokers. So excited about that. What does it mean to say you're a value-based provider? Really, what they do is obviously they take that additional revenue that's available because of the high reimbursement rate, and they, just like I was talking about with star ratings, right? If there's more money available with the reimbursement, we can apply more features and benefits into the plan. And so that's the beautiful thing about it. So obviously, increased transportation services that come from the providers, smaller panel sizes. Everybody loves to hear that, right? That way they can focus and be more of that quarterback for the member. Spend a greater amount of time. They average 45 to 60-minute appointments as opposed to the 10, 20 minutes they might get otherwise, right? Improved quality of life and health. So on-site community centers that offer some of those programs that seniors want to take advantage of so they can stay active within their community. So cooking programs, aerobics, Tai Chi, game nights, et cetera, right? And along those lines and tying directly to addressing those social determinants. So, obviously mental health is a big part of what we try to do every day. And so they're looking to support our members and prospects with addressing those social determinants. And again, behavior as well. So those are the areas we're focused on, looking to grow. And we are very thrilled about our value-based provider relationships. And just want to make sure our brokers are aware of it and know that the more we can partner with you, then the more we all can partner with those value-based providers as well.
Yeah, right. That makes a lot of sense. We're all in it together. That's right.
It's a partnership across the board. Absolutely.
That's right.
All right. And then lastly, but I mean, certainly the most important part of this is, again, that member and that customer. So this is, kind of hot off the presses. So we're excited about this, or at least it was back in October. Feels like that wasn't all that long ago. But Cigna Medicare, so when star rates came out this year, we actually have the most members nationally in a 5-star plan. 42% of our membership overall is in a 5-star plan, and that spans across Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and then some select markets within Georgia. So just the way that the contract plan lays out in there, it's just select markets. But obviously, we're thrilled about that, right? Star ratings are so important. And this was a tough year. I think everybody experienced a little bit of change there. But for us, this was a great highlight, something we want to call out to all of our brokers, just to know that we certainly are focused on 5-star opportunity, so that it creates a year-round opportunity for our brokers, but also it's a great experience for our member as well. In addition to that, we have, again, I mentioned this early on, but it's worth repeating, industry-leading NPS scores. So 70+% of our members or customers, 3 out of 4, would recommend Cigna Medicare, a Cigna Medicare plan to their friends and family. That's outrageous. We love that figure. We think that that's industry leading. And so really proud of that. And we look to continue that and even grow that number. They say if you're 70+%, you are world class. And so we feel we're world class in that regard. Very, very tough figure to achieve. In addition, we expanded our member rewards this year. So I talked about the Healthy Today card, which is our flex card. So member rewards would be loaded on that card. If you're on an HMO plan, you can max out at $100, which is money you can spend within any of our retail arrangements or our online catalog. You can spend it there as well. Or you can earn $200 for our PPO. You can max out. The key there is you do have to do your yearly review and your yearly physical in order to get that. So you can do it any time, but you have to get it to get any money back. So even if you don't do it first, you can still, if you get your vaccination first or whatever out of order, as long as you go and get that yearly checkup done, you'll earn that money as a member incentive, excuse me. And then lastly, we're really hyper focused on retention. We know nobody likes disruption, right? Especially the carrier or the broker. And so we want to make sure that we're doing what we can to build an improved customer experience for the onboarding process. And so this year, we're actually taking a more proactive approach, and we're doing an earlier and even pre-effective welcome emails, welcome videos, and of course, welcome packets. So we're not waiting until after 1/1 to get that information out, or to right before 1/1 to get that information out. We're trying to get it out as soon as they become an approved submission with us. And so that way the member knows what to expect. It leads to fewer phone calls to us and to the broker, right? Where's my card? What do I need to do next? Just relieve some of that pressure for all of us, because we get that information out earlier. It just kind of calms everybody's nerves about what's coming for 1/1. So that was a very intentional change for us this year. And we wanted to make sure that we did that to help retention efforts for both us and for the broker. And then we did launch a new My Cigna customer app in the Medicare space. So again, lots of emails go out. We know that might have gotten lost in the shuffle. So just want to make sure our brokers know, and we can really promote that My Cigna customer app to our new Medicare customers. And that, Marty, is all I have today. I'm so grateful for the time and the opportunity to chat with you. And I just wanted to say thank you and happy holidays from Cigna Medicare. So really appreciate your time today.
Well, thank you, Rob. We really appreciate it as well. A lot of great things happening with Cigna. If you don't mind, I did have a quick maybe follow-up question I wrote down. Maybe you could expand on, especially for the new agents that are either, thinking about coming on board with Cigna, adding them, as their carrier repertoire, if you will. Looking for more information about the 5-star producer program. And, maybe a little more details about that. Is that something you need to enroll in once you get started as an agent, so your production starts counting and things of that nature? Yeah,
love it. Great question. So no, you don't need to enroll in it. It's a simple process. So once you become onboarded with us, you get a welcome email, and that'll lead you to our Producers University and Cigna for Brokers agent portal, where you can start your certification process. And just by doing that, then you're gonna start to get outreach from our local BSRs or broker managers, excuse me, and our virtual broker managers as well. And they're gonna want to connect with you and talk strategy, talk about supporting you. And one of the things that, of course, want to do is build a business plan with you to help you get to that star level, to whether it's the entry level or the 4-star or the 5-star. That's ultimately up to you how much you want to produce. But we're there to support you and help you navigate that space and figure out how you can grow your book with Cigna to get to that level. So and it's a moving target. And so every year it's really looking at that top 1%, that top 5%. And then there was an arbitrary cutoff that we established for the entry level. And that's going to change each year depending on where the overall production comes in. But the way you qualify for it is each January after the 1/1 effectives come through, and we have an accurate figure, we're going to pull production from 2/1 of the prior year to 1/1 of the new year. All right. So in this case, we'll be looking at 2/1 effectives of 22 all the way through 1/1 effectives of 23. And then we'll take a look at those numbers, and we'll start to recast our membership, our qualified brokers in that member base, based on how those numbers are shaking out. So it's really hard to give a hard and fast line and say, oh, if you get this number, you'll be 5-star. I think eventually we'll get to that point where we can refine the process and we can really grow and expand the program. But today we're applying that 1% threshold and the 5% threshold, just because it's a little, well, to be perfectly honest, it's a little bit easier to administer. And also it motivates, right? If you know that if you know the target is 1%, if I just give you a flat number, right, you may only go to that flat number. I want every year, right?
Right. That's great.
We'll try to be more transparent in the future, but today it's the top 1%, the top 5%.
Yeah.
And then what we'll do is after we determine who those individuals are, we'll send a welcome email to them. And then we send a nice reward basket and say, thanks for partnering with us. And then we'll start to reach out about our exclusive opportunities. Last year, we did an exclusive training for our 5-star producers. Again, we have the custom point credits, and we try to help you leverage that tool, point out some things that maybe you could order on that. So it's still a relationship business, and it's our way of trying to deepen our relationship with you. So we'll help you figure out a way and a plan to do that. But we'll recast our 5-star and 4-star population probably sometime in early February, and we'll notify them shortly thereafter.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds great. I like the Medicare training reimbursement, certification reimbursement across all 3 levels. That's enough incentive for me.
Absolutely. I know. Yeah. And it's, everybody loves certs, right? But if you can get reimbursed for it, then it makes you feel less painful, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. Very good. All right, Rob. Well, thank you again for joining us here this afternoon. Really appreciate all the time and great information you've given everyone here at the Duford Insurance Group. And on behalf of us here at Duford Insurance Group, happy holidays to you and your loved ones too. Okay, Rob?
Really appreciate it, Marty. Thanks so much. I appreciate the opportunity. Happy holidays to you and your team as well. And thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yeah, you do the same. Thanks so much. We'll see you next time.
All right, we are back. Luis, are you there?
I'm here, man.
Hey. Nice to have you back. Thanks, guys, sticking with us. We're at the 4.5 hour mark, a little more than halfway through, much more information to go through. Thank you, of course, to Cigna for sponsoring our events. We appreciate you guys watching, and especially Cigna for sponsoring. So, Luis, why don't you pick things back up and keep this train rolling on? What are we talking about now?
Man, we are going to get deep into this, man. It's going to be up to here. Have you thought the water out of this? What's it saying? Too much water.
Drinking out of a fire hose. That's exactly what we're doing
ready.
Here today. Yes,
it's coming, and now they're going to open it wide open. Here we go. So we are going to dive down heavily into. Hey, I want to do Medicare. Either you're new and you want to get started. So we're going to quickly go through my 8-week training program that I do with the agents. It'll be a little bit quick, but we're going to knock it out. And
before we get to that, reminders, davidduford.com/ISS. If you are interested in our insurance sales success training site, 30 plus hours of video training, free scripts, a weekly Ask Me Anything About Selling Insurance meeting that I personally host. Plus, we're doing giveaways, giving away Oscars, TikTok video production with free commercial, 45-second commercial that he'll personally put together for you. Shauna's Facebook audit to help you get more leads off of Facebook, and then several ACA smart books. All you have to do is just go to davidduford.com/ISS to register, and then you'll be added to a list. And we're going to draw for that in the next couple of hours so that we can reward those out. And then also, failed to mention, January 20th, we're going to be in Orlando for our Elite Agent Summit, our first event of the year. We'd love to see you. We're going to host it at Topgolf. And Luis is going to be there. He's going to be training on Medicare and ACA. It's a great event, really focused on bringing agents in to talk, agents, not recruiters, about how they are successful. We've got top producers in Medicare, final expense, Luis and others that are going to be there, learn about selling annuities. It's a great opportunity. If you go to davidduford.com/summit, you'll learn more about how you can get a ticket. So, and then also hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. If you're joining us now, tell YouTube you enjoy this. Luis, take it away.
Hey, right now, those pencils should be sharpened. Those pens better be full of ink. So get ready, guys. Here it comes. All right. So we're going to start off with, okay, you want to get into Medicare. Okay. So what's the first thing you've got to do? Okay, guys, first thing you've got to do is you have got to do your certification. Oh, gosh, certifications. Oh, I hate them. every agent, I don't know one agent that loves certifications, but you got to do them. There's just no way around it, guys. You have to get certified. Now, there's one central place to go to get certified, and that is you want to go to AHIP Medicare training.com. Okay. I'll share what it looks like just so that you can get a little bit of an idea. Oh, if I can type. Of course, I can't type and talk at the same time. Here we go. I'll get to it. And AHIP Medicare training. There we go. Man. All right. So I'm logging in here. I'm going to show you what this thing looks like. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. Okay, here we go, guys. All right. So AHIP Medicare, AHIPMedicareTraining.com. Guys, you got to take this course. All right. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is what a carrier expects you to pass. And they set the bar up high. You got to score a 90% or better. It consists of 5 modules. Okay. On the Medicare site, on the Medicare portion of it, they're going to teach you the basics about the Medicare eligibility and the benefits. So basics is there. You're going to get that out of the way. Then they're going to talk about the different health plans. Then they'll talk about the prescription drug plans. They'll talk about marketing, the do's and the don'ts. Spend a ton of time on the don'ts. And then they're going to talk about enrollment guidance for both MA and Part D. Then you've got to go take an exam. And it's a 50-question exam, and you got to score 90. So do some quick math there. How many can you miss? Not more than 5. You miss 5, you got a 90, you got to pass. You miss 6, you got to redo it. Okay. And there's a cost to this. It's $175. And David, you can hit him up here. He's got a discount code. David, are you still there? If not, man, I got to remind myself we can post that discount. So get with David. He's got a $50 coupon where you can get this for $125.
It's real easy, guys. Go to daviddufour.com/ISS. And then when you get into that training site, there's a section like Medicare freebies or something. And if you click the link, you'll see it when you get there. It'll discount your AHIP by $50 automatically at checkout. Normally $175 goes down to $125.
Correct. All right. So you want to get that done. After you've completed these 5 modules and passed the test, you're going to do your fraud, waste, and abuse. Okay. You've got to get these 3 trainings down, get them over with, and then you get your certificate, and then you're good to go. Okay. Well, kind of good to go. There's still a little bit more to it. So you'll get your certificate for the year. Unfortunately, guys, we have to do this every single year. Okay. It's just the cost of doing business, and it gets easier and easier because you become more knowledgeable. Okay. A bit of advice on this is take your time, respect this course, guys. Do not think, if you're new to Medicare, that you're just going to hit next, go take the test and pass. Okay. The good thing is that those 5 modules you can download and use them as a reference while you're taking the test. Okay. So anyway, you knock this out. Now, once you've knocked this out, guys, then you can get with David, and David can help you with contracting. Okay. Contracting is, it's a beast. Okay. It's sometimes slow. One of the questions that we get from a lot of new agents is, okay, I want a contract, but who do I need to get? So I'm going to share this with you. There's one central site, government site, Medicare.gov. Do not put Medicare.com. Okay. So you're going to go to Medicare.gov, and I don't use this site very much. I will show you later what I use it for, but you're going to use this just as a reference to figure out what plans or what carriers are in your area. Okay. So you'll go to find health and drug plans. Okay. You'll plug in your zip code. You'll select Medicare Advantage. hit apply, and start. Okay, when you get to this section, guys, none of this matters here. So just click on I don't get extra help. I don't want to see my drugs right now. And then all you're doing here is you are getting the names of carriers. Cigna is one of them. Okay, the United Healthcare. Okay, keep on going. I've got 27, I believe, or no, I had 37, I believe. Let's see here. 27. Okay, I was close. 27 different plans just in one county. Okay, so we got Cigna, we got United Healthcare, Devoted, Humana, Aetna, who else is here? AmeriGroup. I mean, 7 pages of plans and carriers. So what you will do is you will jot all of these down. My recommendation for a new agent is start slowly and start with the big boys. United Healthcare, Humana, Aetna, Cigna. Okay, start with those. Once you get done with those, and if you're feeling that you need more carriers, then you can go back to the certificate or to the contracting request and get more carriers. But don't bite off more than you can chew. And here's why. What you're going to have to do is after you submit contracting, you're going to have to go back over here to, no, that's exactly where I didn't want to go, right here. You're going to go back here. And if you're a new agent, this is blank. Okay. If you are a returning agent, you will see here retransmit, or you'll see transmit, and you'll transmit the results of your AHIP to every carrier. What they'll do is they'll acknowledge, they'll receive it, acknowledge it. And then what they will do is you will next have to do carrier certification. Each of these carriers is going to put you through their own certification course. And you got to pass that. Otherwise, you will not be ready to sell and you will not be able to sell. There you go. You're not ready to sell. All right. So you have to do that. Okay. Also, the other reason why we don't want you guys to bite more than what you can chew is if you look at United Healthcare, let's go back to the Medicare.gov site. Come on, baby. I guess I got to minimize this. Okay, there we go. We go back here to the Medicare.gov site. You will see here, guys, that if let's just say I go pick one carrier, let's go pick United. You will see just in my area, I've got five United plans. Guys, you have got to learn all these plans. Okay, we go pick WellCare. WellCare also has 5 plans. So you kind of see how this can add up on how many different plans you're going to have to learn. So for a new agent, it could be a little overwhelming. So don't overdo it. You can always get them and roll with them. Okay, so you're going to do the carrier certification. And then what you're going to do is you're going to kick back. You're going to wait. There's nothing you can do. Go start marketing. Go do whatever you got to do to build a pipeline of prospects. And then what you're going to do, when you get that ready to sell, it is an email that you're going to receive. And they're going to say, hey, Mr. Agent, you are now ready to sell. And they're going to give you some information about your agent number. They're going to give you the information about the broker portal for that carrier. And it's going to want you to go in there and create your broker account. Okay, definitely want to do all that. Save all those ready to sell. I will tell you this. If you do not certify or you do not complete the carrier contracting and you sell a plan, you're in the doghouse. Okay. First of all, you're not going to get paid, so that's not a good thing. And second thing is you're in a doghouse. You don't want to be in the doghouse. So what I would suggest is make a little chart, make sure you know which carriers you're certifying with. And I know this year I forgot one carrier and I've got a good amount of renewals coming from them. Had I not certified, I would have lost my renewals for that one carrier. And I thought I had done them all, but I've got all these different plans I've got to deal with. And because I've got to learn them all in my area. And yeah, I could have missed out on a good chunk of change on renewals had I not certified. So every single year you must certify with AHIP and then certify with each carrier. All right. Now, after you are ready to sell, here's what you're going to do. You are going to go to that broker site and you are going to order your enrollment kits. Every carrier has enrollment kits, physical kits that you're going to place an order for. So if you're going to be a face-to-face agent, you need to load up. Okay. I have an office, one of my cubicles in my building, and I have I have stacks of applications of enrollment kits. Okay. In my vehicle, I keep 2 of everything. So I've got a tub, plastic storage tub, and we've put little dividers, and I've got 2 of everything in there. No, I take that back. I have 5 of everything in there. And then what I do is I have a bag, like an old computer bag, and I carry 2 of the most popular plans that I sell in there. Okay, that way when I go to an appointment, the last one, and it really made me so mad, was husband and wife, but I only had one appointment, or one enrollment kit, and it was in a senior center high rise. The elevators didn't work. Okay, I got up there fine, but it didn't work. So there I go, taking all the stairs all the way down, which was okay, but coming back up, oh man, that was a pain in the butt, all because I wasn't prepared. So you want to make sure that you're prepared. Okay, order enrollment kits. In those enrollment kits, guys, you're going to have just about everything to do a compliant presentation. You're going to have the summary of benefits. You're going to have the enrollment receipt. You're going to have some of them will have the OTC, the over-the-counter catalog. You'll see the language insert. The star ratings will be in there. You'll also see the abbreviated formulary in there. So it's got everything for you to utilize. It's even got a scope of an appointment and an application. Now, in the way we're doing business now, very few applications are done on paper. Okay, you must get some kind of device, a Surface Pro, a iPad. I use an iPad, and I do all my enrollments on the iPad. It's beautiful. Okay, so you got to have a device. All right. Now, those devices aren't foolproof. What if you didn't charge it? What if the place right doesn't have good service? So you always want to have backup enrollment applications, because they will still accept a paper app. All right. Next thing I want you to do after you get certified is one of the girls that handles the contracting for us, you're going to get with her, or even if you may or may not be with us, but you need to request a tool that's going to help you enroll. Okay, this is the tool that we use. It's called Sunfire. Okay, think of Sunfire as single input, multiple output. Okay, so what you do is you go in there and you enter a little bit of information. Okay, I'm going to share with you now. Okay, so let's just say I want to quote and enroll. So I will enter a zip code. I'll pick what I want. Okay, it'll ask me a few questions. If I want to put some prescriptions in there, and sure, why not? We'll add, let's just do CVS, and let's add 1 prescription just to make this easy. Okay, all right, so I added that, and nope, add medication. Okay, I'm done. All right, so I've added a medication. And what's important? I don't even mess with this as much. Are there any doctors that are important to you? Yeah, you know what? Let's add a doctor. Okay, so you can, we'll put San Antonio, and then we'll put this doc in here. Okay, we'll add that doctor, and then we'll save doc. Okay, all right, so we're rocking, guys. Are they enrolled in the plan? We'll put no right now. How often do they see? I'm not going to mess with this one, and I'm going to put no. Now we're going to rock and roll. This is going to start working for me based on the medications, based on the doctors. It's going to start going to work for me. So you'll see here that the software itself is recommending this WellCare no premium plan. I don't know why. Okay. And then it's going to recommend this Humana plan. But this doctor is not in network there. Not a good thing. Okay. So it's a great tool. Let's go over here to benefits. Okay. And let's see here. Oh, the other deal I want to show you, here's the medication. So this one will say 1 of 1 is covered. Okay. So it's a really good tool. And then what it will do is it will help you enroll. You can click on the enroll button and it'll process the application for you. It's a very good tool to use. Personally, I don't use it that much in my area. I write mainly with just 2 carriers. Remember, I got so many different carriers here. I write with just 2 carriers and I just use the carrier enrollment tool. Okay, so which means when you log into your broker support, they will have their own proprietary tool that you can utilize to enroll people. I've been doing that for so long and I feel like I'm an old dog. I don't want to learn new tricks. This is our young whippersnappers, our new people, they're using this. And there's a lot of good features on here. They've got a dialer where you can dial and record your conversation if you're a telesales agent. This thing also has when you click on, let's see here, let me click on details. You can go to details for this plan and you can scroll to the bottom and you can get the summary of benefits, the star ratings. Okay, you can click on drugs and it will tell you what tier this medication is on. Okay, so it's a very, very good tool. So after you certify, after you contract, after you do carrier certification, after you do your order all your enrollment kits, you're going to request this. Okay, we provide it at no cost to our agents. All right, then what you're going to do is you are going to download the Medicare Smart Book. If you are one of our agents, then we give this to you. Okay. If you are not one of our agents and you want to get my Medicare Smart Book, okay, and we're going to dive into it here in a minute. I can share, I'm going to share a link here with David where you can go and buy this book. Okay. I put a lot of work into it. Okay. I update it every single year. And it's a great source for you to have when you're doing your Medicare. All right, let me find my little book here, my site. I'm going to share this with David, and then David will share it with you. All right. All right, so again, it's a great book. At this site, I also have an ACA course. I have an ACA Smart Book. And again, when you buy this book one time, guys, it's yours. Okay, I update it every year. You just got to go back in and that's it. You go back in and you get the 2024 update. And like I said, every year I update this thing. All right, so that's the start. Okay. I don't know if you're nearby, David. Are there any questions so far? If not, I wish I could see the chat. But maybe not. All right. Next thing that I'm going to share with you guys. All right. And this is one of the giveaways that when you go log into that site where you're registering with David for the giveaway, I have, make sure I've got this ready. I do have it ready. Okay. Okay. I have this, and it's coming up here slowly. All right, perfect. I have this new agent Medicare MAPD, MA or PDP checklist for you. All right. This is going to keep you compliant. It's going to keep you safe. So we're gonna go over that here in a minute. So this is a doc that you can download and put it in. It's included in your smart book. All right. Next thing that you're going to do is I want you it's a little hard for me to load these sites. Give me 1 minute here. I want you all right, here we go. I want you to download this app. You can get it on your iPhone. You can get it on your Android phone, but it's the What's Covered Medicare app. All right. It's an app you can download. It's got a big M on it. It's free. I get a little frustrated sometimes with agents because I'll get a text. Is this covered? Is that covered? And sometimes I'm like, you know what? It's a good question. I don't know. Well, the only place I go is I go here and you download this app. This is what it looks like. All right. And you type in what you want to know if it's covered or not. And then it'll give you a little breakdown. Okay. So it's a good little tool to have. All right. Next thing. All right, here we go. And we're also going to give this to you. Okay. Next thing. And I'm uploading it here, guys. All right, here we go. Next thing I want you to do is go to that same site that David has been mentioning. And I created an Excel. This Excel, guys, it's a great tool. I use this. Once you become familiar with the plans, it just becomes a good resource. But this is what you do with it, guys. All right. What you do is you're going to enter all the plans. So I have 5 different sheets down here. I have your regular HMO plans, your dual plans, your chronic plans, your PPO plans, and your Part B give back. Okay. This becomes a huge undertaking if you're in multiple counties. Luckily, I'm in one big county. I'm in San Antonio, and I hardly ever sell outside of here. But let's assume you're in one county too. What you will do is you will enter the carriers. You'll just put your information on here, but you're going to want to pull from the summary of benefits all of this data. Okay, you'll pull the data, and then what you'll do is, this is kind of agent use only, so you'll just keep that in your smart book. Reason I like doing this is let's just say that you're out on an appointment, and you're doing your intake, and the insured hands you their Medicare card, and they hand you their Advantage card, and it's with AmeriGroup. Okay, so the card is here, and how do you know all the benefits for that one plan within AmeriGroup? There's no way you're going to remember it. You're either going to have to Google it. You can use Sunfire and pull it up. You can go to the AmeriGroup website and you go look it up. You can go find it, or you can already have it ready to go. So let's say that I look at this AmeriGroup, and in my mind, I'm just loading this data in. Okay, so $3,500 max out of pocket, 0 for doctors, 25 for specialists. It's $155 per state. And, I'm gathering all this data. I'm like, okay, I just became super familiar with that plan. Now what I can do is, once I find the pain points for my insured, okay, whatever it may be, I go look for an alternative to help them out. That's how I start my analysis. But this is how I get going. Okay, I've got to find out what they have, and then get in, and then find out what their pain points are, and try to fix those pain points for them with another plan. So you've got to, you can download this. So this is another giveaway that we're giving you guys for participating here. Okay. Close this out so I don't. All right, we're rocking here. All right. How about this, guys? All right, let's talk money. All right, I wish I could see the chat. Next time I'm going to tell David, you got to give me access to the chat. How much do you think we make when we sell an Advantage plan? Okay, let's just get out here and just, we make $100, $200, $300, $1,000. We're all over the board. Okay, I'm assuming. Okay, if in the Medicare Advantage field, depending in your area, this is what we make. Come on, where are you, baby? It's loading up. Oh, and it loaded up on a different screen. Okay, here we go. This is the type of money that we make, guys. It is really good money. Okay, take a look at this thing. It's loading up for y'all. All right, look at this. Guys, this is our broker compensation for 2023. So last year for a new business application, we made $573. 2023, they gave us a raise. Beautiful. 4.89%. Guys, we've been getting raises every year. This is just, it's been great. So you are making $601 per application when they are new to Medicare. If you live in these states, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, DC, you're making some bigger bucks, $678. If you're in California and New Jersey, you're making $750. God, why do you guys make so much money over there? All right. If you're selling PDPs, you make $92. Okay, so you got some great money to be made off this. Now, these are new to Medicare. Look at this chart for the renewals. On the renewals, you're going to make half of that. Okay, so once your policy renews after the 12 months is up, you will start making $301. So guys, this is some really good money to be made. So let's just do some quick numbers here. Okay, okay. Let me get my little chart here, and I'm going to share this whiteboard with you. And check this out. All right, guys, I think it's loading up for you. Give me 1, 2. There we go. We're rocking. Okay, so let's say that you go sell, and nobody is this lucky, guys. Nobody gets all new to Medicare. But let's say that you sell 100 Medicare policies a year. And let's say that that is just going to be your battle rhythm, and you're always going to sell 100 every year. Okay, so, and let's assume that you're pretty good and you're a 50-50 agent. 50% of your business is new to Medicare, and the other 50 is renewals. So let's do some quick math here. All right. So you sell 50, and of these 50 new to Medicare. All right. And you are making $601 off these new ones. Okay. 50 times 601. Okay. And so right there alone, you just made $30,050. You're like, that's not a lot of money. Remember, this is 50 apps, guys, 50 new to Medicare. You're a 100 app agent. The other 50 are renewals. Okay. And you're making 301. Okay. Now you're at 15,000. Okay. So now let's add that up. Okay, so that together right here, and of course I can't add. We'll just say 40. I'm just going to round it up. 45,000. Okay, that's what you're making. You're like, well, that's not a lot of money. Well, I thought there was way much more money in Medicare here. What's going on? All right, that's year one, guys. Okay, let's go to year two. Year two comes around, right? Let's go, and here's year one, and we'll close that year out. Now we're at the second year that you're in business. This is where it gets, here's where it gets now. Second year in business. All right. You have 100 policies that are renewing. Okay. But I will tell you, nobody's 100% retention. Okay. You're going to, I would say a decent agent, 80% retention. Okay. Why? People are going to move. People are going to leave you. And unfortunately, some seniors are going to die off. All right. So out of this 100 that you wrote, let's say that only 80 renew, and you're getting 301. Okay. So 80 times 301. Okay. So you're at 24K there on your renewals. And let's assume that there's no increase in rates. And let's just go back over here again, and you're going to write another 100 policies. Okay. 50 are going to be new to Medicare, which we already know. So 50 new to Medicare, that's going to give you, 30K. And then you're going to do another 50 that are not new to Medicare. And this one's at 301. So you're going to make another 15,000. Now we're at 24, 30, and 15. Now your income is 69K. Year 2. And again, you're not increasing your workload. All you're doing is you're growing from one year to the next. All right.
And someone's responding to you, you can't see the comments, but he said get on your phone. People are trying to comment.
Okay.
Someone who's on your video right now.
They can't see what?
That you can't see what people are asking.
Oh, I know that.
Oh, he's saying get on your phone, you'll be able to see them. Maybe you can't see them.
Oh, that's a good. Okay. All right. Well, see if you can set that up for me. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to do that. Maybe on YouTube or something. That's a good thing. All right. Sorry. We're trying to get the comments here and I couldn't get it. All right. So now we're at year 2. And you can kind of see how this can get bigger from one year to the next. And it will just keep growing and growing and growing on you. So here is a good gauge for you to kind of set your standards. Let's just say that we already know every 100 policies that you have in your book of business, you know that, let's see, let me do my math here. Yep, you're at 30K. What can I do that? 200 policies, 60K, 300 policies, 90K, 400 policies, $120,000. Guys, 400 policies. If your battle rhythm is 100 policies a year, and guys, this is not really working that hard. You are making 5 figures every single month. And this is in renewals, guys. And this is just strictly MAPD. All right. Now, David mentioned earlier that a guy wrote 800 policies in 1 year. No, it was 600 policies. One of these young whippersnappers wrote 600 policies in 1 year. So he's at what, $180,000 in less than a year is what he's banking. Okay. So Medicare, it can be huge. Okay. So now you see the money potential with Medicare. And here's the good thing, guys. You put your seniors into good plans. I will tell you, your seniors will not leave you. Okay. You take care of your seniors. You have a good retention program. Maybe you get to a point where you're making 180,000. When you take 40 of it, hire somebody to be your customer service rep and maintain your book. That way you're not bogged down with service work. That service person can take care of your book, nurture it, cross-sell, and maybe even get you referrals. Okay. So this money potential is crazy good. And remember, this is just Medicare. There's other things that we can sell. The one thing that I sell with all of these plans is hospital indemnity plans. And I'll share with you how I do it. But that's another source of money that you can add to this thing. So just crazy, crazy amount of money that can be made. I wish I could see your comments. We're working on that right now. I think we're trying to get on the YouTube chat on my phone so I can see your comments and answer. We'll get David here. He'll be asking. But guys, you should be super excited about this. Okay. We had our #1 agent wrote over 300 applications during AEP and from October the 15th through December the 7th. Crazy. So, you just got to have some good systems in place, a lot of leads. And I think this guy was 8-10 appointments a day, 7 days a week. All right. He was a machine, did really, really well. Okay. All right. I think I am good with.
Hey, Luis, we can take some questions if you want them here.
Oh, beautiful. Yes, let's do that. Okay. So this is right here, David. Now you're coming back. This was my sketch of the money potential with Medicare. And so, yeah, let me take some questions.
Yeah. So Vito, hey, Vito, what does 1,000 clients look like as far as renewals? We can do the math real easy right now. I don't even think we need the
right now. 1,000 times 301. Nope. 1,000.
You had it. That's right.
$301,000. I have a college degree. I have 2 of them and I couldn't figure that out.
Not in math.
Oh, not even close. 300.
I'm a salesman, not a mathematician.
Exactly. 300.
Got to know your basic money math, folks. So that's one of them.
Yep. Wow, that is some serious money. What else we got, David?
Yeah. And Bob's let Bob do the reminding here down in the chat. That's every year. That's not just one time on 1,000 clients. That's recurring residual income. And like Luis said, yes, you're going to have people fall off. That's the normal course of any business. You should have a plan in place to fight to keep these people on the books. But this is residual income, right? And Luis, tell the, and I think it's important that the audience hear this. What is the difference in making an income that's residual based versus actively based? Meaning you got to go out there and sell a new policy every year. What's the lifestyle and the business like when it's kind of not completely on autopilot, but a large part of it's on autopilot?
Yeah, I look at it as the hamster wheel. Okay, with a lot of business, you make, especially with the life business and the life advance commissions, you are getting a big chunk of change up front with nothing on the back end. So you've got to be consistently sell. And it's very hard to get out that hamster wheel, but eventually you get tired. Okay. The beauty of Medicare is that I call it slow money. Okay. You don't get, you get an advance and only one time. You will never get another advance on the senior other than the one time that they're new to Medicare. They will pay you the entire 601. And then for the next 12 months, you're not getting a penny until you hit the 13th month. Okay. And then on the 13th month, what they do is they take that 301. They just don't dump 301. Some carriers do. Okay. I think Aetna does. Aetna dumps 301 for a bunch of clients today or this week. So they will do that. But the majority of the carriers, what they will do is they will take the 301 and divide it by 12, right. 12 months. Okay. That's $25 and change. So what they're going to do is they're going to give you $25 every single month. Okay. At the end of the year, you'll equal to 301 and you've made the full renewal. But what I will tell you is that money, this slow as earned money, I look at that as real money. You can go and spend it right now. The problem with advanced commission money, you go spend that. You're like, oh my God, please don't cancel. Please don't cancel. You're hoping that insured doesn't cancel. So this as earned money, it's beautiful, guys. If your goal is to get to 400 clients and you want to, just a 5-figure, 120,000 a year, and that's what you want, with our program, you can get there in 4 years and you're done. You just maintain your book.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, David.
No, I always like to emphasize that because, the sales pitch everybody gets nowadays is sell life insurance product, which is nothing wrong with that. And then build an agency to build residual income. But nobody really ever talks about the flip side of that, which is now you're co-signing debt on a number of agents that you hope and pray to God will pay back their chargebacks. There's no real restitution that you can get in many cases if they decide to write a bunch of bad business. And then plus you got to start babysitting people, right? Some people don't like that job. I enjoy training agents. We don't babysit them, but we train them. It's great for the person that has a kind of a construct towards that direction. But what I have found is that probably 95% of agents don't. They ultimately prefer running their own agency, selling their own insurance. They enjoy their clientele. And you don't have to get into recruiting and agency building to build residual income. So that's kind of why we have this whole training to begin with, because more people need to know about the Medicare opportunity. It's incredible. It's just getting better. There's more and more people every single day that are hot prospects for this stuff. And you don't want to be 5 years, 10 years looking back, wishing you got on the boat then, and you're getting on the boat now and fast forward in the future. And residual income, I can't describe it. There's something about waking up every month and having a big paycheck, whatever your number is, and not necessarily having to worry every month, where's my money coming from? I got to go find new people to sell to. There's a sense of, and for me personally, it's like the sense of relief that came as I started building my agency and building residual income. I remember, Luis, we took a trip first time, I think, since probably 8 or 9 years for a whole month, right? It was the greatest thing ever. And, you know, it was nice. It was relaxing. Family deserved it. But I couldn't have done that if I didn't have a residual stream of income, because as soon as you stop working, you stop making money, right? So that's why we work towards this. That's why we talk so much. That's why I'm sitting here lecturing y'all about it, because I just really think it's important. And it really makes this business something more than just money. Money's good. We like a lot of money, right? But the freedom and the autonomy, that's what really this is all about. To live a life that you want, that you're not trapped to the grind. Because you may be the type that loves the grind, like Luis and I are, but there comes a point where maybe you're like Luis and you go to the Gulf and you fish for a while, and you know, or you're like me and you just, I don't know. I like the work, so I like the grind. But Luis, you do too, right?
I love it, but you know what, Dave? I'm getting tired. You know,
Getting
I've
tired.
evolved now where I'm loving training. I love what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still selling. Don't tell me I love the game.
Right.
It's fun. It's fun when you can close the deal and you're like, okay, I made $600 or I made $1,000 today. It's awesome. But yeah, that passive income, you can relax.
Let me hit on a few things here in the chat. So please, let's go up here. I want to hear more from 69 Mega.
What's that?
You don't want to know.
Oh, okay.
Just some spam I had to tastefully hide from my audience's eyes. I apologize. I don't know why that stuff shows up. It's not me. All right. So look, we monetize in very interesting ways, but not 69 Mega.
Oh, I kind of get it now.
All right. Please talk about the $750 lead expense weekly. Did you talk lead expense?
No,
or I can.
I didn't. No, that's
Well, here's kind of what we do. So Luis, now we're on the recruiting side. We require agents to pay a $500 totally refundable lead deposit before they join us on the Medicare side. May actually be news to you because we just initiated it, because we want serious people that are going to invest in the leads. It's a very important part of success in any insurance business model. You got to have people to talk to. Some you can generate organically, a lot like final expense in Medicare. It's a paid lead strategy. And so we require agents to invest $750 plus on a full-time basis. What does that look like? It depends on the type of leads you're getting. Certainly if you do like TikTok course with Oscar, or you do Shauna's course, you could have dozens upon dozens of leads, keep you busy face-to-face over the phone. If you're doing direct mail, like a lot of our top producers do, it depends on where you're at in the country. It could be 20 leads a week. It could be as high as 30 leads a week. Again, the response rates just vary. But the point is that dollar amount's going to keep you busy. And whether you join us or not, like this is something you have to really take seriously. Like if you're not going to invest money in leads, you don't have a business. It's akin to opening a restaurant and not investing in the ingredients or staff to serve the food. Like that comes first, just like the leads come first when you're about to start and embark on a business model. In our business, this is a direct sales business. There are no cost of doing business like inputs, like ingredients, but there's leads. Leads are the ingredients. And without leads, you don't have a business. Thoughts on that, Luis?
Well, I'm going to tell you this, David. That entry to Medicare, the $500, if that's not in your budget, then you got some problems. I went to go visit with. I had an appointment with a husband and wife that they owned 10 Subways, and I was just curious. Hey, what is your cost? Well, I mean, when you started this, what did it cost you? And so they were walking me through it. Just to open one little Subway, okay, was a little over $300K.
Wow.
Okay,
Jeez.
that is in fixing the make ready, getting all the equipment ordered, getting supplies, getting it 300,000. And I was like, okay, so tell me on 300 and plus all the work. And he was like, oh, and if you want to make money right away, you have to work in the business. You just can't hire a manager and then your employees because they're going to eat into your profits. 300K. I was like, wow. What's our entry to work? Just, I mean, let's say that we have an unlicensed agent, David. They're just like, hey, I'm thinking about getting insurance. So in Texas, you're looking at, if you go do a insurance course, I think it's like $295. to go to maybe Kaplan Financial and take a life and health insurance course. So $300. I think the test is $80, at least here in Texas. And then if you pass your test, it's a $50 fee to apply for your license. All right. So where am I at? 295, 80, 50, 425, and you have your license. Okay. Now you need E&O. David, E&O
$40 a month.
$40 a month. Okay. And let's just annualize it. Okay. So we're talking the whole year. So that's another $500. Okay. I'm at under $1,000 for your barrier to entry into this business. And
right.
then, and one of the things David is saying, hey, you cough up this initial, was it $500, David? And it's refundable. It's yours. You can use it. You know, David's not going to put it in his pocket. No, he's going to utilize it for their leads, I assume. Is that where it's going to?
Yeah, we just collect that up front, so we know the person's serious, right? I mean, what we have found, and as you know, there are a lot of people who will pretend to do this profession and they'll study and take your resources, but they won't actually invest in themselves. And they'll kind of chicken out before they even buy leads. And it's just a shame. It wastes everybody's time, including ours and theirs. And so by having them on the hook to invest in the leads, we get more commitment up front, right? Because now they've got a deadline, and there's a deadline, I think 45 days, that they've got to invest those leads and invest money into some kind of leads to get the money back. So it just helps us kind of filter out the not so serious types, right? We really want to work with the best agents, and we want to provide the best resources to the best opportunity agents. And so that's kind of the part of the reason. Yeah. But beyond that, I mean, look, it's not a high expense business. It's not $300K, you know, it's
exactly.
This business. That's why so many people are interested in it now, you know, and if you can dial into it and really give it your all, you know, not only is it a low barrier to entry, but you know, if you can have a $300,000 renewal and not have staff, not have an office building, not have the trappings most people who make that kind of income have to deal with just to earn that income. Again, it comes back to that freedom and autonomy thing that's so important.
Hey, didn't Evan write 600 this year?
He wrote 600. Yeah. He's like 20, isn't he like 22 or 23? Yeah.
Look, 1 year, that's what he made for himself in renewals. Now, I'm sure a good portion of those 600 were new to Medicare.
Right.
So that would definitely skew the number higher.
Right.
But guys, that is a 1 year. He's going to get, that's some serious money out there, guys.
Couple other questions. I'll take this. This is from Tom. Hey, Tom, not Pat. How could you do 8 to 10 appointments a day? How long does each appointment take? Yeah. So we've had a number of agents through the years, Luis. We have had Chad, Adam, John, probably Evan as well. Probably some I'm forgetting, apologize. These are all like full tilt, 30, 40, 50 appointments a week type of agents. No joke. And they're running at least 8 to 10 a day. And you're asking, well, how do they do it? Well, here's a quick overview of how. First of all, they buy a lot of leads. Like in order to run a lot of leads or a lot of appointments a day, you have to have a lot of leads to call from. They're not just running 20 or 30. They're like 50 plus, sometimes over 100 leads a week. The second thing is most of them have an appointment setter. Okay. In the business of running an extreme level of appointments in Medicare or final expense or any other business face-to-face, you're going to have to outsource some components of your business. One of the most common and probably the most highest return on the investment activity to outsource is the appointment setting process. There are good people out there who will call and set appointments. And frankly, the easiest appointment to set is for Medicare. Hey, you want more free stuff? I mean, you don't say that, but that's essentially what you're doing is let's see if I can get you something better. And how about I come over and talk about it in 5 minutes, whatever, right? So you outsource the appointment setting. So that way you free up more time to run more appointments on those days you would otherwise set and call for appointments, right? Makes sense. And then third, you get really good with the product knowledge. You know, I overheard Luis earlier talking about, you know, the spreadsheet where his local, in his local market of the carriers and the products, like the guys who are writing a ton of business, they're not calling 15 states. They're writing their local area because they understand the product lineup. They intimately understand the hospital networks, the doctor availability in each plan's prescriptions, and which ones go where. And they become this like enormous resource for seniors that sells itself. And because they have that knowledge, they can work that much faster through appointments because they've repeated the same thing over and over again in that same market. If you're spread out, like this is one thing I would tell telesales agents, if you want to sell this over the phone, absolutely works. It works very well. But you don't want to be calling, in my opinion, 2, 3, 4 different markets, because between San Antonio and Houston and Dallas, Luis is in Texas, those 3 markets are all different. The players are different. The product lineup is different. The lay of the land is different. And there's only so much bandwidth that you and I are going to have as producers. So we need to constrain it. And there's plenty of business in your backyard if you'll just scale up the activity and see the people. So work your backyard. Telesales are face-to-face. Develop that intuitive knowledge. It takes time, of course. But once you do that, you can go through an appointment lickety-split much faster than probably what you're thinking now, because this is all very overwhelming. We don't totally understand that. But this is the process. It's a process to get to the point where you can scale this high. It just doesn't happen overnight. It usually takes time for the average person. Most people didn't start by doing, 50 appointments a week. They gradually increased it as their capabilities, education, training all increased as well. Luis, you want to add anything to that?
Well, and if you're trying to set your own appointments, you're trying to service your own book, and you're trying to run 8 to 10 appointments, something's going to give, guys. So it takes investment in you and your business. You cannot be an appointment setter and be out selling insurance. Right. You're going to be doing one or the other. So these agents that are out there, number one, they got an appointment setter that's calling. They even got one that is confirming the appointments. Hey, the agent's going to be with you, and they're starting at 8 o'clock, and they're running 9, 10 o'clock appointments during AEP. They're at night. I mean, I would come home exhausted and ready to go. So I will tell you, it can be done. You can do a complete compliant presentation in 30 minutes. Now, I will tell you this, guys, you're not going to do a 30-minute presentation talking about the grandkids and their dog and looking at the pictures on the wall and building rapport. No, you're going in there and you're not messing around. You're going in there and it's like you walk in, you go sit at the kitchen table and let's go. Hey, let's rock and roll. I got another appointment in 45 minutes or in 30, and it's a 15-minute drive. I got to get out of here in 30 minutes. Let's go, Mr. Senior. Okay. No playing around. And also the appointment setter, if you have a good one, they are already prepping that senior. Make sure you have your Medicare card. Make sure that you have your Advantage card of whatever carrier you have right now. Make sure you have all your medications ready for him. Okay. That's all an appointment setter. Because if you're sitting there, geez, go to your medicine cabinet, go get the meds. You're like, oh my God.
That's true.
Okay. Oh, well, then they go to their fridge. Oh, and why their fridge? You know what? I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'm sitting here. I mean, it's just, so you got to get to business, guys.
I find that the top producers in the space, the ones we've mentioned in our team, they all kind of take that almost like clinical disposition, like a doctor would. Comes in, sits down, no BS. It's right to work. What can I do to help you? Asks the questions, gets the results. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. There's very little like, talking about the fish in the wall and the stuff that, it's not necessarily bad. But when you're running 10, 12 appointments a day, guys, I'm telling you, I did it. I used to run 15 appointments, and granted in final expense, but I would run them 45 minutes on every 45 minutes with an hour arrival window. And I was hustling, man. I was like, I'm always thinking of the next one, getting to the next one, getting to the point. Is this person going to buy or not? Again, it didn't happen that way. It grew to that way. And you don't ever have to run at that type of capacity in the space, but there are people who are doing it and they're writing a ton of business. And then inside of a couple of years, they're going to have an enormous block of business. And if they decide they want to take their foot off the gas and coast a little bit, they're able to do that a lot easier at that point. Adding in here, Curtis says, what about the lower commission with you or an agency providing leads? We don't do that at the Ford Insurance Group in 360. We're really catered towards the independent agent that wants to have a diversity of carriers, that wants to maximize their commissions, that believes in the entrepreneurial model of doing business. What you're talking about is more of along the lines of, more of a job than it is a business, right? We're on the business side. Not to say that taking a commission cut for free leads is bad. We do that. I do that on the final expense side for agents who want to sell over the phone or in person. We do have a free lead program there at a lower commission. But on the Medicare side, the way you're going to find that is probably in a call center environment, or if you're lucky and you've got a great agency that will train and support you, which is extremely hard to find, you might find that in a local environment. But it is not as readily available to find.
And David, I'm going to throw a warning on that one.
Please.
If they're lowering your commissions, here's what's happening.
Yeah, please.
That-
Listen up,
here
y'all.
we
This
go.
is really important. Y'all don't find out till later, but go ahead, Louise.
Okay. All right. So I give you lower commissions. What you're doing is you're assigning or the entity that you're working for owns the book of business, not you. Okay. So they're providing you a place to work. They're providing you materials, your computer, whatever, and leads. So you're selling, you got a job. Okay. But you want to go take a 6-month vacation. Do you think they're going to continue to pay you? I would say no, they're not going to pay you. You're out. And they're going to keep your book and they're going to keep your renewals. The model that we have, you own your book. It is yours. Nobody can touch it. You can even sell it. Okay. You can sell it. There's a lot of people that want to get to a certain point and sell, and they take a windfall and they're done. Or you could just use it as your own personal annuity, where all you're doing is you certify every year. You kind of maintain your book. You sell 20% just so that your income doesn't fall. But you can only have that kind of model by being an independent agent, not working for an agency.
Luis, I met a guy on the phone in a consultation about a year or two ago, and he said, Dave, I'm really good at Medicare. I've sold 1,500 plans. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. Well, how much money are you making? Zero. He's like, my boss made all the money that owned the agency because I didn't know, but I assigned all my commissions and all those policies I wrote, even though I was the agent of record or the agent who sold it. The agency was the one who actually owned the business, right? And, he's making, what's the math on that? Probably at the time,
451,000.
Yeah, a year, right? And what a wonderful employee. I mean, me and Luis, from an employer standpoint, we talk about our employers being profit centers. Now that is a profit center right there.
That guy.
But you guys, you don't want to be that
office.
guy. I mean, really, if you're this far on the call and you see this business opportunity, you don't want to be on the guy that's making a wage plus bonuses. It's just not worth it. It just isn't. You're going to give up so much opportunity and never really build a business that you can build a lifestyle off of. You're just going to be stuck in another job.
Yep. That's a tough one. So guys, consider this. Consider getting your own contracts. Okay. Right. We don't take a cut of your commissions. Okay. I will just tell you, on the grand scheme of things, guys, what happens is there's always an upline. Nobody by themselves can get a direct contract. Okay. So what's going to happen is there's always a middleman. That middleman is going to get what's called an override. Okay. So your street commissions, regardless of what the override is, we never touch it. You're going to make that no matter what. Now, on our side, well, that's our take. We take care of that. And that's just the way things are, but we don't cut your commissions one bit.
Right. So last question here before we go to our sponsor break. We got another video from Cigna. David says, I've always set my own appointments with over-the-phone sales, but have been looking into hiring an appointment setter. Any recommendation for Medicare appointment setters? I'll tell you what to do. It's very simple. Upwork.com. Go to Upwork.com. It is a freelance international job website. I do a ton of business there. I've generally found pretty good talent there, not just in appointment setting, but in other avenues as well. But there's a lot of appointment setters that are internationally based that would be happy to get work from you setting appointments. You can find people who speak decent English in the Philippines and pay them $5, $6, $7 an hour. And that is like middle-class wage. Okay. You can find expats that used to live in the States or Canada that live somewhere else and can accept a lower hourly wage because that pays really good where they live. Maybe they live in Mexico or Thailand or so. I've seen all of this before. And it's a great way to find and get connected with really good people that will just do the calling, and you won't necessarily have to find them locally and pay them very high wages, because if you do find them, and there's nothing wrong with that, it's just very expensive. So some pro tips on that. I will throw something out in the chat here if you guys give me a second. Appointment setting. I have an article I wrote many years ago, but still very relevant, on how to hire appointment setters, and some takeaways here. So check the chat. I threw it in there. It's at my website, davidduford.com/appointment-setters. Follow that process. It'll teach you how to write a good job ad, how to choose between different, you're going to have more people apply than what you need. So how do you choose which one's good and which one isn't? And some advice on coaching them. Sometimes a lot of people internationally, you need to coach them on their nuanced version of their English, right? Because it kind of comes off awkward to Americans. So there's things in that article very helpful to help you with the appointment setting process.
Hey, David, I want to do two things before we go to our sponsor.
Yes, please.
When we talked about the guy, the professional agent going in there and not worrying about rapport, just 30 minutes in and out. You said, hey, they ask a couple of questions and they go forward. All right. I would think, I'm surprised nobody asked, well, what are those couple of questions that they're asking to get the conversation rolling? Would you guys like to know?
Yeah,
Give
please.
me a thumbs up on the chat if you want to know what those questions are, or just say,
Sure.
And no questions. What, are we getting any thumbs up?
Yeah, 20-second delay.
Oh, yeah.
It's never,
Okay. All right.
never as fast as you'd like it to be. But yes, let us know, how do we get into an actual sale fast? That would be good.
Okay, so we're going to jump on here. Okay, so check this out, guys. All right. So you walk in the door, and this is coming from one of our agents who wrote over 800 apps in 1 year, less than a year. Okay. So he walks in and he starts off with, awesome. Hey, of course he's in there. Hey, good to meet you. Here's the card that you filled out. Does it have, it's got your handwriting and you're trying to get him to nod. Yeah, that's me. Okay, well, let's go sit down. So what you have to do is find out the why. Why are you there? What can you do for them? So here's your conversation. So awesome. Okay, great. So we're here. So we get lots of these cards from a lot of your neighbors. As you know, most people that send this card in, they see all the commercials on TV talking about all the extra benefits, the dental, the vision, the hearing, the over-the-counter, the food card, the getting money back in your Social Security check, all those kind of extra things. So tell me, what was on your mind? What were you hoping we'd be able to help you out with today? What caught your eye? What were you hoping we could do today? Well, you know what? I would like to get some more money on my my Social Security check. Okay, well, great. Well, let's see what we can do. Or maybe, and again, you're trying to find the pain point. You got to find something to fix. If not, create something to fix. Okay. Do you want more money on do you want more benefits? Do you want lower copays? Do you want to pay less for your prescription drugs? Let's find out. Okay. Now, most people are going to do this. Most people want some money back on their Social Security. They want help with that Part B premium. Okay. That's one of them. The other one is a lot of people have trouble paying for their prescription drugs. Okay. They may be in a donut hole and they're having to pay 25%. It's costing them a lot of money. Or most people want more benefits. They want to get benefits like dental, vision, hearing, gym membership, over the counter, that kind of stuff. So how can I help you? There it is. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, awesome. So you want more money in your Social Security check. All right, well, let's go to work. Or whatever the pain point is, guys. Those are the questions that you're asking. Again, if they love their
right.
What's that?
The why, it's
the why. That is correct.
On the final expense side, we say something very similar. You sent this card back. You probably, have seen these all the time, but something must have happened in your life now that have caused you to be concerned about dying. What were your thoughts, concerns that prompt you to do this? And your job, and just like you're saying, it's funny how sales is the same no matter what you're selling. Your job is to ask them what their need is, but sometimes they don't know what their need is. Like they're not aware that they could get benefits. And so you have to start feeding them. Well, maybe you'd be interested in this or that or the other thing. until something kind of triggers and they're interested. And now you've drawn them in, and now I can start asking, well, what's your current situation like with dental? Well, blah, 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 here, blah, 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 there. And now you've started to uncover the need, and now you can build a platform to sell them a policy that solves that problem, right? That's always fundamental. That's awesome. So let's do this, Luis. We're going to go to Cigna now. We've got a 30-minute video or so talking about more on the Cigna products. Thanks again to Cigna for sponsoring us. Again, for those of you jumping in, davidduford.com/ISS to register for the Insurance Sales Success free website. Lots of great training scripts, etc. And that's where you'll go to enter to win. We're doing a sweepstakes here in a couple hours, giving away a video from Oscar for your video efforts. Also, a social media audit from Shauna and a couple of Medicare Smart books. So we're going to play that, and then go ahead, please.
Well, that's what we're going to jump into after Cigna. David, I put the site, we are going to give away some of those books, but if you're not with us, guys, and you want to buy one, David, would you mind sharing that link and they can go in there and buy their book?
Yeah, sure. I'll do it again. So the link is there. I put it in the chat.
All right.
Okay.
So there you can go get it. It's lifetime updates for one charge and you're done. And
what happens after the sponsorship break here?
Okay, we're going to jump into my second class of training. We're going to spend time on the first 9 pages. Let me confirm here. Hold on. We're going to go into, pages 1 through 9 of the Medicare Smart Book. Now, what you're going to do here, guys, what we're going to talk about now is we're going to get in Medicare basics. You're going to educate that beneficiary, and you're going to do it quickly and efficiently. Why are you going to do that? Because you don't want somebody else to come in behind you and do a better job than you. Okay. You want them to feel like, oh, my other agent was an expert. God, he had a book and he explained everything in Medicare. I actually know Medicare. You're coming in here just wanting me to sell me something. You know what? Get out of my house. That's what we're going to do.
Right. Awesome. Okay. So we will be back momentarily with just that. So sit tight. We're going to have Marty Waters come back on with Cigna and talk more about products with Cigna. So we shall be right back.
To the Duford Insurance Group Medicare Education Training class here today. We have the Vice President of Growth for Cigna Medicare, Robert Matura, here with us. He runs the regions of the West, Northeast, and Midwest. Robert, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here today. So happy to have you. And looks like we're going to be learning a lot about Cigna Medicare Advantage for 2023 in these regions. So if you're ready to go, why don't you take her away?
Marty, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back, and thank you for having us to talk about Cigna Medicare Advantage. You know, we talked with you all and your agents when AEP was getting ready to start. Just feel so honored to come back post-AEP and talk about how your agents can build their book of business, make the money and the dreams that they want to make with our Cigna Medicare Advantage products in OEP and beyond, definitely through and beyond 2023. So today I'm going to take us through those markets where we really are winning big, a couple markets where we're doing well, maybe not hitting it out of the park, but hitting our numbers just fine. And I'll do that for each of the regions. I think you're going to clearly see agents can make a lot of money representing Cigna Medicare Advantage products in 2023. We've already made agents a lot of money and looking forward to keeping that train rolling.
Awesome.
So when we look, super excited about all of this. When we look through some of what we stand for and what we can do, you see the first thing up there, 5-star plans. So most of your agents probably know when you have a 5-star plan from CMS, you can enroll people year-round. It is a year-round SEP or special enrollment period. And in Texas, our largest market in the country, every single HMO plan, which is our lead products, are 5 stars for 2023. We'll get into that in just a minute, but oh boy, are we doing well in Texas.
Awesome.
So outside of 5-star plans, though, we've got so many things that customers are attracted to. And it's why we're winning so well this AEP and they're getting into OEP the same way. We've got our Healthy Today card on all of our plans. That's our Flex card. It's for every single customer, every single plan. It's got their member incentives on it, which you see there at the bottom. It's got their vision, their hearing, and other allowances that may be added into it. One really simple, flexible card for our customers to use. Doesn't matter what product you're on, doesn't matter what kind of customer you are. Every customer has that plan. We expanded our senior savings model to all non-dual plans. Believe it or not, we had some plans in 2022 that didn't have the senior savings model. That's gone. And so every non-dual plan has our senior savings capped at $35 for insulin. We actually have a product in Arizona, our diabetic plan that does a little bit better. We'll talk about that in a minute. We have our dental allowance on many of our plans around the country. So you get your upfront dollars, range from about $1,500 to $5,000, depending on the market and the product. And then we also have our $20,000 Dental Max DHMO option. And those are on our non-dual and dual plans. And those are $20,000 of Dental Max. So you need $20,000 worth of services, you can get it on this plan. Some services more comprehensive and whatnot, you may have some copays on it. For a non-dual, dual customers have no copays on this plan. It's a true 20,000 max, insanely positive and really well positioned in the marketplace. Now, our over-the-counter, or OTC, has new retail and online purchases. We have PPO reciprocity across all of our Cigna markets. We're a national carrier. We should have a national network, and on our PPO plan, we do in our Cigna markets. We've improved our online provider directory to make it so much more simple to find a doctor, save a directory, and really speed up the time of enrollment and investigation with a customer. Makes it a lot easier for agents to sell us. Then down at the bottom, agents like to make money, we like to make money, and so we share the wealth. So on our non-SNP HRA, or health risk assessment, we pay $75, and on our SNP, our dual SNP and our dual lookalike plan in Illinois, which we'll go to in a little bit, we actually pay $125. And that's cash in hand in the next commission check. We also give an additional $50 per electronic enrollment. It's $50 for an electronic enrollment, a valid PCP, and an email address. Doesn't matter if it's HMO or PPO, SNP, non-SNP. You have a PCP and an email on an electronic application for $50. If you decide not to do one of those components, we're still going to pay you for the others. It just goes down a little bit. But think about it. If you do a non-SNP HRA and you do it electronically and do the right thing, add the doctor, add an email address so we can contact them and help them out, your agents are going to make $125 extra on every one of those applications just for doing the right thing, taking 5 minutes max. So we're really excited about that. We're getting ready to pay out a whole lot of money in that January commission check for agents who did that.
Yeah.
So now, why don't we go over to Texas, and we'll start with our 5-star plan. So that good-looking guy you see in the corner, his name's Ryan Giroux. He's my sales director in Texas. Your agents who work in Texas know Ryan and know his team already. They're very well in tuned in the communities across that great state of Texas. So again, as I mentioned before, all of our HMO plans are 5 stars for 2023. So 12/8 forward, that SEP comes into play. The cool thing, sometimes carriers get a 5-star ranking in a really tiny plan. It's not really that effective. Well, our lead products in Texas are our HMO plans. Of our 160 some odd thousand customers in Texas, about 130,000 of them, about 80-90% of our customers are in our HMO plans. They were our #1 selling plans in AEP, and they'll continue to be the #1 selling plan in OEP. In fact, speaking of Texas, we had a monumental AEP. We generally don't share numbers, so I won't share specific numbers, but I will tell you this. We grew more than 50% of the entire net growth in the state of Texas. So let me say that better. Cigna Medicare Advantage grew more than every other competitor in Texas combined for AEP. Not a bad net growth. And these HMO, the 5-star plans, are the line that growth. So agents want to make money with Cigna Medicare, go work in Texas. We can definitely take care of you.
Yeah.
So where do we do this? I'm going to go over a couple of brief markets on here. Houston, biggest market in Texas, our biggest micro market. About half the eligibles in Texas live in Houston. So we have, you can see the products on there, our HMO, PPO, our SNPs. I put in bold, we increased our preferred savings HMO Part B buyback or give back to $125 a month. It's the highest in the market. And it's our number one selling plan. 55% of all of our sales are on this HMO plan. And oh yeah, it's 5 stars. We our PPO into 3 new counties. We expanded our preferred savings HMO, by the way, throughout the entire state of Texas. So for 2023, every micro market we're in has our lead product. And that's new and improved for 23 over 2022. We also, this isn't a bare bones plan. The reason it's our number one selling plan is we also reduced a lot of cost shares and moves, and we added things like OTC or expanded things like OTC. We've got our 20,000 dental max on this plan. We've got low copays for specialists, 0 copay for primary care. This is not a bargain basement plan. This is a regular plan with an amazing Part B buyback, give back on it. Hence, it's our number one selling plan. Our D-SNP plans are called Total Care. And in Texas, we sold 4 times as many of them this AEP as we did last AEP. It was our 3rd highest selling plan in the state of Texas for AEP. And why? It's kind of simple. We give back an enormous amount of value to our dual customers. So you'll see there some of the benefits. If you combine grocery, which we give $100 a month, and utilities at $75 a quarter, we give caregiver benefits, which are called PAPA, where people come into the house to help the person out. This isn't coming to the house and doing medical care. This is some light cleaning. They want to read a book. They want loneliness, companionship. They need to be driven to the bank or the grocery store, the senior center. It doesn't really matter. I kind of call it a grandchild on demand. Senior needs to come over, take care of some things around the house, or just spend time with them. We've got that on this plan. We have a $300 per quarter OTC benefit, $0 copays for all prescriptions with folks with low income who are low income subsidy eligible. So it's full duals and the partial duals can come on into this plan. And it's really exciting, really successful plan. On our Total Care plan, we've got that $20,000 DHMO dental max with no cost share. It doesn't matter what you do. There's no cost share on that plan if you're on our Total Care plan. So it's a true $20,000 maximum. It's fantastic. When you look at the network on the right-hand side, because we all know product is benefits and network to sell it, we've got who you need. We've got over 5,000 PCPs. We've got all the specialists. We've got Renaissance, ChenMed, Iora, all the value-based providers. Village MD is huge with us, especially in Houston. We've got them all. And so when you look at the product and you look at the network and the 5 stars, can't be beat. And this is why we're growing so wildly in Houston. We can rinse and repeat that same conversation for the Rio Grande Valley or South Texas, right? The Valley in Texas, Corpus Christi. We've got our number one selling plan, that preferred savings HMO with that $125 Part B give back. We've got the same reduced MOOPs, the same OTC, the same reduced cost shares. So again, improved the benefits. That's why we're winning so big. And you'll see the same D-SNP plans that I just talked about in Houston are across the state of Texas. So if you are selling Cigna Medicare Advantage in Texas, we made it really simple. You can be in Houston, you can go down to the Valley, go to a couple other micros we'll see in a second. It's almost the same exact plan. And for the main benefits, same plan. And they're the lead plan. So on Medicare Plan Finder or on the MACVAT tools that a lot of people use, they're ranked number 1. In fact, they're 1, 2, and 3 in many of our micro markets. So really easy to sell us. When you think about the Texas, the Rio Grande Valley or South Texas, the Valley, you really think about the network. We've got them all. We've got the PCPs, the specialists, all the major hospitals. You know, we list out here Valley Organized Physicians or VOP. That's a long-term, long-standing provider partner with Cigna. But we also, of course, have WellMed, Conviva, all the minors, all the majors. And again, when you think of product network, there's no secret why Cigna is number one again this year, making agents money in the Valley. Rinse and repeat again for San Antonio and El Paso. Now, in San Antonio and El Paso in AEP, Cigna really stood out. We took advantage of a competitive opportunity that we had where one of our competitors was reducing a benefit, and we came in with our preferred savings HMO with the Part B buyback at $125, sensing a theme here, and we cleaned up the market. We gained over 50% of the at-risk population from that carrier, moved over to Cigna for 1/1, and we got a lot more in San Antonio and in El Paso. You see the benefits here, again, the same benefits I've been talking about in the other micro markets in Texas, but look at the El Paso MOOP's got a 2 in front of it, $2,900. So we went even deeper in El Paso knowing we were going to have the opportunity we had, and we can afford it based on the volume we got and the actuarial math that we do in our benefits. But you go over and you look at network, again, we've got the product and we have the network. All the major hospitals, we've got Epic, WellMed, Cano, Village MD, Conviva, all the specialists, most of the specialists in the 2 areas as well. And so again, you take the competitive opportunity that we absolutely won with and our overall product positioning, you can see how your agents can make a lot of money in Texas with Cigna Medicare Advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Then the last one in Texas, really, actually, there's one more in Texas. The next to last one in Texas is Dallas and East Texas. Again, I'm going to say the same thing. Preferred Savings HMO, $125 Part B give back, #1 plan by a long shot. We've also got our PPOs up, a little bit bigger PPOs in Dallas and East Texas. We've got great PPOs across Texas, but in Dallas and East Texas, that's really where they shine most. And so we've been selling quite a bit of both those products. Of course, we've got the DSNP, and you see the network on the side again. Dallas has become, this AEP, Dallas became our 2nd largest micro market in terms of sales, with Houston first. And it should have always been that way, but we haven't always been the most competitive in Dallas. We changed that materially this year, and you see what's happened. We are absolutely #1. Wow. And last but not least, as part of Texas is Oklahoma City. And again, we're #1 in Oklahoma City. We've got that Part B buyback. In Oklahoma City, it's $75 instead of $125. A little bit different of a math that has to go into there, but it is our #1 selling plan, and we're winning across the board in Oklahoma City. You can see we decreased where you needed to, and we increased the value where we needed to. And so you see decrease in our MOOPs, in our hospital stay, and we increase the value in the OTC, the dental, the vision, et cetera, et cetera. So customers are really seeing the value in Oklahoma City with Cigna Medicare Advantage. We've got a great network. It's still expanding out, but we've got a great network. And we're over 1,500 PCPs, all the major hospitals, really close with Norman and with Archwell. And we're adding and continue to add and develop relationships with new provider partners every single month in Oklahoma City. So you notice on the top, for each of the micro markets I just went through about Texas and Oklahoma, all above plan and AEP. It's our #1 selling market in the country by a landslide. And again, we grew more net growth than all the competitors combined in the great state of Texas. So come and make some money with us in Texas.
Yeah.
Would you like to move on to the next market for you?
Yeah. Gosh, you guys doing great in Texas. That's awesome to hear.
Yeah, thank you. It was a long time coming, and we are not letting that slow down. We've always done well in Texas, but we've unleashed the opportunity in Texas to a greater degree now. And our local broker community absolutely takes care of us in all of our markets, but in Texas especially, as they're driving about 65% of all sales, which is absolutely fantastic. When you look at all broker in Texas, about 80%, 85%, local brokers about 60, 65% of that. But now we move over to Arizona, and Jack Martin, you see his picture right there. He's my sales director, great state of Arizona. Yeah. And again, we're above plan and AEP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
absolutely won this AEP in Arizona. A couple of reasons why. I won't go through every single thing on this page, but I'll point you to a couple really significant reasons why. We introduced 2 new PPO plans. First time we've had PPO in Arizona, and they did really well. Not only did we sell a lot of new business on the PPO plan and AEP, but they actually were part of the conversation to expand who is talked about for Cigna, for agents to introduce Cigna into the conversation by starting with PPO. But most of the time, those customers bought our preferred savings HMO, which has, again, a $100 Part B buyback here, and in our alliance plan, which has that $5 specialist copay and the lowest MOOP in the state, or within $1 of the lowest MOOP in the state. And so we really invested heavily in our benefits in Arizona, and it paid off. A couple of things to point you to. First of all, talk about quality. We're not 5 stars in Arizona like we are in Texas, but we're 4 stars or better 12 years in a row. No one has that.
Yeah.
Right? And we can continue to do that, and that allows us to continue to invest in our benefits. We've got 3 plans with a Part B give back. Our number 1 selling alliance plan is a $20 Part B buyback. We've got PPO plans with a $50 Part B buyback, and we've got our preferred savings HMO plan with a $100 Part B buyback. So we know that customers need that and want that, especially in Arizona. That's heavily partial dual, lower income population. This is real value back. And so it's meaningful, and it's why we're winning. In fact, our preferred savings HMO and our alliance plans are 80% of all of our sales that happened in Arizona in AEP. Absolutely dominated the market. Our net growth is going to be number 1, we believe, in the entire state. And again, we had a banner and record year in AEP in Arizona. We reduced our MOOPs, but we've got the lowest in the state at $2,300. We maintained our $5 specialist copay on our Alliance HMO. We added a dental allowance, $1,500 to $3,000 you see there. And we've got the $20,000 dental maximum option as well on different plans. We know dental is really important, especially for Medicare populations. So we have all different kinds of options for them to choose from. We have Papa and Caregiver. So again, that grandchild on demand. We have that in Arizona as well. When you look at the network, actually, before we look at the network, one other item, we added simplicity into our products. So if you're an agent working in Arizona, whether you're there physically or you're calling on the phone, across our service area, whether it's Maricopa County, Pinal County, or Pima County. So for those not familiar with the geography of Arizona, from Phoenix through the desert down to Tucson, that is all one service area. The products are the exact same. So you don't have to remember 3 different versions of our products in Arizona. You market and sell Cigna Medicare Advantage in Arizona, you have one product suite regardless of where you are in our service area. It makes it really simple to sell us.
Yeah.
But when you look at the network, again, we've invested just as heavily on the network. So you see the numbers of specialists and PCPs, the reciprocity, of course. We've got all major hospitals except the Mayo Clinic, and we have all major value-based partners in network. And then the one really cool thing we also did was in 2022, our Alliance product had a more narrow specialist network for those PCPs who are part of the Alliance product network. We adjusted that, and so every specialist who we contract with in Medicare Advantage in Arizona is in every single product. Just again, simplified the opportunity, simplified the way that customers and agents think about our products. But again, above plan in Arizona, and this is how we won, and we'll continue to win in OEP and beyond.
Nice.
We've got a couple more West region markets to go through where we won big in AEP, and then I'll go through quickly the ones where we did well. We didn't outsize growth as much as these other markets, but we did fantastic. So the first one is New Mexico, and you see Mike Whittick there. He's my sales director for Utah, New Mexico, and Pacific Northwest. And New Mexico and Pacific Northwest, we absolutely won in AEP again. for new sales. We absolutely went above plan. So in New Mexico, we've got a simplified, really strong solution set. We've got an HMO and a PPO plan that are top of the markets, whether you're in Albuquerque, Santa Fe, or up in our expansion areas, which is San Juan County and whatnot. Those plans are number one, and there's the main reason why all of the customers are enrolled into Cigna Medicare Advantage in New Mexico. We invested in all the plans and decreased the MOOPs. We added all the value like the 2000 hearing, the vision, the eyewear, the fitness, the grandchild on demand for Papa, the Medicare Part B buy downs, our dental allowance, all of that's on these plans. When you look up the Cigna Medicare plans in New Mexico, you won't find a hole, whether it's a PPO or an HMO. We shine on both. And we've got some fantastic network partners through Presbyterian. Christus and Santa Fe we're one of the only carriers they actually prefer and help market in Santa Fe, which is a big boost to our success with our local agents in Santa Fe. We also have San Juan IPA, who does the same thing up in our expansion area. Then you layer in our value-based partners like Oak Street and Cano Health and some others, and we make a lot of noise in New Mexico. I've always thought of New Mexico as a smaller bedroom kind of market for Medicare Advantage. Well, we beat our AEP plan by 225%. And it outproduced quite a bit of larger markets across our country. So you can make a lot of money, and there's a lot of opportunity in New Mexico, and we're really unleashing that. We unleashed it in AEP, and we'll continue that in OEP and lock-in as well. Our broker sales manager in Albuquerque, actually she runs the state for us, for Mike. She is really well known across all agents and has been there for quite a long time. We're lucky enough to have her for about a year now. And so she brought really core relationships to the Cigna name, and they believe in our products. And again, we're making agents quite a bit of money. And when you expand that out to Pacific Northwest, so that's Oregon and Washington for us, we're much smaller in geography, right? We're only in about 6 total counties. 4 core and 2 that you see there were Columbia and Colwitz. But if you're in those counties, so around the Legacy Health Network, so Portland and surrounding area, and then the 2 counties you see there, if you market and sell there, we're the product to beat. Our HMO and our PPO are ranked really high there, number 1 there, number 2 there, and we grab more than our fair share of new sales in the Pacific Northwest, especially around that Portland area. And again, we've got the buyback plan. We invested in our MOOP. We've got the caregiver and the Papa support. So again, grandchild on demand. I love that. I really believe in that value. So do our customers. We've got the $2,500 hearing benefit. Of course, we've got the dental allowance on there, and all of the candy and the value that customers look for. In Pacific Northwest, Cigna's not ranked number 1. What you need to remember about Pacific Northwest with Cigna is it's a smaller geography. But if you happen to market in the Portland and surrounding areas and in the counties you see on the page, you can't beat us. We are absolutely your go-to product. And again, we showed that in AEP by outperforming plan very regularly. There's 2 markets in the West where we did well. We didn't blow it out of the water, but we did well. And those 2 are Utah and Colorado. So I'll talk about Utah first. We entered Utah 3 years ago to an absolute big bang. The PPO market was shrinking at that time. We came in with just a PPO, and we turned it into a 9% growth for PPO, and it was all Cigna. We enrolled over 4,000 customers year 1, and we've just continued to accelerate that growth. Well, this year, our competitors realized, hey, wait a second, PPO is a good idea, and they invested some in PPO as well. We did as well. We're still very well positioned, but we're challenged just a little bit in that competitors are closer to us. And so while we have very lofty growth expectations for Utah based on our last couple of years, those were very lofty, and we grew very well in AEP. We didn't hit our lofty expectations, but we came really darn close. We sold more than we did the last couple of AEPs when we launched and beyond. So we did very well. We've got very high bar and very high expectations. So if your agent's market in Salt Lake City and surrounding areas, we've got still the #1 PPO plan in the market. We've got a good HMO plan. The PPO is where it's at, especially with Cigna Medicare in Utah and Salt Lake City. We've got the Part B buy down, 0 premiums. Again, we've got grandchild on demand through PAPA. We invested in our hearing, our dental, our caregiver, and the value benefits that customers look for. We know that that customers know our plan now, and they know us as being linked to University of Utah, Mountain Star Hospital System, a lot of the local providers. And so we have to continue and will continue to invest in benefits to be meaningful and continue to grow at our lofty expectations. So even though we didn't exceed plan in AEP, we did really well and enrolled customers to get there. And so we're very excited about our opportunities in Utah. And finally, in the West region is Colorado, and that's Grace Bollinger up there, and she's my sales director in Colorado. Colorado, we were a little bit challenged with competitive position. We wound up enrolling close to our goal. We had, again, much like Utah, very lofty expectations as we are going into year 4 now, just went into year 4 in Colorado, and we've absolutely won in market share the first 3 years. So our expectations were really high. We sold a ton of business, lofty expectations. So we'll get to those lofty expectations, but Colorado's a great spot to make money. We now have 5 HMOs, 5 PPOs, and 2 D-SNP plans. We've got a plan for everybody, but we simplified them. And so you're looking for a Part B buyback plan, we've got a suite. You're looking for high dental allowance, we got a suite. You're looking for an overall value that mixes Part B give back with dental with strong core benefits, we've got a suite. Super simplistic products for HMO and PPO, 2 different D-SNPs depending on whether you're a full dual or a partial dual, and we've got opportunity. Where we've really invested beyond benefits in Colorado is our network. So we've gone away from just the facility dominated, the hospital system dominated provider groups, and we've rapidly added the value-based providers as they've come into Colorado. So all the main ones, you see them there, Village MD and Oak Street and Sunrise and On Point, Sunrise FQHC, we added them all. And we grow incredibly well with them. In fact, as Village MD continues to expand, as Oak Street and Iora, or now One Medical, continue to expand in Colorado, Cigna is their lead partner in helping with that expansion and that opening. And we have our agent partners who are close with Cigna are the ones who open those clinics with us. Obviously, they're clinics, but we're there representing and helping them drive growth. And so, Marty, that is the West region and how your agents can make a lot of money with Cigna Medicare as we keep moving through 2023. Whether we greatly exceeded plan in AEP or whether we came close to our lofty expectations, we represent a great opportunity in the West region.
Absolutely. Yeah, Robert, you're speaking 2 languages of ours, benefit-rich plans for our clients and making money. So that really speaks a lot to us agents. So appreciate you sharing that. Yeah. And congratulations on your success too with this AEP. That's great.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. And also thank you guys for all you're doing to help support us. You'll see as we go over to the Northeast and Midwest regions, which I combine into one here, a lot of similar themes where we won big, and we won big thanks to your support. So thank you guys for that.
All right. Well, we're going to come back and finish up that sponsorship video from Robert at Cigna. Thank you very much again, Cigna, for sponsoring our event. We appreciate you very much. Glad to have you guys on board. Luis, you there?
I am here.
All right. Well, glad to have you back. Very cool.
Yeah, let's hop into this, guys.
Pushing 4 o'clock here. So I'm going to turn this over to you. And then we'll be back for one last sponsorship video at 5, and then we'll do our drawings for our event, or for our giveaways after the sponsorship video. So go ahead, Luis, you take over.
So we got about an hour here, Dave?
About 50 minutes is what I would say.
50 minutes. Perfect. Okay. We're going to rock and roll. 7 classes, 7 modules in 50 minutes. So get ready, guys. All right. So David shared the link with you for the smart book. So we're going to jump in here into my smart book. All right. Come on, baby. Open up. There we go. All right, guys. Smart book is loading. Beautiful. There you go. All right, guys. So you pull the smart book. You're sitting with the senior. You found out their why, and now let's rock and roll. Okay. So this is what I do, and I don't do this completely with every single sale, but when they're new to Medicare and I'm going to make $601, I'm going to take a little time. Okay. So anyway, here's what I do. This is what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to talk about MA plans, PDP plans, med subs, hospital indemnity, cancer, heart attack, stroke, dental, vision, life, and health. That's what we're going to talk about today. Okay, Mr. Senior? Okay, you nod your head just like they are. Okay, they'll follow you. All right, we're also going to talk about Medicare. We're going to talk about A, B, C, and D. Okay, we're going to spend a little time on that. Okay, and then what we're also going to do is we're going to talk about what Part A and Part B doesn't cover. And more importantly, we're going to spend some time and talk about what it doesn't cover. Okay, we're going to talk about your out-of-pocket cost. Okay, and then we're also going to spend some time and we're going to talk about how C, D, and med subs fill in these gaps, therefore minimizing your risk. Okay, Mr. Senior, right now their eyes are like, oh my God, what's going on here? This is way too much info. We're trying to educate. All right, so before I do that, I'm going to share part of my presentation that I do live. If I can find this sucker, where are you at? Come on, baby. Here we go. Okay. This is part of the presentation that I do live when we do our seminars. All right. So I'm going to share with you guys, number one, why we're in such a great market. Okay. So take a look at this, guys. 12,000 seniors a day turning 65. That's a lot of seniors needing our help. So this is the next thing I want to share. Now, you may be thinking, these seniors don't need us. They're fine. I'm going to share with you what I call the 3 levels of confusion that our seniors deal with. Okay. Level 1. Okay. Well, I take that back. Hold on here. Okay, yeah, this is okay. So these seniors, when they're coming into the market, guys, and you're dealing with them, a lot of these seniors that are aging into Medicare are coming from either an employer plan, they either have maybe an ACA plan or maybe a short-term medical plan, or they have no insurance. They're coming from one of those 3 plans, okay? The guys that come from an employer plan, these seniors, when they turned 60, when they were working, they didn't have a lot of choices. They were just told, hey, here's your plan. Do you want it or not? They made their decision based on whether they could afford it. Very easy. Okay. The other guy, this guy had Obamacare, maybe a short-term medical plan. Maybe this guy had one of the Christian ministries health sharing plans, or hopefully he did not have one of these crappy limited benefit plans. That they're not crappy in the sense that they help supplement a true medical plan, but a lot of times they get sold as the medical plan. And then you have these poor guys that have no insurance and they're sitting there just waiting to turn 65 so they can get some insurance. All right. So now when a senior turns 65, guys, you got somebody new to Medicare. I want you to tell me, what levels of stress do you think they're dealing with? Okay. Think about it, guys. They're turning 65. What 3 levels of stress are these guys dealing with? All right. Number 1, there's Joe Namath. the first level of the first stressor is going to be all the mail they're getting from every single carrier out there. They're getting pounded from every carrier. You know, they're receiving unsolicited phone calls. Shoot, since I've been here, every hour I get 3 or 4 spam calls. Okay. And then you got Joe Namath, you got JJ Dynamite doing the commercials. You got all the commercials on TV. Okay. So this time, usually what happens here with seniors is they sit there and they're like, I don't know what to do. Every carrier is so good. Every carrier is saying they're the best. I don't want to make a mistake. Okay. That's stressor number 1. Stressor number 2, the freaking Medicare alphabet. A, B, C, D, F, G, N, Medigap, prescription drug plan. Guys, this is crazy for seniors when they come into this Medicare market. Okay, it's just not understandable for the majority of them. And the third level of stress, what do you think it is? So we got all the marketing, we got the Medicare alphabet, and then here's number 3. Remember, they either worked for somebody and they were told, here's your plan. Now that they're on Medicare, or they didn't have insurance, or they had an Obamacare plan. Look now, guys, in addition to those other 2 stressors, now they have to determine who to enroll with. Look at all the carriers: United Healthcare, Humana, Aetna, Cigna, Amerigroup, WellCare, Mutual of Omaha, Devoted, Scan. There's a ton of carriers. Well, how do these seniors make their choices? So again, 3 levels of stress is what I see. Now you understand, guys, why we're in such high demand. All right, so let's go into the Medicare Smart Book. We will continue. All right, here we go. Come on, baby. All right, so Mr. Senior, here's what we're going to do. To everything good with you? Senior's nodding their head. We're getting consent. We're moving forward. All right. So what is Medicare? Guys, I got 30 minutes. I'm going to jump into 7 more weeks of classes. Okay, so check this out. So I'm going to explain what Medicare is. All right. I'm going to say, hey, I should be looking at their card. I should have the A and the B. Okay. If I don't have both of them, I'm pretty much done. Okay. I'm wasting my time and their time. All right. I talk about eligibility. Okay. It's part of the compliant presentation, but I will also, if they already have their Medicare card, why am I going to spend time talking about eligibility? So unless this is somebody who doesn't have it, I'll just breeze through it just to be compliant. Okay. We'll talk about Medicare enrollment. Again, if they already have it, I don't mess with it, but here's the window when Medicare begins. Okay. So if I'm talking to somebody who's 64 and a half and they're asking me, what do? I use this. All right. Then we continue. All right, here we go. We're going to continue. All right. So I tell the senior, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a little education. We're going to talk about what Part A is. Part A consists of this: your hospital, your home health care, hospice, skilled nursing, the physical, the buildings. Okay. Medicare Part B is going to be the people inside. These are your doctors, your nurses, mental health care, your preventative services, medical equipment, the ambulance, outpatient care. That's what your A and B covers. And I'll ask them, what's missing? And they'll kind of like, oh, it's a tough scenario. Let's go to the next one. All right, now I want to get down into some specifics here. And this is the stuff that I update every year, guys. If you purchase my smart book, you're going to have Part A premium. What's the premium? I go over that. I go over the deductible. I bet a lot of you guys didn't know that Medicare had a deductible. $1,600 per benefit period. I bet you this, guys. How many of y'all know that there's actually a potential, unlikely, but a potential 6 benefit periods in 1 year? That's $1,600 times 6. Okay. Now we get into coinsurance. So days 1 through 60 at the hospital is $0 copay. Now, of course, this is after the deductible. And then 61 through 90 is $400. And then they give you an extra 60 days, and it's $800 a day. After you've done all that, they're going to come and you're going to pay 100%. Talk about skilled nursing, and then I go into the Part B. Part B, you're going to pay $164 in premium unless you're on Medicaid. Okay, let's talk about the Part B deductible, $226. Luckily, this is once a year. And then we'll talk about Part B, how they only cover 80% of the bill. You're on the hook for 20%. Okay, then I'll make this thing even worse. Okay, on this one, original Medicare has many gaps in coverage. Okay, so Medicare Part A and Part B. Did you know that your red, white, and blue card, that it does not cover prescription drugs? Did you know that it doesn't cover dental and dentures? No vision exams or eyeglasses. It doesn't cover hearing exams or hearing aids. It doesn't cover preventative physical exams. It doesn't cover the over-counter items that you want. The gym membership that you want for free is not going to cover it. The transportation, the food card, all those extras. None of this covers it. On top of all this, did you know that there's no limit to your out-of-pocket costs? All right. At this point, the senior's like, man, this sucks. I waited all my life, 65 years to get on this. This is terrible. Why did I let you in the door? I'm like, hey, but don't worry. I'm here to save the day, Mr. Senior. Here's what we're going to do today. Now, this next slide, I refer to this as the money maker, guys. This is what's going to make me the money. So, Mr. Senior, and I get their card and I place it right over here. Here are the two options that you have. We're going to solve this problem. Okay. We're not going to leave you naked with just Medicare. So you've got the ability to go with option 1 or option 2. Now, Mr. Senior, I'm impartial. I don't care which way you go. Okay. Either way, I'm going to make a great living. We're going to pick option 1 or option 2 based on your needs. Okay. It's like buying a car or a truck. We're going to find out what is best for you. Okay. So option 1, we're going to do a med sup with a prescription drug plan. Okay. Or option 2, we're going to do a Part C Medicare Advantage plan. All right. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the pros and the cons. All right. Usually what I would ask here, and this is of agents when I'm at a seminar, what do you think the pros are with a med sup? Okay. I would say, type them away in the chat, guys. What are the pros of a med sup? Okay. All right. Of course, then I can't see the chat, but I'm going to assume here's what you're typing. No network, no referrals. Okay. The Medigap usually will cover all of the cost except for your Part B deductible, which is $226. That's it. Okay. There's no no referrals, no pre-authorizations. I mean, it is great. So you pay your premium and then you just pay your deductible. And for the rest of the year, you don't pay a dime. It's a great plan. And no network. You travel, doesn't matter where you go. The only thing that matters is that wherever you go, they got to take Medicare. That's it. Well, I want that. Well, yeah, but it's going to cost you. Ooh, that's where it kind of like, oh, I would love to have that. But they got to pay a premium for the med sup and they got to pay a premium for the PDP. Okay. All right. So what are the negatives? Well, really the only negative is the premium. That's it. Other than that, guys, and this compounds that negative, is that the premiums are going to keep increasing. Okay. I've had seniors paying almost $400 a month for their Medicare supplements and they can't afford it. I mean, they're starving. And so they do go up. All right. Let's go to the pros for option 2. Okay, no premium. Ooh, I love no premium. I don't have to pay anything for this. You sure? Nope, you don't have to pay anything for it. But it's a pay-as-you-go system, which means as you utilize it, you're going to pay either co-pays or co-insurance. Okay, usually on these plans, depending on whether you're in an HMO or in a PPO, whether you go in or out of network, you're going to pay co-pays for your doctors, your specialists, your hospital stays. You may pay co-insurance of 20% for certain items. It depends. Okay. So the pros. Okay. The biggest pros on the Part C over here are what? I'm just seeing you guys like you're typing all the pros on, and I'm like, okay, so the pros are this. Okay, no premium. That's the biggest positive on this side. They love it. They get all the extra benefits. Oh, I forgot a negative for option 1. Guys, nobody typed that. Well, somebody probably did, but I can't see it. The negatives on option 1. There are no extra benefits. There's no dental, vision, hearing, transportation, over the counter. You get none of that over here. Okay, so over here as a positive, you get all those extra benefits. What's the negative? Well, you have to pay as you go. So as you utilize it, you're going to pay. And then secondly, is everything is network based. You've got to make sure that the care that you're getting is inside the network. If you're in a PPO and if you go out of the network, it's going to cost you some more. And if it's an emergency, it doesn't matter if you're in or out of network. Okay. So I explained that to my senior. I call this the moneymaker. And then what I will do is I'll let them decide which way do you want to go. Again, it doesn't matter, guys. This is how you're going to make your living. Okay. In my area, at least for me, and I love this, 90% of my insureds go this route. Okay. If they want a med sup, I will gladly sell them a med sup. Now, all said and done, I make a little bit less when they go with option 1, but I'm still doing well, still making a living. Okay. A good living. So either way, we shouldn't care which way they go. We want to find the best plan or the best option for our seniors. Now that we've determined which way they want to go, now we go to work. Okay. All right. So let's move on. All right. We're going on to, we got the moneymaker. Okay. So we're good there. I'm going to share one big deal here that we have to go over. Okay. I'm getting a little limited on time. No problem. Okay. Here we go. All right. So more pages. All right. So I skipped a bunch of pages on my Medicare Smart book. Guys, in this book, I've got, let's see here. What did I want to give it all away? But I got examples of all the different med subs. I've got height and weight charts. I've got applications in here. I got a great explanation for HMO and PPO. I've got the Medicare savings programs limits, the LIS limits. I've got all that in there. All right, here we go, guys. Next thing that I spent an entire training day with one session going over this. All right. Part of your compliant presentation is talking about the Part D. Now, this engine, let's assume that this is a 4-cylinder engine. There's four little parts of this engine. It doesn't matter if it's a standalone prescription drug plan or if it is a Medicare Advantage plan. Doesn't matter. The engine is the same in the sense of the Part D. All right. So you have 4 parts here. Okay. Part number 1 is a deductible. Every plan has a deductible. The deductible may be 0, but there is a deductible. I've seen them as high as 400 and change. Okay. Now, after the deductible has been met, and now also, if there's a deductible, usually it doesn't apply to all the tiers. Usually it will apply to tiers 3, 4, and 5. Most prescription drug plans are on a 5-tier system. You might see a tier 6. A tier 6 is not bad. A tier 6 is the most commonly used drugs, and there's zeros. But you have tier 1, preferred generics. Tier 2, non-preferred generics. Tier 3, preferred brand. Tier 4, non-preferred brand. Tier 5, specialty injectable type of drugs. And then you might see a 6. Okay. So tiers are going to vary. Usually 1 and 2 may not have a deductible. I see some plans that 1, 2s, and 3s don't have a deductible. All right, initial coverage. So I explained this. I tell them, look, you have $4,660. It's a little savings account that your plan has set aside for you to pay your drugs with. Now, after you've used it, you're out of luck. Okay, so you got to make sure you don't spend all your money in 1 year. The following year, it'll get reloaded, and these amounts have gone up little by little. Okay, so you're like, oh, that should be plenty. It depends. Okay, so let's say that you go get, that we're dealing with tier 1, tier 6s, some typical generic drugs. Okay, you're probably fine. But there are some drugs out there like your insulins, your the ones that don't have the brand names that aren't in the generic, they have no generic version of them. Some of your arthritis medications, some of these cancer meds, the anti-nausea. These things get crazy expensive. Okay, let's say that you have a medication that costs you $1,000. Well, guess what, guys? By the 4th month, you're almost out of money. Well, what's going to happen on month 5? They got trouble, guys. What happens after you've used all this money? Now you go into the donut hole or the coverage gap. When you're in this hole, guys, what's going to happen is the insureds are going to spend 25% of the cost of the drugs. Okay, that $1,000 drug that they were maybe paying $47 for on tier 3, now they're going to pay $250. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to get a phone call. This plan is awful. I came to pick up my meds. It's May, and they're asking me to pay $250. What happened? Oh, you're in a donut hole. You've been receiving explanations, EOBs every single month from the carrier, and it shows you there where you're at in reference to this donut hole. And so you're in a donut hole. Well, can you put me on a different plan? Nope. It's not going to help, guys. Okay. They can't get in a donut hole here and go get a new plan and start all over. Not going to happen. Okay. So they're in the donut hole. This is going on. They're paying 25%. They're not happy. What happens here, guys, is usually 2 things happen. If they've got the money, they pay for it and they hate you. Okay. But you got to explain it's not you. It's just the way the system is. But typically what happens is these seniors that are in this position and don't have the funds, they quit taking those medications. Okay. They start begging their doctors for samples. Okay. Not a good thing. So they stop taking these meds, their health deteriorates, and it's just not a good thing to happen. All right. So then once they've reached a spend of $7,400, not a complete $7,400, guys. Okay. So when you're in this category, here's what happens. Okay. So the way it's broken down is the senior pays 25. Okay. Let's see here. How do I have it? The manufacturer pays 5%, and the other 70% is paid by the MAPD plan. Okay, so that $1,000 drug, the senior's paying $250. Okay, that $1,000 that is a spend there, total spend, not what the insured spend, goes towards meeting that $7,400. Once they've met that $7,400, guys, what will happen is they go to the catastrophic stage, and once they're in here, they're paying either $4 or 5% or $10 and 5% for the drugs. All right, so here's my question. Pay attention, guys. I want you to answer this. How do I get rid of this? Okay. I just told you guys that this right here applies to all PDPs and the prescription engine inside an MAPD. But there is one way to do away with this completely. And that is I wish I had some trivia of the ding, 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 and a little song, whatever. How do I get rid of this? Only one way, guys. This right here. LIS. Remember I mentioned this earlier, low income subsidy. Okay. These limits are federal, which means they're the same across the states. If that senior makes, if they're single, they make less than $1,600, or they make, and they have assets of $1,500. I'm sorry, $15,000. Or as a couple, these numbers, if they are less, then they could qualify for LIS. And what you would do is do an application for them for LIS. Very simple, it takes about 5 minutes. You would do that application for them. And if they get awarded LIS, what happens is the way this works is done. Okay. Well, how will it, if this is done, then how does it work? Well, I got a little chart for you that I put in here, guys. So the way it works, depending on the level of LIS and depending on the tier and the stage, it will explain what they're going to pay for their cost. But when they get any level of LIS, it's a great thing for the senior. Okay. It is an awesome thing for the senior. All right. Next thing I want to share here. I would really, 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 really love if you guys would go to my YouTube channel and go and subscribe, guys. I'm trying to get this thing growing. Help me out here, guys. So go to my channel. All right. So when you get in here and you search my channel, guys, and I talked about, applying for LIS, I have some videos already set up on how to apply for LIS. Okay. You just got to search through here. I think, let me go back. I think you search right there and low income. Maybe. It's supposed to search the channel. I don't know why it's not. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I typed in LIS, and guess what, guys? I have, low income subsidy, how to apply for your insureds. Okay, so I've got a video on here where I do a complete walkthrough on how to apply. All right, so guys, I got a lot of stuff on my channel. So do me a favor, go and subscribe. And you know what? Hit me up, guys. If there is a question that is a little, I love shooting videos. Just tell me, I'll make a video of it and I'll send it to you and I'll answer your question. And then I share it for all you agents out there. So great resource. You can search it with Luis Moreno. Think Medicare, think ACA. Okay. So it's just a great resource. I'm adding 2 videos a week. Go do me that favor and help me get this up. I want to try to get it to 2,000. I don't know how many of y'all are here, but go 500 more people I need to subscribe on here. All right, let's move on. Okay. Oh, I have to cover this. Oh, okay. I want to get moving a little bit, but guys, just so you know, pull this up here. There are, it's coming up, give me 1 minute. In the realm of prescription drugs and in the realm of insulins, there are carriers that participate in the insulin drug program. Okay, you have to know who those carriers are. Okay, so in the resources on David's website, I have this. This is the giveaway. All right, so you would go to your state, you'd pick your county, and then you would look at the plan. So I have these highlighted because they're here in my county, and it will tell you there which plans participate in the insulin drug program. The ones that do participate, instead of paying the total cost of the medication, you will pay, I think it's $35 is what you would pay. You would pay that for the remainder for every single month that you go get your prescription. And if you're in that particular plan, you would pay a $35 copay for your insulin, even if you're in the donut hole. All right, next thing. What are some alternatives for seniors who are in the donut hole and they have no way out of it? Any guesses? One guess.
Robbing a
Type it away,
bank.
guys. Which one?
Robbing a bank.
You can do that. Yes. You know what? I didn't say it, but yes, you can. Okay. I will tell you I love this resource, and I think you guys should recommend it to your seniors. Do not send them to GoodRx. GoodRx got bought out by eHealth. eHealth is our competitor. Okay. They will market those people. That's why they bought that. So what you want to do, guys, at this point, love Single Care. No, it's not a dating website. Okay. But you can go to Single Care. You can type in the name of a prescription and it'll find it. You'll get your area, and look, you get a code. This thing may cost $5 or whatever. Who cares? It gives you a code, and all you do is click on the coupon, and there it is. They can print that. You text it, email it to them, and now they can go get this medication for 20 cents. Beautiful. Okay. So Single Care. I love Single Care. Okay. Another option. Mark Cuban. All right. He has, and it's a free program for people. You don't have to be a senior. Okay. But he's got this program put together. They sign up. It doesn't cost them anything. And he's kind of put his deal here on some medications. So if these seniors are in a position where they're paying too much, now they can go on here and see if they can get a discount on some medications. All right. I mean, he's got, every week I get an email from them saying, oh, we've added these medications, but it's quite a bit. Let's see what they have for diabetes. Glipizide, 360, metformin, $3. Yeah, this is not bad. So give them some options, guys. Remember, you're their agent. Try to solve a problem. Okay. So you could talk about the insulin drug program. You could talk about Single Care, and you could talk about cost plus drugs. Or you can do what David said, just go rob a bank, and then you don't care. Then you're going to have some other problems. All right, let's get going here. All right. How do you do a needs analysis? All right. So this is how you do a needs analysis. All right, I'm going to go back to my smart book. Hey, I love my smart book. Everything is in my smart book. Got the late penalty stuff in there. All right, here we go. Man, I didn't want to share this, but why not? Okay, here we go. I don't even know what I was sharing, but here we go. You ready? All right, the smart book. Guys, David mentioned earlier, hey, a doctor's all business, very clinical. He shows up with his clipboard and his lab coat, and he's ready to rock and roll. All right. So you should be the same way. You could have this in your iPad or whatever device you want to use. Okay. So you would fill this intake format. And here's, you're going to gather all the data. Okay. You're going to ask them about their income. Okay. There's a lot of reasons why we're doing this. The primary reason, we're trying to see if they qualify for LIS or possibly Medicaid. Okay. We're going to ask them about life insurance. We're going to put all their information in here. Why life insurance? Well, the cash value, if they have a permanent policy, but also it's a good idea to find out what they have, what they're paying, and the death benefit, and see if maybe you can help them out with a better plan. Okay, Medicare number, their effective dates. Okay, a little information, find out if they're on Medicaid, QMB, LIS. Well, how do you must verify benefits, guys. Okay, once you get set up with a carrier, you'll get their broker numbers. So you will call, I call United all the time. I'll click them, I'll hit option 2, and I would literally, while I'm with my senior and doing my analysis, and I do this on speaker, I'm sitting here with Mrs. Jones, and I need to verify LIS and Medicaid. They're like, when'd you get permission? Today. Bam, let's go. Mrs. Jones, this is her date of birth, this is her social or Medicare number, and this is her address. Great. Give us 3 to 5 minutes. We'll come back when we get the results. And I just put the phone down and I continue with Mrs. Jones. Okay. Next thing I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to talk to Mrs. Jones, and I'm going to say, hey, give me all your medications. And I'm going to write these down. I'm going to write out their dosage, the quantity, the frequency. All right. So I'm going to get those down. I'm going to write down their name of their PCP and any specialist. All that is going on this sheet. Okay. This is my intake sheet. This is my CYA sheet. Okay. This is how you're going to prove that you did your job. Lady comes on from United Healthcare. Hey, Luis, Mrs. Jones has LIS level 1, and she'll give me all the data on what. Perfect. I verified the benefits. There is no LIS card. It's just a benefit. It attaches to the prescription of any PDP or any MAPD that they have. Now, Medicaid, they have cards. Okay. If they hand you a Medicaid card, how do you know it's still active? You don't. Okay. I call in. I'm old school. Some of you little young whippersnappers that are very techie, you can jump on the broker site for your carrier and you can do a verification check on it. I don't do it. Okay. I just rather call because I can put it on speaker and continue working. Now, once I gather this information, I found out their why. Why am I there? Okay. I found some pain points. Okay. I know what plan they have, and I already put it into the my spreadsheet and found out all the benefits. Now it's time for me to go to work. How do I figure out a solution to their pain points? So what I will do is I have my own lineup. Every agent is going to develop a lineup for the plans. Okay. You could be in San Antonio, a mile from me, and your lineup may be just a little different. You may prefer carrier B versus carrier A. I may prefer A for whatever the reason is. Okay. So then what you will do is you will write the name of the carrier up here. Carrier 1, carrier 2, carrier 3, carrier 4. Okay. That's your lineup. Now what you're going to do is you're going to use either Sunfire. You can do Medicare.gov. I don't like doing that one. Or you can go to that broker site for that carrier number 1, enter the drugs and figure out if they're covered. If they're not, you will put NC not covered. If they are covered, you will list what tier it's on. All right. So you're going to do a formulary check. Then you're going to come down here with the doctor information, and you're going to, you have the same lineup here, and you're going to write down whether they're in or out of the network. And then you're going to do the same thing for the specialist guys. Okay. This is your intake form. You'll have all this filled out. Now let's assume that with your first choice here, the primary doc is in network and their specialists are in network. You hit a home run. Okay, don't mess and waste time with these other ones. You don't need to do that. You'll do it. You'll present one. Hey, I solved it. I have a solution for you, Mr. Senior. Okay, and then at this point, guys, we've never talked about the scope of appointment. David, are you still there, David? I want to know.
Yes.
If somebody said, hey, Luis is in the middle of a presentation, why didn't he get a scope of appointment site?
No scope mentioned yet.
Yeah, I haven't even mentioned the scope yet. Okay. Am I in trouble? I haven't talked benefits yet. No, everything's fine. So now that I've determined the plan that I'm going to recommend, at that point, guys, I'm going to get a scope signed. I have a solution for you, Mr. Senior. But before I start talking about the benefits of the plan, I got to get this form filled out, government stuff. It's pretty much what you're signing. You're not signing to enroll in the plan, but you're just giving me permission to discuss these benefits with you. Will you just put your initials on those boxes and just sign? At that point, guys, I've built so much rapport. At that point, they don't even question me. I've never had one person question me. Why am I signing this? Okay. Now, if they do question you, just tell them, look, I just need this here. If you decide to enroll me, I'm going to give you that sheet. You can keep it. I don't care. But I will take a picture of it with my phone, just for my purposes. All right. If they don't want it signed, don't move forward, guys. All right. You're probably not going to get a sale. You're going to waste your time. Get out of there. Okay. You have to get an SOA signed before you do this. Okay. All right. Now, I'd recommend that you get a generic form. You can just Google generic SOA. Sunfire, our enrollment tool, our tool that we use for Medicare, has a built-in SOA. You can email it, you can text it to them, or if you're there in front of them on a face-to-face, you can have them sign the SOA on your device. All right. Now that you've signed this, it's time to go to work. Okay. It is time to start explaining the summary of benefits. You talk about that. You talk about how the prescription, the tiers are covered. You what tiers are falling in. You talk about the star rating, the language insert. What else? And that's it. They tell you at this point, I love it. I love it. And I love you, Mr. Agent. I'm like, come give me a hug. Come on, baby. Give me a high five. All right. So at that point, it's game on. So here's what we're going to do, Mr. Senior. I have everything that I need here. I'm going to go ahead and start this enrollment. You take out your device and you start typing away on your iPad or your Pro, whatever you, Surface Pro. You start entering the data and then you collect signatures electronically because you have a touch screen and you complete the enrollment. And you're done. That's it. You rock and roll. Okay. Right there is the need analysis. Okay. And the enrollment. Okay. We're going to go to the next deal. All right. Well, I did forget one thing. Okay. I'm a human. Before I enroll somebody, guys, and as I'm doing my work, okay, as I'm doing my work, I need to figure out what election I'm going to use. Are they new to Medicare? If they are new to Medicare, you can use IEP. This is where you agents have got to have your stuff together. In my smart book, I've got all the elections there for you, okay? Okay, but I get, agents lose business because they don't know which elections to utilize. So if my senior chooses this plan and they're ready to rock and roll, then what? Well, you're going to have to choose an election. New to Medicare, IEP. Okay, if they're over 65 but they've had credible coverage, you'll use ICEP. Okay, if they are if they have LIS or Medicaid, well, you use the LIS and Medicaid, gaining, losing, maintaining. There's relocation. There's 5-star. There's in certain areas you'll have chronic. You have chronic plans, and they have to have a specific chronic condition to qualify. Diabetes is the major one. Certain cardiovascular conditions, all that will be in your enrollment kit. You've got to be super familiar with that. So you've got to know what elections to use. So 5-stars, another one. FEMA disasters. There are so many disasters out there. Right? It rains a little bit, and FEMA will throw out a disaster that you can utilize. All right, so a lot of good stuff out there for you on the enrollments. All right, what else? Let's see here. I'm going through this. Okay. All right. Now, so I've enrolled them in the plan. All right. I'm going to do, okay, here we go. I have in here an example of an HMO. So let's say that you're doing your presentation. Okay. And as you're doing your presentation, remember, we're not one cell type of guys. Okay. We're going to round out the account. So we're doing a plan. I'm just sharing this. And I only have this in here as an example of what a MAPD looks like, because they may not know. And I will, as I'm explaining these line by line, I will tell them, hey, Mr. Senior, remind me at the end of the conversation how I'm going to take care of this $100 per day copay for you. Okay, but remind me, okay? And I'll continue, and we'll get to the ambulance. Hey, Mr. Senior, this $230 copay, remind me at the end of the conversation to tell you how I'm going to take care of it for you. And then the ER $9 copay, I'll talk about that. And then I will also, as I'm going through the summary benefits, when we get to therapeutic radiation, which is chemo, and it's usually 20%, or some carriers do have a copay for it, I will tell them, hey, every time you go get a chemo treatment, you're going to pay this amount. Okay, remind me how I can take care of that at the end of this conversation, at this appointment. So I'll go on, I'll enroll them. Then what I will do, hold on here, just find my little chart. Too many open windows. Oh, I closed. Okay, let me just get one open here. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I do have it open. All right. What I will do now, guys, is I will present a hospital indemnity plan. So I would highly recommend that you get an appointment with 2 hospital indemnity plans. You can there's a bunch of them. I like Heartland National. GTL also has a very good hospital indemnity plan. Choose one, know it inside and out. Okay, if you don't have this appointment, get with David, he'll take care of you. But here's what I do. I will go on here and I will tell them, look, now I cannot put check marks on there, but they can. So I will tell them, after I've done my enrollment, I'm like, there was something I was going to tell you about. And I'll kind of I know I'm not dumb. Oh, you were going to tell me about how I could save oh, that's right. All right. So I will say, okay, remember, hospitals this, the ambulances, the ER is this. I've got a plan that will cover that. Okay, look at this, guys. I will tell them, I said, look, I can cover those 3 things. It's going to run about $12 a month. You can afford that, right? And if we do it right now, since you're turning 65, super, super easy. Okay. All right. No medical questions. Okay. You 6 months before 65, 6 months after 65, guaranteed issue, no health questions. All right. So, but you got stuff on here, guys. So I will quote those 3 things and I'll get a premium of $12. It's dirt cheap. Okay. Now, then I will mention to them, I will do my cancer spill. Have you ever dealt with cancer? And do you know somebody who has gone through cancer? It gets pretty expensive. And on top of that, while they're going through cancer, they're incurring all these medical costs. The plan will take care of the majority, but you're still going to be on the hook for some co-insurance. And on top of that, you know, those bills, you may not want to work. You know, if you're working, you may not have the ability to work. So why don't we do this? Why don't we put a lump sum cancer rider? You've got 2 questions to answer, a 5-year look back, and which means that they can't have any diagnosis of cancer in the last 5 years. And we can add cancer. So a little hard to see here, guys, but I put a $10,000 lump sum cancer benefit, and it went from $12 to $41. So $41, I could put a great package together for you. Do you want to pay for this with a credit card? Well, and you can do credit card. Sorry. Do you want to pay for this with a checking account? And all I need is your routing number and account number. And it's a done deal. Now, if I get a little pushback, I'm like, okay, what's going on there? Okay. Can you not afford 41? They're like, no, it's a little too high and I'm on a budget. Well, can you do 35? No. Can you do 30? Yeah, I can do 30. Okay, so what you do at that point is you'll take this lump sum cancer benefit and you can drop it in increments of 1,000. All right, so definitely want to cross-sell cancer or indemnity plans. And you can do it compliantly at the time of your Medicare appointment. Next thing you'll do, guys, is, and we don't have time for this, but with GTL, and again, if you don't have this contract, get with David. You can offer a short-term home health care. Highly recommend that you do this. There is a potential, depending on how many medications they're taking, that this plan could be free. Yes, taking some meds is a good thing with this plan. All right. So we just don't have time for it. Last thing, I talked about commissions. Okay. I do not, let me go find this. Hold on here. Oh, goodness. Oh, here we go. The last thing, and we talked about the money. When we talked about money, guys, okay, one thing I neglected to mention to y'all. Remember this money thing here? We talked about commissions. Why did nobody tell me, Luis, what about the come on, my pen, come on, click it, come on. Oh, here we go. What about HRAs? Okay, do you all know what HRAs are? HRAs are, type it away if you know it, they're health risk assessments. At the end of your application, guys, okay, all you have to do is it will prompt you complete the HRA. You enter a little bit of information and you just answer, you ask them some questions. Takes 2 to 5 minutes. Ask them some questions. It has no bearing on the acceptability of an MAPD, but after you complete this risk assessment, which just gives the carrier a little more knowledge on your insured, what it does is you're going to earn anywhere between $75 and I believe maximum $125. So let's go look at Evan over here. He wrote 600 applications. And I'm going to lowball this. Okay. So let's just say, he didn't do any of these. He just did the $75 one. So 600 times 75, just in his business, he made an additional $45,000 in HRA money. Ha! I am surprised. I'm shocked at you guys. Nobody, including myself, I forgot to tell me, hey, what about the HRA money? And then what about the HIP money? We got HIP money that we could talk about. I don't have time for that right now, but you make a commission on HIP money. It's almost as much as the Medicare money, depending on the premium, of course. What about supplements? Okay, supplements you don't make. Usually I don't do HIPs with supplements because the only thing they got to worry about is that $25 or that $226 Part B deductible. But supplements do not have dental and vision. So you can go and do a dental and vision plan. Okay, dental and vision plans usually pay about 30% commission. I think, David, do you have any idea what HIP plan commissions are?
Oh, off the cuff, probably around 50% is what
50,
I would figure.
somewhere in there. So if you do a $41 plan, $40 plan times 12, that's $480, and at 50%, you're making $240. Guys, you do something like this. Let's just say you do one new to Medicare, that's $601. You do the HRA, $75, and then you come in here and you do a HIP plan, that's $40, and you make $240. What are we talking about here? 601, 75, 240. Man, you're a little short of $1,000. Guys, you got some serious money you can make on this thing. Okay. Now, I want somebody to tell me why they're not going to jump into Medicare. Why don't they want to work with us, David?
Lazy.
Is there any comment like,
lazy?
You guys are bad people.
Lazy. That's about all I could think of. Just don't like to work. Yeah, I know.
This is a beautiful thing, guys. So I rushed through it. When you come and you join us, again, you got to hit David. Don't hit me up. Hit David up. When you come and join us, guys, I do this 8-week training with you. We dive down a heck of a lot deeper, and it's an 8-week training. When you come out of there, you're rocking and rolling. We also have mock presentations for you. Okay, we have our top agents where you're going to hear them what they do in a Medicare appointment. So, guys, this is so good.
Awesome, Luis. So we got one more segment after the Cigna sponsorship break. We're going to be doing the final drawing for the gifts we're giving away. Again, if you popped on and you're wondering what it's about, daviddeford.com/ISS to enter. Do that now or forever hold your peace. And then we'll take questions that you might have. So as you guys we're getting ready for this final 25-minute or so segment with Cigna, if you have questions that you would like to ask Luis has a hard stop at the top of the hour. It's 5:01. So we're going to come back, we'll draw, and then answer questions. So get those questions in the chat right now. So that gives him the best opportunity to answer for. He's got to cut out of here and I think go to his girls' baseball game, I think, if I remember correctly. So
yep, we got basketball.
There we go. Okay, cool.
Basketball game.
All right. So let's wrap this up with the Cigna people, and then we'll be back right after it's over.
Hold on, dude.
Absolutely.
So Marty, if you like, I can transition over now to our Northeast and Mid. And I want to start with Connecticut and New York. And Chris Melee, who you see there, is my sales director up in New York and Connecticut. New York, wow. We went into New York with lower expectations this AEP. We didn't think we were going to have the marketable network that we do have. And so we really invested in product to offset that assumed lack of marketability in the network. Well, our network partners did phenomenal. And not only do we have best-in-class PPO products in New York, we have an extremely marketable network. Northwell, Mount Sinai, NYP, CHS, Long Island IPA, NYC Langone, you name it, we've got a provider partner in New York who is helping us grow. It was embarrassing, this AEP. We 15x our sales goal, our new sales goal in New York. It was the most successful launch in the history of Cigna, for Cigna Medicare, and we're still going. Our PPO products, we have 4 of them in New York. They all have low MOOPs. They all have heavy up in OTC and dental allowance plans and Part B buyback plans and pet assistance. We're piloting pet assistance in New York, and customers are coming to us out of the woodwork. Our local brokers in New York, whoa, they really hit a home run for us. We're so happy working with all of our agents in New York, and that's really Long Island in the city is our service area. And boy, did we beat AEP out of the gate. So your agent's market in New York, we absolutely are number 1. We had a couple competitor opportunities that developed, but because of our network and our product positioning, we absolutely took advantage of them. And we won big. Cigna Medicare won really big in New York. Our agents who we work with in New York, they had a lot of money with us, and they're going to do the same in OEP and lock-in, because those opportunities still exist. And our product position and our network is fantastic. When Cigna launches a market, we need to certify that we can afford our benefits and our network for multiple periods, multiple years, because we don't go into a market and whiplash. That doesn't do anyone any good. So we will not do that. And so in New York City, we are going to continue to have a very strong position, not just in 23, but beyond. And you see our right to win markets. That's every single micro market in our New York market. So come to New York and help us grow, because we are an easy win and we can make you a lot of money in New York. When you stay up in the Northeast and in Connecticut, it's a smaller market for us. We are in New Haven and Middlesex, but we win really well in our Connecticut market. Now, Cigna's headquarters is in the same area. So we have a fantastic brand recognition. We always have in Connecticut, but our Medicare Advantage products are really strong. So we've got an HMO, 3 PPOs, 2 D-SNPs, depending on if you're full or partial dual, different choices there. But we invested in benefits heavily again, because in our own backyard, in our corporate headquarters, we really can't lose. That's embarrassing. So we invest to make sure that we don't lose. And so you'll see things such as the $2,500 dental allowance, our dental allowance on our PPO, which is called True Choice PPO. We increased that. We piloted a reduction in cost share on our Flex card in Connecticut. And that's at $125 per quarter reduction in cost share for dental, vision, and hearing. So that's basically the first $125 a quarter that a customer spends in dental, vision, or hearing, they can cover off the Flex card before even the benefits start. And so it's just an additional benefit that they get, which is really exciting. Yeah. We've also got the on there of 20,000. You'll see we really expanded our network, because if we're in a smaller geography, we really got to get that network right. And so you'll see the stats on the page. I don't need to go through them, but you'll see a massive expansion, and then you'll see some main names. So for your agents who work in Connecticut, they recognize all these names, and they know that Cigna is going to be a very big part of their portfolio, because we've got the product and we've got the network. Again, in Connecticut, it's a smaller geography, but a very successful one, and we were able to surpass our AEP plan in Connecticut this AEP.
Great.
When we move over to Philly and the Mid-Atlantic markets, so that's Paul Gill. He's been my sales director for a really long time up there, well known throughout the entire community, agent community and local communities, and a real asset to Cigna. And to agents who work with Cigna. So when we look at Pennsylvania, I know this is a busy screen. I'm not going to go through every detail in here, but I wanted to break out Pennsylvania. We exceeded plan in AEP. And when you look at Pennsylvania, it's really southeastern Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania, and western Pennsylvania. Three very distinct micro markets because the provider systems are different in each one. There's a little overlap, but not major in the facilities. And so we look at it that way as well. Well, in southeastern PA, which is the biggest of our markets, or SEPA there, we enhanced every one of our products. So we've got this alliance product that's built in a smaller network, but it's number one benefits on the street. And so if you've got a customer who lives within the service area of our alliance network, they already probably go to an alliance PCP with a competitor. Come on over to us because we are number one in the network. I'm sorry, in the market for benefit level there. And you'll see we have over 1,100 PCPs, so there's a wide selection. We enhanced our zero premium PPO, so we improved MOOP and out of network and OTC and dental and transportation, all the value your agents look for their customers, we improved, and we're winning because of that. And then our Total Care and Total Care Plus plans, those are our dual plans. You'll see again, we beefed up the OTC. We added a $45 monthly benefit for the Flex card. So that's things that they can do above and beyond their benefits. We've got the $20,000 dental that covers in this plan, covers dentures and a zero cost share if you're a full dual customer. So again, a true $20,000 dental max. If you're a dual customer, you have no cost for your dental plan. It's pretty awesome. When you look at Central PA, again, we've got our products that are successful there. We expanded into Franklin, Lehigh, and Northampton counties. What I'm most excited about is we also added the Lehigh Valley facilities and provider network right at the end of AEP. So that's several thousand additional providers and the marketable facilities to drive growth in Lehigh and Lehigh Valley as we move forward. We improved all of our products, again, with OTC and transportation, vision, hearing, dental. The value that your agents are looking for, we improved in Central PA. And we also have the dental allowance and the dental max as options. And then Western PA is our expansion for 2023. So we went into 11 new counties in Western PA, including Pittsburgh and some others. And we've got some really good products there. We've got really strong HMO with a $300 inpatient per stay. Instead of a per day, it's a per stay. It's a really rich benefit. We've got 3,900 MOOPs. We've got our DSNP in there that I've already talked through. So we've got a product suite for everybody. Where we were a little challenged in AEP in our expansion for Pennsylvania was our network. Well, we're about to change that. And I wish I had the okay in this video to announce the new network. I can't just yet because it's being dotted and crossed in the contract. Everything's being, I's are dotted, T's are being crossed. But I'll tell you, by the time your agents see this video, we will probably have an announcement out there that now we will have the marketable network in Western PA to go along with our really strong benefit investments. Again, a great way for your agents to make money. And we're so close to being able to announce that.
Yeah.
And so you'll see on the right side with the network, right? I kind of went over that with the left side, but you'll see we are very mighty in network. And again, Pennsylvania is a long-term market of strength for Cigna and in companies that Cigna bought over the years. Pennsylvania has always been the hallmark, the bedrock for the Northeast region, and it continues to be as we exceeded goal this past AEP.
Awesome. That's great.
When you look at, if you move over for a minute to the Midwest, You've got Galino Gonzalez is my sales director in the Midwest markets, and we're going to go through just a couple here. So in Illinois, in Chicago specifically, we went above plan in AEP. We're super excited about that because that's where we drew a line in the sand saying we had to win this AEP. We've got our 4 PPOs. We've got 3 Part B give back plans available. What excites me most, we introduced a new D-SNP lookalike product this AEP. We're paying commissions on it. By the way, we took advantage of 2 competitive opportunities where 2 competitors there changed their view on the D-SNP lookalike plans. So a lot of customers moved over to Cigna this past AEP, helped us win and exceed goal in Illinois. And it'll continue. That dual lookalike plan has a great SEP for partial and full duals, and you can continue to use that throughout the year in 2023 up until Q4. And so we're excited that that's going to be a big product for us. Our dual lookalike PPO plan and our preferred HMO plan, which is ranked 1, 2, 3, depending on how you do the searching on Plan Finder, those 2 are our top selling plans this past AEP. Our PPO products came really close to beating our HMO plan, our preferred HMO for top product, but our PPO standard plans were 3rd overall in total sales. And it's because we expanded the network. We've got a couple of the academics now. We put Northwestern in there. We've got Rush and Silver Cross, and the networks people are looking for. They may not necessarily use, but it's perception, and they love them, and we have them. And so we also have a reduction in cost share pilot in Illinois in our Chicago market. $500 for dental, vision, and hearing option. That's $125 a quarter. And so again, that's a money straight to the customer to use for those services before anything with benefits. So it's additional benefits that they can have. And so we did fantastic in our Chicago market, and we continue to ride that through OEP and lock-in. When you look at the Chicago market, agents always love working the Chicago market. We've got all the value-based providers, all the major non-value-based, the facility partners, et cetera, in Chicago. And it's such a dense population for Medicare beneficiaries. An agent can go in and work a 5-block radius and make a great living. Never have to leave there. It's so dense. And Cigna's been the #1 product there this AEP, helping us get above plan this AEP. Again, great way for agents to make some money. Ohio is the other market in the Northeast Midwest where we went above plan. In fact, it was kind of embarrassing. We sold 8 times more business this AEP than last AEP in Ohio. Go to Cleveland, go to Cincinnati, go to Dayton, make money with us in the Midwest with Cigna Medicare. It's a great way and a great opportunity and location to make a lot of money. We expanded our geographies, our networks, and we invested in product as if we weren't expanding our geographies and networks. So you've got everything coming together as one: top product, top marketable network, and expanded geographies and provider partnerships that really came to play to help us grow 8 times more this AEP than last AEP. Almost embarrassing, but we like it. And so with Cigna Medicare Advantage, you've got your 3 HMOs, your 2 PPOs, your D-SNP. We've got Part B buyback plans available. You can see on the left side all of the value that we invested in and launched. Again, we're not a hard sell in Ohio. And then when you look over on the network side, those are all the networks people ask for. So Cigna Medicare Advantage in the state of Ohio makes your agents a lot of money. We are the plan in town, and people ask for us every single day, and that's how you sell 8 times more year over year. So we're very excited about that. As we round out the end here, there's a couple of markets in the Northeast and Midwest where we did well. We have lofty expectations. They didn't hit the lofty expectations, but we did really well. And so the first one is in Mid-Atlantic, and that's really our Maryland, Delaware, and DC markets. We've got a good mix of products, whether it's HMO or diabetic C-SNP. We've got 2 D-SNP plans as well, and our PPO plan. And so we've got products for everyone. We invested in our products across the board. So you'll see, for example, And our Alliance HMO, which is in Maryland and DC and Delaware, we benchmarked it at a $30 premium, but it's below the LIS benchmark. So folks don't pay anything. But what that allows us to do is invest in more product and more benefits. And so that's what we did with our Alliance HMO. And so that's why it's our lead product in this market. We improved our transportation. We have our dental max plus our dental allowance. We have no Part B or Part D deductibles and no referrals in any of our plans. And while in some markets that's table stakes, in Maryland, DC, and Delaware, that's not table stakes. That's different. And so we invested in that to really help agents make money with Cigna Medicare Advantage products and attract more customers. We've improved our network as well. You'll see especially MedStar Health System gave us over 1,500 new providers, which we took advantage of in AEP to expand our sales. And then we also have more value-based providers. So Care Allies is a Cigna provider managed organization. So they're in Maryland and DC, and they really help us manage a bunch of providers, and they manage the Alliance network for us. And so we grow quite well together and are a really good option for your agents who work in the Mid-Atlantic region. St. Louis, we came so close to exceeding our goal within a whisker. We've got, again, we had lofty goals because of a very successful launch last year in St. Louis. We've got the products you would expect, the HMO, the 3 PPOs, 2 Part B buyback plans available. You sense the theme through this whole thing on the Part B buyback plans. We know that's a big value that customers look for, and we purposefully invested in those plans to give customers what they want, what they need, what they ask for. We launched 2 new PPOs this last AEP in St. Louis to really good results. It really expanded where Cigna fits into the conversation. And so we're very excited about that. You'll see we've reduced our MOOPs. We've got $0 diabetic supplies. All the candy and the dental and the vision, hearing, transportation that people want are in these products. And so we continue to build our brand in St. Louis by investing in products and in networks. You'll see we've got BJC and Mercy and Wash U. We added Oak Street and Dedicated as value-based partners. We are going really deep with them. So if you've got agents in St. Louis, this is a great market for someone wanting to build an agency with Cigna Medicare. Someone who's maybe starting out a little bit newer in the Medicare space, because we've got opportunities with our providers and the benefit investments that we have to help newer agents or younger agents create foundation and stability, right? They have opportunities. They want us to bring agents in to help them. St. Louis is a newer market overall. Just Medicare Advantage in St. Louis in general continues to grow. And whereas other markets, Medicare Advantage has been staple for quite a while, in St. Louis, it's a little bit newer. And so we're helping agents get there. So if your agents are in St. Louis looking for an anchor partner to help them build that legacy business, Cigna Medicare is the one to go with. And then Kansas City, continues to be a little bit of a challenge market for us. If you're in Kansas City and you represent Cigna Medicare Advantage, you know where we win. We win outside of the St. Luke's network. It's the one network we don't have in Kansas City. But if your agents market around KU Medical, OLAP, HCA, Well Center, we win because we have to invest in our benefits because St. Luke's is not in our network, and that's a big marketable network in the Kansas City market. We know that, and we continue to grow not having them in network, but our growth is more muted, which is okay. So it's really, I look at Kansas City market as a smaller geography. If your agents are there and part of their business model is marketing around KU Medical, for example, we're the plan. We absolutely are the plan for them to have in their pocket, and we should be shown first because we've got great products, and around KU Medical, we've got a great network. So it's really precision marketing and precision supporting Cigna in the Kansas City market where that customer is around KU Medical, OLAP, HCA, or Well Center, we will win. But if you go well outside that and it's more like a St. Luke's customer, we're probably not going to be your best option. Now, if the customer wants PPO, we're a great option because we have the out-of-network facility PPO copays are just $20 more per day if they use St. Luke's, if they go to St. Luke's Hospital on the PPO plan. And then we took our PCP and specialist copays and their copays in and out of networks to help with that St. Luke's option. So we have options there. We're good for it, but really sticking around KU Medical or OLAP, HCA, or Well Center, that's where Cigna really wins, and that's where your agents can win with us. Our last market to talk about is our last expansion market, which is Virginia. We're in Richmond, Virginia. We had a good launch. I would say not like a New York City launch, right, which was the record setter for Cigna Medicare. We had a good launch. We've got 2 HMO and 2 PPO plans. We're in 11 counties. We invested in benefits. We continue to invest in network. We've got all the majors except Bon Secours. And so Bon Secours is fairly marketable in Richmond, and so we know that. So we had to invest in benefits. Our HMO plan, absolutely a great value on Plan Finder or the MacVat tool. Agents who work in Richmond know our HMO. They know our PPO. They really know our HMO because that was our lead product in AEP. We continue to build out the network. And so, again, going in with a carrier who's committed to the space like Cigna Medicare Advantages, put us into your portfolio, grow with us. Our investments are going to continue to help your agents make money in the Richmond market as we go through 23 and position again into 24 as well. And that, Marty, is our regions, the West, the Northeast, and the Midwest regions. So I'd leave you guys with just a couple of quick thoughts here. I hope that you've taken away that with Cigna Medicare Advantage, we're positioned and can help our agents be positioned to have your best selling year ever. We have so many markets that we exceeded plan this AEP and wildly exceeded plan in AEP. And even the ones we came a little short, it was more because of lofty goals, not because of underperformance. So we've got a great opportunity through our product and our network investments to help your agents make a lot of money in 2023 with Cigna Medicare and beyond. We want your feedback. And so we are having quite a bit of agent focus groups, and we continue to have those throughout the year. We want to hear, where are we winning? Where do we need to shore up some things? Because that's what we did in 2022 to have the kind of AEP in 2023 that we had. And it's just part of our DNA to listen, to take all the feedback, digest it, prioritize it, help improve. And so that really gets to that other bullet point. We create the value all around. We create value for customers, providers, obviously our agents, and we do that through listening and through the smart investments that we do. You've got the access to Medicare. We're building with you in mind. Those are standard items that we always talk about, and I just mentioned them here as a continuity for things that your agents would have already heard from us. So my only ask is really just 2 things. Attend one of our 2023 full and micro trainings. So not only do we have full benefit education meetings in local markets and through you guys, of course, but we also do our micro trainings. So these are 10 to 15-minute trainings that we have in every market 7-8 times a day. They're specific topics. They're always listed out on our sites. And if you have a topic that interests you, if you see a topic that interests you, hop on. It's 10 to 15 minutes of your time.
Yeah.
It's one of our dedications to helping our agents make money with Cigna. And then connect with your local broker sales manager. Those are the folks who know us inside out and backwards. They work for Cigna, and those are the ones who really help our local agents build those business plans with Cigna in mind to help those agents make quite a bit of money. So I really appreciate your time today, Marty, and for all that you and your agents do with us as we continue to grow Cigna Medicare Advantage and your agent base well into 2023. So thank you for the time today.
Yeah, it's been my pleasure, Robert. Really appreciate you coming on and bringing us a lot of great information and so much success. I am just so happy for y'all's success and where y'all are going in the future. It's really exciting. So, and that's one of the things our agency strives and teaches our agents to do is connect with your broker sales managers, your local ones. They're just a great resource to learn and grow with. So, yeah, really appreciate your time here, Robert.
All right, we are back to round things off again. Thank you, Marty, for helping us out there and talking with Robert and the whole Cigna team. Special thanks, of course, to Cigna. We appreciate you sponsoring this wonderful event. And so what we're going to be doing now is discussing the last bit of stuff here before we wrap it up. We got our drawings to do. We got to take any questions you guys have. So if you guys got questions, feel free to post them into the chat. We're going to get to them momentarily. Luis, what do you want to hit on here before we get to the drawings?
You know, guys, I would just tell you, there's a lot of information that came at you, and you may be thinking, God, I don't think I can do this. Guys, it is not that hard. When you join us, hopefully you do. Hopefully you see that we are just not a contracting agency. We just do not want to get your contracts and wish you well. We're going to support you. So, David, what is it that we do for our agents? You know, these agents may be thinking, well, what do we do? So, guys, one of the things that we do, David built out this great platform called School. And in this platform, we train our agents. We support them on there. There's a feature there for chat. And then also we do Zoom recordings for all of our agents. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do Medicare, 8:30 a.m. Central. So on Thursdays, 8 weeks, I do my training. Okay, 1 hour a week. On Tuesdays, it's a sales and marketing call. I may bring on a vendor, a carrier. I love bringing on our hot agents that are doing well, and we pick their brains on what they're doing and how they're doing it, whether they're getting their leads or presentations. I bring that to you guys on Tuesdays. So that's Medicare. On Wednesdays, I do ACA training. My ACA training is a little smaller. I do 4 weeks on the ACA. Okay. I'm going to probably extend it to 5 because we're doing a lot of cross-selling. Okay. And so we have 5 weeks of that, and that's on Wednesdays. And so all that is available to you guys. Okay. So we are by far, when I started with this organization, I'm like, what happened to me when I started, guys, we can't let our agents do that. There's going to be 8 out of 10 that are going to sink if that's the way we're going to treat them. So we have got to help our agents, and this organization is built around that. We will train you, we'll support you. One of the other things that I do, and you're probably thinking, how in the heck do you do it? I got a lot of energy, guys, a lot of desire to succeed. So one of the things that I tell agents is, look, be respectful of my time. I'm an agent too, but a lot of my focus is on your support. So I tell agents, look, if you got questions out there in the field or just questions, go put them on our School application. I go on there, I check it, we answer, but we've got 500 plus agents on there, and we've got some really smart people on there. They'll answer. I'm just monitoring, and you know, 99.9% of the time, everybody's putting great answers. But if you're out in the field, guys, and you're stuck, text, kind of hard to see my phone, but text message, call me. I will be prepared. If you tell me, hey, I'm new, I have my first appointment, I'll make myself available to help you, because you're going to get stuck out there. No matter how well trained, it's going to happen. So I provide that support for you guys. But usually what I'll say is, look, when you're out in the field and you're with a client and you're stuck, I'm the guy that's going to unstuck you. All right, that's what I'm going to do. But if you're not with a client, guys, put it in our chat. We'll answer it. It's not that time sensitive. We got a bunch of agents, and I want to support all of you guys. So we provide a lot of training, David, and a lot of support. We are different.
That's what we base it on. It's all about the training. That's how we think of it. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and draw for some from prizes here. So this we've got, how many smart books you want to give away? 2 or 4?
Let's do 4. Why not?
Okay.
You know,
right.
we've had a good crowd. I think they've been participating on the comments. We got a lot of questions.
They got a few. Everybody's worn out. You know, it's funny. Every time I do one of these end of the day events, like your brain's fried by the end of the day, you know, doing the in-person events that we do, you can tell everybody's like, you know, after all of the stuff. So,
and that's because I'm not at the end, guys.
Yeah. Throw your questions in the chat. Let's go ahead and do a couple of drawings. Now we only got the emails here. So I'll kind of sort of half announce the emails. what we're doing here is I've got the spreadsheet everybody signed up for, all of their emails, and then basically from there, we're just going to mention part of the email. We'll reach out to you directly, probably this weekend or early next, and kind of give you next steps to getting set up. But we're just going to kind of go through the announcement right here. So the first smart book is going to go to the email. I'm not going to say the whole email to protect their identity. I am the princess. So if that's you, you will be getting a smart book.
Why do you think that's a girl?
Who knows these days, right?
Yeah, I know. I am the princess. You're the winner of my book. Here's what I'll do. I'll get the full email from David, and this weekend or tomorrow or by Monday, I will email you a PDF of this book.
The next one on the list is
David, before were you going to write it down that that person wanted a smart book?
Yeah, I'm copy and pasting this stuff. I've got it.
Okay,
no worries.
great.
I'll send it to you. Next one is Gets FE Guard. You know who that is. If that's you, you're going to get a smart book. Then our next randomized outcome is Brian G.
All right, Brian, there you go. Coming your way.
All right. And then for the fourth and final smart book, we've got randomized results here. Easy Medicare. And
Ooh,
again,
I like that one.
Yeah, we like it easy. All right. Now for the Facebook audit. So this is the audit that Luis got in so many very similar way with his page to kind of help ways to improve his costs of marketing, which dropped it dramatically. The Facebook audit goes to...
You get a one-on-one with Shauna on this one.
Goes to DP Biz S. Again, we've got you down here, but if that's you, kind of sort of your email, you know who it is if you're still here. If not, we'll still email you. And then the video TikTok production, let's do one more randomized
45-second V row. Is it V as in Victor or is it B as in boy?
B as in boy.
V row. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. And this goes to Curtis at mobile blah blah blah.com. So
there you go, Curtis. You get the 45-second deal. Pretty good.
Yeah, very good. Excellent. So that is it. Thank you very much. And the consolation prize, all the rest of you people who didn't win anything, is the Insurance Sales Success website. Make sure that you actually register and get access to that. We've got a lot of great information on that site. Lots of good stuff. So I'm making a note here. Luis winners from Friday. We'll reach out to you guys that we announced. And from here on out, we were just going to take questions and round it out. And when you guys tap out and have none left, then we're done. So let's go up here and let's see here. This one's from Joseph. Joseph asks, after licensing, and oh, hey, somebody hit the thumbs up button if you don't mind, so I can get 100 likes. You're sitting at 99. That's starting to bother me. I appreciate it. After licensing and certifying and buying leads, what is the average time you can start getting paid on average? I'm new to this. So how long does it take from the point of like being licensed and ready to sell and then making money?
So the licensing ready to sell, that's kind of on you. You go slow, it's going to take you a while. Okay. So, but let's take it to the point of where you write an application, you submit it. And let's say you do an app right now, January the 6th, it has a 2/1 effective date. All right. You're going to get paid probably, depending, every carrier has different cycles. Once it gets approved by CMS, safely, you're going to get paid in March for it. I don't keep up with the
couple of weeks.
Dates. Couple of weeks out.
Safe to say.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you this, hit money, you get paid in a couple of days.
Yes, true. Right. Now, I will add this in. Remember, with Medicare Advantage, when you're replacing existing business, your prorated commission, right? So that $301 is prorated to what we call the effective date. So if the plan starts July 1st, half the year is gone, so you get paid half the commissions, right? So it's a incrementally decreasing commission with Medicare Advantage in the first year. The residuals stay the same throughout life, but that is something you have to weigh into considering. Right now, really, in my opinion, Luis, is the best time to sell Medicare because you get the full commission. You didn't have to wait like during annual election period for all the commissions to pay out in January and February. You're getting paid right now in business that you're writing. So the cash flow is a lot friendlier. Your commissions are maxed out. It's really the best time to get into Medicare is right now, in my opinion. Okay. Let's keep going here. Are there chargebacks in Medicare sales? Very little.
Rarely. The only time you're going to get a chargeback, guys, is if you write a new to Medicare. So they advance you the whole year. That's the only time that you'll get an advanced commissions. So let's say that you're in that whole year and you're halfway through the year. You're on, they paid you, you're about to start the 7th month. So they've kept it for a full 6 months and they flip on you. They decide to go somewhere else. They relocate and they have another plan, or maybe they die. Can't control that. Then
Right.
yeah, you're going to get a charge back for that unearned commission.
Yeah, but it ain't anything like the commission risks that exist in life insurance sales.
Right.
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's the trade-off, right? It's a little bit lower first year commission, but no
Lifetime.
Chargebacks. It's so
Ooh,
a lot of
David,
people-
I never said lifetime. Why didn't somebody catch me? Do you guys know that these Medicare commissions you're going to get them for life? Now, when I said
Yeah.
not your life, the insured's life, as long
Right.
as they're with you,
As long as
you're
they're
going
with
to get
you.
these
Yeah.
commissions.
Right. Well, we've tried to make that clear. Hopefully it's clear, right? That, the whole point of Medicare is lifetime residual income, right? That's
Right.
the only reason to do it. All right. Shameless plug from TK. I joined David Duford in 360 in 2021. My first day in the field was October 15th, opener for AEP, zero support locally, meaning he was trained virtually, right? That's how all of our agents are, all from DeFord and Luis and Matt and everyone else at DeFord Insurance Group at 360 enrolled 60 MAPD plans. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate the support.
Good. Thank you.
From, I think it's Tom. Do you assist on advising on potential good areas close to our home market? I mean, just work your backyard. Is there not a good place to sell Medicare? I mean,
if you're in a rural area, yeah, you're going to have to spread yourself around. I know one
but that's
agent.
not necessarily bad. I mean,
No.
those people don't get slammed all the time necessarily as their urban and suburban counterparts. So there's opportunity there too.
I love the rural area here in San Antonio. It's super saturated. When I had a retail store, I was out 50 miles away from here, and I did great out there. And that's because agents are lazy. They don't want to make that drive out there.
Sure are.
And so those people are like, I need somebody to help. Now they don't want to come to San Antonio. They're like, I don't want to go to San Antonio. The traffic is crazy. Y'all are nuts over there. So I wrote a ton of business over there. But yeah, you might have to spread yourself around a little bit.
Yeah.
So
the only thing that may be different for you is less access to different plans, but that's changing. I mean, there are some major players moving to more rural markets. I'm thinking of Georgia, and I think Anthem was moving into a lot of rural markets. You may have to write more Medicare supplements. Sometimes you're going to find more of that in rural areas, but there's old people all over. I mean, the market for this stuff is it's everywhere. It's hard pressed to find a place just as bad. Quote unquote. All right. Got some more questions here, Luis. How are we doing on time?
Well, I'm good. No rush.
All right. Let's see here. What insurance companies do I need for Medicare in Texas and Arizona? Do you have any recommendations? I mean, it just depends on the market. It's hard to say.
Couldn't tell you, but again, it's market dependent and it's even county dependent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I froze there. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's county dependent. So I would always start with the big boys and kind of feel it out. If the big boys don't work for you, they start looking at some of your
And those
regionals.
are who?
Okay, so it depends.
Aetna, Cigna, Humana,
United
Healthcare. Yeah.
WellCare is pretty solid in some areas. Cigna, I was listening to their presentations. They seem to be kicking some butt in some areas.
Right. Yes, for sure.
Yep.
So should an agent have like 8 to 10 carriers if they're brand new to Medicare?
My recommendation, and I froze there. Okay, here I'm back. I have every carrier. Okay, but it's a pain in the butt when it comes to certification. I would start out with 4 or 5, and then because you got to remember, guys, not only are you going to worry about your AHIP, but you got to do carrier certification with each one. So, and then plus you got to learn all the products for that one carrier. So don't bite more than you can chew.
Somebody asked about the smart book info. I put that in the chat. Yeah, my preference and with agents is make your life easier and select 4 or 5 carriers. Like, this is a marathon. You're not going to know all these carriers. It's way more overwhelming than it is to sell final expense. A lot of you are coming from life or some kind of simplistic product that's not technically advanced. I mean, a lot of you like me have your brains fried at this point. After just a seminar on Medicare, we haven't even really touched the surface, right? So the point is simplify where you can. You don't want to have a limitation of options, but do your due diligence, find out what carriers have zero premium plans that are competitive, and focus on 3 to 5. Give yourself a year or so to really add on more as you start to develop yourself. Right. Just good advice. Otherwise, you're just going to feel obligated to know everything, plus have all these tests to pass before you actually go sell and write any business. And people just lose momentum all the time when they overburden themselves like that.
And here's the deal, guys. I have 11 carriers. I do 70% with one, and I would say the other 25% is with a second carrier.
Right.
I mean, I got carriers just that I got them. I got to have them. But other than that, 2 or 3 carriers, you'll be good.
How much should I budget for leads? We recommend $750 minimum for a full-time agent to $1,250. That should be plenty of money, whether you're doing digital or direct mailers, to keep you as busy as you'd like to for full-time. Any less than that really is part-time, in my opinion. This is not assuming you're doing some kind of like free lead generation program, like you're sitting at a Walmart or a community events, that kind of thing. Let's see what here. Ari, our ACA client becomes a widow during open enrollment. Luis, you still there? Lost your camera.
I'm here.
Do you go ahead and make it a household of one and remove the deceased husband's income from the household?
That's an ACA question or Medicare question?
That's an ACA question. Let's just hold off on that. Shoot us a message. We'll help you, Joe. We're going to keep it topical, though. I would like to get all MA carriers, 2 or 3 top carriers. Top sup carriers too. Yeah, you should carry a couple supplement carriers as well.
Yes.
Here's
what I would recommend. Any recommendations? Because they're going to ask, David.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I use. I love Mutual of Omaha. I started with them. Mutual's got a great product. I think Aetna's got a great med sup. Those are really the only 2 I knew. United's got a good med sup. Humana has a med sup. Just gotta, when you run your quotes, you'll find some that are very good.
Curtis asked, when I sign with you, meaning us, I guess, am I my own insurance company, or is it me with your insurance company? You're running your own insurance agency, ladies and gentlemen. You're not doing anything other than running your own business. You're not branded with 360. That's just the marketing organization's name, but you brand yourself and your business, guys.
Correct.
Best way to get leads for Medicare. I mean, we're all in on direct mail, digital. Go back and watch the earlier portions, Vine. We talk a lot about TikTok. Facebook is opportunities as well.
And I'm going to just elaborate on that, David. There's a lot of grassroots stuff that you can do that costs you some sweat equity. Go market, go talk to doctors, knock on their doors, talk to them, let them know that you can help their patients. You can go to retail stores and set up. You can do seminars. Here's something that a lot of people don't think about. How about networking with other agents that don't sell Medicare? Maybe there's some powerhouse ACA guys and they don't want to touch Medicare because they hear this AHIP is awful. Well, tell them that you sacrifice yourself and you did AHIP and that you will help them take care of the Medicare clients. And so then the other thing, I know this for a fact. I'm a P&C guy too. I'm the rare one. I'm like the diamond and the whatever. Most of these guys, I know they stay in their lane. They want to do P&C. They don't want to do anything else. But they got great books of business. Go to your P&C guy and talk to him. Hey, can I work with you? I'll gladly work your book as a CSR, do some customer service crap for you. And I'm going to just try to sell Medicare to them. But if I uncover any needs, I'll drop them on your desk, Mr. Agent.
So AHIP is per company. No, AHIP is just one-time federal credential every year. You have to renew it every year. But then after you get AHIP, then you can apply to the carriers, and then you have to take their certifications for each carrier, right? So if you have 5 carriers, you got to do 5 certifications unique to each carrier, but 1 AHIP each every season. Let's see here. By the way, thanks, Luis, for the client intake form template. It helped a ton during AEP. I put QR codes on the intake, links to websites like Medicaid, Medicare qualification, the CRM. I found having a digital workspace will make your in-field work easier. Excellent.
Beautiful. That's a good idea. I never thought about that.
Thanks for sharing that, Prince. Appreciate it. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the questions. We appreciate you being here. We are clocking in at 7 hours, 47 minutes, and 11 seconds. That's a pretty long one for us, even the old Luis here, who has the energy of the Energizer Bunny. So again, we first of all, thank Luis so much for taking time out of his busy day to walk us through the training. Thank you to, of course, Cigna for sponsoring our event and educating us on all the different products available that Cigna offers. Also, thanks to Shauna for describing and helping us on Facebook, and Oscar kind of giving us some background on TikTok. This will be recorded. So if you're jumping in late, you're like, I just missed the tail end of this. No worries. The whole thing's going to be recorded, easily accessible at your leisure. We will timestamp this into the future so that you can come back and find the segments that you absolutely want to watch. And we will be doing another one of these actually next Friday. I'm doing a full day final expense telesales focus. That's one that's been asked about, and I'm finally delivering. We're going to do the whole final expense telesales presentation A to Z, talk about leads, carriers, et cetera. It's going to be great if you're wanting to sell over the phone in the final expense space. And thank you to the audience. Luis and I especially thank you. We wouldn't be here without you. Thanks so much for your questions, your participation. And we are so blessed to have you guys, some of you out there as our agents. You are our clients. We can't thank you enough for your loyalty and, just being a part of our business. So from Luis and myself, thank you very much. We'll see you on the next broadcast. And until then, have a pleasant week, a restful week, and a profitable week if you're out there working. Luis?